reborn in Brazil as a financial tycoon. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176, Extorting Money on the Road. The figure of $8 million made Fang Lang jump up. Isn't this bullshit? Although $8 million is definitely a huge amount of money, compared to the automobile industry, aircraft manufacturing plant, machine tool plant, and even the complete industrial system that Fang Lang wants to build, this amount of money is simply not enough to fill the gaps in his teeth. And the global group still needs to continue to invest in order to grow rapidly. This is not a big deal. How can it be so little? Now our tobacco company has opened up sales in Brazil and Europe. In addition, our grain and oil companies purchase low-priced raw materials from Brazil, process them, and sell them to Europe at high prices through global trade. The profits generated are already very considerable. Yes, boss. This is why we can still have $8 million now. At the same time, you must also see that our expenses are also very huge now. Among the expenses, the giant is the immigration activities of the labor service company. Now we are in the three cities of Shenzhen, Shanghai and Guangzhou in the east. Every day, there are ships full of immigrants going to Brazil, although the cost of population is deducted by penicillin. However, the expenses of global shipping are really huge. The most important thing is that, in order to resettle immigrants, the company is now frantically buying land and farms in Rio Grande do Sul. Even the land price has been increased by 10% by our purchases. So now the funds we can draw out are really only $8 million. Fang Lang understood that what the financial assistant said was the truth. After thinking for a while, Fang Lang said to the financial assistant, "Okay, I understand. You go down and rest early. I'll find you if I need anything." "Okay, boss. Good night then." Looking at the financial assistant who closed the door and left, Fang Lang felt a little headache. This was the best time for the company to rise, and Fang Lang couldn't give up. So, in the end, Fang Lang decided to use the gold reserves he got from Japan to Brazil. Fang Lang knew very well that the value of this batch of gold was nearly $120 million. This was an astronomical figure, enough for Fang Lang to complete all his investments in Germany and have some left over. You have to know that the total investment of the United States in the European Recovery Plan, which will start in 2 years, is only $13 billion. This is already 1% of the funds for the entire plan. But this was not easy to find from Sumitomo's house, and Fang Lang couldn't bear to sell it directly. Therefore, a telegram was sent directly to Brazil, asking his father to melt the gold and mortgage it to the American bank. Fang Lang's father Fang Xinshan also knew that the copper materials pulled back to Brazil were actually gold. After receiving Fang Lang's telegram, Fang Xinshan did not object and directly followed Fang Lang's request. The next day, Fang Lang had breakfast at the hotel and went to Stuttgart City Hall accompanied by guards. Visit Mayor Jonas. When he arrived at the city hall, he saw that the city hall was full of vehicles, and there were still vehicles coming from other places. Seeing that the people getting on and off these vehicles were all well dressed, Fang Lang understood that this should be Jonas busy with the things he told him yesterday. Sitting in the car and thinking about it, Fang Lang did not get off. Instead, he asked the convoy to turn and continue to move forward to see if he could find a guide to take them to the machine tool processing factory. After walking more than 100 meters forward, the convoy suddenly stopped. Fang Lang was sitting in the car and didn't know what happened in front. Zhuang Xinshan got out of the car and went forward to check the situation. He came back after a while. He said to Fang Lang, "Sir, there is a middle-aged man in front who wants to extort money. I have asked someone to pull him aside to deal with him." After saying this, Fang Lang became interested. "What does it mean? Are you going to die, or are you blind? How dare you mess with such a large convoy? A man came up to extort money? What does that mean? He has a bomb tied to his body? So powerful?" Zhuang Xinshan understood Fang Lang's words. Fang Lang must have misunderstood. If there really was someone with a bomb tied to his body, he would have been shot long ago, and they would not even bother to collect his body. How could there be a chance to extort money? No, there was a middle-aged man who deliberately rushed to the front of the car and lay down and didn't want to get up. He said he wanted to sell something, and the soldiers thought he was up to something, so they tied him up. They were going to take him back for interrogation. Then how do you know he's not up to something but extorting money? Hearing Fang Lang's question, Zhuang Xinshan smiled and said, I checked this guy's condition and he should be an intellectual. When he saw us take out a gun, he was so scared that he wanted to run away. I carefully observed his expression and movements. This guy's definitely not a trained professional. He looks like a hungry scholar. There was nothing abnormal around him. Fang Lang was shocked when he heard this. You probably don't know what a human bomb attack is. With your level, you can conclude that someone is not here to plot something bad just by looking at him twice. Could it be that the person who plotted something bad also carved words on his face? Have you collected yourself? Be careful if there is a bomb on you. Fang Lang's words also made Zhuang Xinshan stunned. If there is a bomb on him, the boss suspects that this person is plotting something bad. Boss, don't worry, we have searched him. There is nothing else except a file bag. And, how should I put it? Maybe you will believe my judgment after seeing this person. Zhuang Xinshan's words aroused Fang Lang's interest. What does it mean to believe your judgment after seeing this person? Then go back. I want to see what the person you are talking about who wants to extort money is like. Originally, I wanted to find Mayor Jonas to communicate about the machine tool factory, but Mayor Jonas was not available, so there was nothing to do. Faced with such an unexpected situation, Fang Lang really didn't dare to stay outside for too long, otherwise he would be wronged if he was attacked later. So Fang Lang, who was afraid of death, decided to go back to the hotel and have sex first. After the order was given, the convoy quickly returned to the hotel along the original route. Fang Lang, who returned to the room, soon saw the person who looked like he wanted to extort money. As Zhuang Xinshan said, two soldiers walked in, escorting a very thin middle-aged man like a chicken. The man didn't know if his eyesight was not very good, and his eyes narrowed into a small slit to see the surrounding environment clearly. When he came to a distance of about 4 or 5 meters from Fang Lang, the two soldiers let go, and the thin man fell to the ground. His mouth was blocked by a piece of rag, and he kept making a humming sound. Zhuang Xinshan stepped forward and pulled out the cloth ball from the man's mouth. The man took 2 breaths of fresh air and shouted in English, "Where are my documents? You robbers, documents. Where are my documents?" Although he was tied up like a zangzi, the man did not seem panicked at this time. He was concerned about the documents he was carrying with him. Hearing the man's words, Fang Lang looked at the file bag in Zhuang Xinshan's hand. Seeing Zhuang Xinshan trying to hand it over, Fang Lang quickly stopped him and said, "Don't open strangers' files casually. It's very rude. Please return the file to this gentleman." Fang Lang winked at Zhuang Xinshan while speaking, indicating that he should return the file to him. Looking at Zhuang Xinshan's confused expression, Fang Lang shook his head helplessly. It was too unprofessional. Now we already have biological weapons. What if the middle-aged man in front of him is an expert in this field? People sprinkle some deadly bacteria on the documents to kill people invisibly. You won't know how you died at that time. This is not because Fang Lang has paranoia. But this matter is strange. Fang Lang just dealt with 2 Gestapo. Who dares to guarantee that this person is not an accomplice of Leo and Paul? Besides, how many decent people would run to the front of the motorcade and say that they want to sell things? I believe you if you say you are trying to touch porcelain. If you say you are selling things, I will believe you. The man was lying on the ground, his hands tied behind his back. He squeezed the file bag that was stuffed back into his hands and was obviously relieved. Fang Lang was stunned when he saw his relieved action. Did I make a wrong judgment? Is there anything wrong with this person's file? After thinking for a while, he took the initiative to speak. "Sir, what's your name?" The man on the ground heard Fang Lang's question and turned his head in a direction with difficulty, looking at Fang language. His eyes narrowed tighter, as if he wanted to see Fang Lang's appearance carefully. "Hello, sir. My name is Ludwig Folger. It's really rude. Please rest assured, I really have no ill intentions. I'm just looking for a knowledgeable buyer for my research results." Listening to the man's words, Fang Lang always felt a very funny feeling. However, Fang Lang also knew why Zhuang Xinshan thought that this man didn't look like a person with bad intentions. Now Fang Lang also felt that the other party should really not be a bad guy who deliberately targeted him. Fang Lang did not feel any hostility from the man in front of him. He glanced at Zhuang Xinshan and said, "Please help our guest untie and ask our guest to sit down." The two soldiers quickly untied the man on the ground and helped him stand up. After being helped up, the man did not sit down, but adjusted his clothes, then bowed politely to Fang Lang and saluted. Fang Lang was stunned. It seems that you can't judge a person by his appearance. The thin man in front of him is only about 1.6 meters tall. The whole person looks very thin. If you look at his back and say that he is a junior high school student, no one will doubt it. Only from the front can you see that this is a middle-aged man of quite some age. The etiquette of the middle-aged man is obviously a Western gentleman's etiquette. Obviously, this is a well-educated gentleman. It's just that his body shape makes him look a little funny. "Gentlemen, I wonder if you can return my glasses to me first. Without glasses, I can't even see things 1 meter away." Fang Lang looked at the soldiers around him and saw one of them took out a pair of glasses with lenses about the same thickness as the bottom of a beer bottle from his pocket and handed it to him. Fang Lang could see circles of double images on the glasses. According to Fang Lang's experience, the degree of these glasses must be more than 800 degrees. The man took the glasses and put them on his nose, but it was a pity that he didn't know if they were dropped on the ground today or if they were already deformed. He twisted his eyes a few times before they were put back in place. He saw Fang Lang sitting not far away, Zhuang Xinshan standing behind Fang Lang with his hand on the holster, and several guards holding Thompson submachine guns. The man didn't have any nervous expression on his face and looked very calm. After bowing to Fang Lang again, he said, "Dear sir, may I have the honor of knowing your name?" Fang Lang did not continue to sit, but stood up and stretched out his hand to the man in front of him and said, "Hello, Mr. Folger. My name is Fang Lang. Nice to meet you." Chapter 177 Gun Designer. When the man named Ludwig Folger stood up and put on his glasses, he had an indescribable literary temperament. Fang Lang felt that the man in front of him should at least be a university professor. Because of this calm demeanor and the bookish air emanating from his body, you can ignore his short stature and the glasses that were as thick as the bottom of a bottle. At this moment, Fang Lang had an epiphany and finally understood the meaning of an ancient Chinese saying, "A man of poetry and books will be elegant." What Fang Lang didn't expect was that after hearing his name, Mr. Folger directly said in Chinese, "I'm also very happy to meet you. Mr. Fang, are you Chinese?" Although the accent sounded very strange, Fang Lang could still hear very clearly that the other party was speaking Chinese. Fang Lang was shocked. "Yes, Mr. Folger, to be precise, I'm a Brazilian of Chinese descent. I didn't expect you to speak Chinese. It seems that you are indeed a very knowledgeable person. You just said that you want to find a buyer for your research results. I wonder if you can tell me more about it?" Fang Lang pointed to the sofa beside him and motioned him to sit down. I don't know if it was because he was praised for his knowledge, but he remembered his rogue behavior of lying in front of the car. Mr. Folger, who always seemed very elegant, actually blushed a little. But he quickly adjusted himself and sat on the sofa next to Fang Lang very naturally. He opened the file bag he had been holding in his hand, took out a thick stack of information, and put it on the small low table in the middle of the sofa. He turned sideways to Fang Lang and said, "I'm a gun designer at the Morse factory. This is a new assault rifle that I improved on the basis of my original STG-45 design. I named it the Setme rifle. I wonder if you are interested in learning about it." When Mr. Folger said that he was a gun designer, Fang Lang's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that he designed an assault rifle. This is a main equipment that replaced traditional rifles after World War II. His eyes involuntarily looked at the pile of information on the small coffee table. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be a gun designer. I wonder what types of guns you have designed?" he casually asked Mr. Folger and reached out for the pile of information. This is because Fang Lang was indeed a little ignorant in his previous life. He only heard that Mr. Folger was a gun designer. but he had never heard of the name of STG-45, and he certainly didn't know the name of STG-44. STG-44 should be regarded as the earliest assault rifle, but the concept of assault rifles was not clear at the time. This rifle was reported as a machine gun, but the little mustache saw that the machine gun had a range of only 500 meters, and was directly rejected. Although the little mustache did not understand the excellence of STG-44, there were still some knowledgeable people in the army. They boldly changed the number of STG-44 to MP-44. It became a submachine gun, and appeared on the battlefield, which was well received by the soldiers on the battlefield. Later, after learning about the soldiers' evaluation of him, the mustache officially named him the STG-44 Storm Rifle. His rifle identity was officially confirmed. The STG-45 was the assault rifle that Germany planned to replace the STG-44 in the late war. He and the STG-44 use the same 7.92 x 33mm short bullet, which is universal in ammunition. However, the same G-45 reduces the rate of fire to only 350 to 450 rounds per minute, saving ammunition and improving accuracy. The same G-44 uses a long-stroke piston plus bolt offset locking, while the same G-45 uses the roller delayed recoil principle. There are still some differences in the working principle. The roller delayed recoil technology used by the STG-45 was widely used by the later Set-Mel type assault rifle, SIG SG-510 automatic rifle, HK-G3 automatic rifle and MP-5 submachine gun. And this Mr. Folger is the designer of the STG-45 and the later HK company's G3 automatic rifle. The SETM rifle in Fang Lang's hand is actually the G3 rifle. Mr. Folger heard Fang Lang's question, looked around nervously, and gritted his teeth and said, the MG42 general purpose machine gun is also designed based on my roller locking principle bolt. Fang Lang, who was looking down at the rifle on the drawing in his hand, felt a little familiar. After hearing the name of the MG42 general purpose machine gun, he immediately looked up at Mr. Folger with a shocked face. Even if Fang Lang was an outsider in his previous life, he had heard of the great name of MG42. This thing is a killer weapon called the chainsaw of the mustache. The sound of cloth tearing when it shoots is the nightmare of the Allied soldiers. What? You are the designer of MG42? No, I just designed the working principle of MG42. It was Dr. Grunoff who really made MG42 take shape. The metal stamping process he used was the reason for the success of MG42. Folger waved his hands very modestly. This is also true. MG42 is indeed from the hands of Dr. Grunoff. But Dr. Grunoff is not a gun designer. He is an expert in metal stamping technology. He believes that it is an inevitable trend to manufacture machine guns using metal stamping technology. The MG42 produced by metal stamping technology not only saves materials and working hours, but is also more compact, which is very practical for Germany, which lacks metal resources. It also makes the MG42 stand out among the bidders. Fang Lang felt like a big pie fell from the sky at this moment, but it didn't fall on his head. Instead, it was stuffed into his mouth. This is the designer of MG42. In an instant, the weight of the stack of information in his hand became completely different. Fang Lang began to carefully study the rifle called Set-Me in his hand. The more he looked at it, the brighter Fang Lang's eyes became, because he finally recognized the identity of this rifle. I still remember that once, when I was watching a video, I saw this rifle in the introduction of HK, the most famous weapons company in Germany. But at that time, it was not called Set-Me rifle, but G3 rifle. This is a gun type that is known as the three heroes of assault rifles together with AK-47 and M16. HK later became a world famous arms company with this rifle. Some people may not have heard of the G3 rifle, but the MP5, a submachine gun developed on the basis of the G3 rifle, should be heard of by everyone. This is a submachine gun that all the major special forces in the world are vying to equip. After recognizing the identity of the weapon in his hand, Fang Lang had already decided that he would not let the man in front of him go. Mr. Folger, I wonder how you want to sell your achievement? Mr. Fang, can you understand my information? Do you need me to explain it to you? Mr. Folger was obviously an academic talent, and he was afraid that Fang Lang had just glanced at the information and did not know the specific design ideas in it. What he didn't know was that Fang Lang had decided to take it as his own the moment he recognized this rifle. No, Mr. Folger. I'm also a soldier, and I can tell the quality of weapons. I wonder if I can know why you want to sell this design. Fang Lang looked at the treasure in front of him with a burning gaze. Make Mr. Folger a cup of coffee, he casually told Zhuang Xinshan, who was standing nearby. A soldier took the order and left. Folger seemed a little embarrassed about Fang Lang's question. After a long while, he said, I need money. I have a family to support. I haven't worked for more than half a year. If possible, I want to find a job abroad. This requires money. In history, Ludwig Folger did go to Spain after several twists and turns after the war. Later, the Special Materials Technology Research Center in Spain manufactured this rifle named Setme. In 1952, this rifle attracted the attention of the US military. In 1954, it was changed to fire 7.62mm NATO standard bullets and was reintroduced into Germany and commissioned to be manufactured by HK. Mr. Folger, I have a military-industrial group in Brazil, and I'm currently in need of an excellent firearms designer like you. If you want to leave Germany for development, I'm willing to hire you as the chief designer of the light weapons research room with a high salary. I don't know if you are willing. Of course, whether you are willing or not, I will pay for this research results separately. You can directly quote the price now, and I will not bargain. Folger obviously had never met such a domineering owner, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. He was a firearms designer, not a businessman, and he didn't know how much he should quote for this weapon. Fang Lang quickly saw his embarrassment. He said directly, if you are willing to work in my company, the benefits will be doubled on your original basis. All the research results will give you a certain percentage of patent share according to the sales situation. As long as you nod, I can start calculating your salary today. As for this design, you have two choices. One is that I will buy it out directly, and the other is that I will pay you a certain percentage of patent share for each one I produce. But in the second way, you must join my company. At this time, Folger was obviously moved and looked at Fang Lang nervously and said, I heard that there are many Germans in Brazil, right? Yes, this time I came to Germany to find some excellent technical talents. At that time, there will be many Germans going to Brazil to work together, and you don't have to worry about having no friends. If you have your own team and they are willing to go with you, I can also recruit them together. Hearing Folger's question, Fang Lang understood that Folger's concern was the same as all people who went to work in a foreign country, worried about being unfamiliar with the place. So, he directly told the purpose of his visit this time. And he asked Folger to invite some other colleagues to go. Fang Lang believed that excellent people would be surrounded by excellent people. In this way, he could recruit excellent gunsmiths without any effort. You know, the famous Mauser factory is located in Baden-Württemberg. According to Fang Lang's plan, he would go to the Mauser factory to recruit people after dealing with the matter in Stuttgart. Now it seems that it is not necessary, and the best talents have automatically jumped into his bowl. What else do you want? Mr. Fang, is it really possible? How many gun designers do you want to recruit? Many of my colleagues are looking for jobs now. If you can recruit them together, I'm willing to go with you. My factory has just started construction. If possible, of course I hope to have a full range of light weapons designers to help me improve the design of all categories of weapons. It is my goal to have a full range of weapons with independent intellectual property rights. Therefore, I need excellent gun designers with a real sense of innovation. Chapter 178, Raising an Army to Punish the Crime. After hearing Fang Lang's needs, Folger was also very excited. This meant that many of his colleagues could get out of the quagmire in Germany. After all, the Germans now have a very difficult life. Mr. Fang, don't worry. Many of my friends are excellent firearms designers. I will tell you this good news when I go back today. I promise to recommend only the best talents to you. Seeing that Mr. Folger had changed the subject and did not continue to worry about how much the design data of the rifle would sell for, Fang Lang knew that Mr. Folger had already been in his hands. he said to his adjutant Kikingshan, arrange a staff of the assistant group and 2 guards to assist Mr. Folger in recruiting personnel. Go to the finance department to collect $5,000 and give it to Mr. Folger as funding. If it is not enough, ask them to come back to collect it. When Folger heard that Fang Lang was going to give him $5,000 as funding, he felt that life was starting to get better. He had no memory of how he left Fang Lang's hotel suite. Mr. Folger, who was tied into the hotel, left with an assistant and 2 armed guards. Folger was in a daze when he got on the special car and went home. When he told his family the good news, they all cried together. He completely forgot that the file bag he had been holding in his hand had been left in the hotel. Fang Lang in the hotel carefully locked the file bag in the safe in the room. In this way, Fang Lang had another senior ours who took the initiative to help Fang Lang and recruit gun designers everywhere. This made Fang Lang want to go out on the street every day. Just when Fang Lang was in a good mood and wanted to go out on the street again, Colonel Chatham of the French Occupation Army came directly to his door. Fang, didn't you say it was just recruiting employees? But Mayor Jonas's actions this morning were not as simple as recruiting employees. Is there something wrong with our communication? The appearance of Colonel Chatham was indeed beyond Fang Lang's expectations. He didn't expect that he would come to his house to ask for punishment because Mayor Jonas convened a meeting of business owners. This surprised him a little. Of course, Fang Lang was not afraid that Colonel Chatham would stop things from going on because of this. From his words, Fang Lang understood that this old guy wanted more. But now Fang Lang was a little tight on money. It was impossible to spend a lot of money on this Frenchman. He quickly went up to Colonel Chatham and gave him a big hug. He pointed to the sofa in the room and said, Colonel Chatham, don't worry. We are friends. If there is any communication gap, you can call me, and I will come to you. How can I trouble you to come here in person? You just said that Mayor Jonas has a big move. Can you tell me more about it? Colonel Chatham, who was accusing him, was a little silent. What's going on? Did I really wrong Fang? What did you say to Mayor Jonas last night? Why did so many business owners in Stuttgart go to the city government to attend the meeting today? Fang Lang said innocently, I just explained my requirements to Mayor Jonas in detail. I have already entrusted Mayor Jonas with the specific number of people to be recruited and how to recruit them. This is not Fang Lang shirking responsibility. If Fang Lang follows the plan discussed by Fang Lang and Mayor Jonas, Fang Lang will certainly get a lot of benefits. However, the ones who benefit more are actually these German business owners. Fang Lang certainly can't let himself bear this pressure. Besides, it is still unknown what the result of Mayor Jonas's talk with these business owners will be. If everyone agrees with the plan he proposed, why did he jump out so early? But the news I heard now is that Jonas said you have to come forward and build a joint venture factory with these companies in Brazil. It seems that the French occupation forces are still very well monitored by the Germans. Just as the meeting was about to start in the morning, Colonel Chatham had already received the exact content of the meeting. Mr. Colonel, you also said that Mayor Jonas said that I said it. How do you know that he is not using me as a cover? Chatham looked at the young man in front of him who was making a fuss and felt a headache. There is indeed no evidence to prove that this matter was organized by Fang Language. It seems that he was a little rash, but he didn't really come here to cause trouble. Thinking of this, Colonel Chatham shook his head helplessly and said, Fang, you have to understand that we are friends. Even if this matter is true, I will not object. After all, I also have something to gain from this matter. I came to you in the hope that we can be honest with each other and not hide anything. Fang Lang smiled and shook his head and said, Colonel Chatham, it is precisely because we are friends that you should trust me more. I have made my purpose very clear to you since the first time I met you. I have also explained my purpose to Mayor Jonas in full. As long as he can find enough and suitable excellent talents for me, it will be fine. As for whether he captures these talents for me or tricks them into giving them to me, I have no objection. I think you should not have any objection either. After all, our agreement is that I pay you per head, and there is no need for us to interfere in Mayor Jonas's work. If it is true as you said, Merjonas told the business owners that I agreed to build a joint venture factory with them, then I think Merjonas must also come up with conditions that are enough to impress me before I can accept his proposal. If his proposal is really more suitable than my direct recruitment of suitable talents, I certainly won't have any objection. In fact, I think you should have no objection at all, because this means that I will take more people with me. Correspondingly, your dream of a wine estate will be easier to realize, right? Colonel Chatham was fooled by Fang Lang and almost followed Fang Lang's words. Fortunately, he was a veteran who had experienced so many years of war and did not fall into Fang Lang's language trap all at once. He shook his head, which had just been nodding unconsciously, and said, Fang, it's not that I have an opinion. It's really such a big move. If it spreads to China, I will retire early. By then, let alone the wine estate, I guess I won't even have the chance to drink wine. Fang Lang smiled and shook his head and said, Colonel Chatham, I think you shouldn't treat this as a bad thing. Everything you are doing now is to further weaken Germany's industrial production potential. Don't forget, I'm an allied colonel. Our current behavior is equivalent to disintegrating Germany's industrial production potential. If your superior wants to punish you, you should tell him your opinion with confidence. He can disagree with your opinion, so you should ask him to come up with a better plan. Then find an argument to refute him. In this way, it becomes that you just have different political views. How can you not even have the opportunity to drink wine? Isn't this a political persecution? Now Colonel Chatham was really stunned. How could the same thing change its taste when it came to you? Are you sure you are just a soldier? Are your Brazilian soldiers so good at turning black into white? But Colonel Chatham had to agree with Fang Lang's point of view and kept sighing in his heart. I've learned it. Okay, Fang, I'm convinced by you again. You'd better inform Merjonas to keep a low profile and don't make it too difficult for me. If the country sends an investigation team to investigate, we won't be able to explain it. Seeing that Colonel Chatham really gave in, Fang Lang didn't want to continue to dwell on this topic. He hurriedly said, don't worry. Leave it to me. I'll go ask Jonas what happened. I will definitely not make it difficult for Mr. Colonel. Merjonas was originally introduced to Fang Lang by Colonel Chatham, but now Fang Lang took the initiative to communicate between the two. The two of them tacitly understood that there was no need to say anything more. Colonel Chatham came quickly and left quickly. Fang Lang personally sent Colonel Chatham to the entrance of the hotel and then turned around and told Qi Qingshan, go to the city government to find out the situation and see if their meeting has been held and whether any specific results have been discussed. If the meeting is over, help me make an appointment with Merjonas. I want to talk to him about other business. Qi Qingshan knew what other business Fang Lang was talking about, and he stood at attention and nodded in response. Yes, boss. Just as Qi Qingshan turned around and wanted to go to the city government, there was a fierce exchange of fire outside. Fang Lang turned his head and saw that the bullets did not hit the hotel. Obviously, the other party's target was not him. Just when Fang Lang just breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to relax, he immediately reacted. It seems that Colonel Chatham was attacked. This is not good. Colonel Chatham is his friend now, and his work in Stuttgart still needs his cover. If he dies, the next commander of the occupying forces may not have the same dream of owning a wine estate as Chatham. Therefore, the attacker must not be allowed to succeed. Just as Fang Lang was about to call his guards to help, he suddenly saw two Germans in the hotel lobby, looking for shelter, as if they were frightened. This was originally a very normal thing, but when Fang Lang and his team saw them for the first time, they felt that there was something wrong with these two people. Of course, this problem was not directed at him. Fang Lang noticed that, although the two were looking for shelter, they did not look in the direction of the attack like everyone else to avoid the bullets that might fly from the direction of the gunshot. Instead, they were staring at a door at the back of the hotel silently. Thanks to Fang Lang's fear of death, after moving into this hotel, he asked his soldiers to conduct a thorough investigation of the entire hotel inside and out, and also made a basic understanding of the hotel's security forces. Because many people living here are people who have inextricable ties with the French occupation forces, the occupation forces placed a platoon of soldiers in the backyard of this hotel. to be responsible for the hotel's security work. This platoon usually lives in the dormitory behind this door. If the French platoon hears gunshots and rushes to the front to support, coming out of this door is the shortest distance. Chapter 179 Attack. Seeing this, Fang Lang immediately made a judgment. He took out a pistol from his waist and patted Kikingshan, who was blocking him in front of him, and said, "Pay attention to the two Germans at 3 o'clock. They are in trouble." Kikingshan heard Fang Lang's words, but he did not turn his head. Instead, he quietly pointed the gun in his hand at the two men, who were still pretending to dodge. Zhuang Zinshan's voice came from behind. "Boss, let's retreat to the room first. It's too dangerous here." Fang Lang certainly knew that it was dangerous here, but the gunshots outside kept ringing, indicating that Colonel Chatham was still resisting, and he wanted to help a little. Looking at the small door behind the hotel, he couldn't help but curse in his heart that the French were slow to react. If the enemy really attacked the residents in the hotel, with your reaction time, everyone would be dead by the time you come in. Although it is not known what the specific goals of the two people in the hotel lobby are now, Fang Lang felt that they could not succeed. "Zinshan, pay attention to the two Germans at 3 o'clock. Zhuang Zinshan heard Fang Lang's words and glanced at the two Germans with the corner of his eye. Just as Zhuang Zinshan was about to speak, finally, more than a dozen French soldiers with rifles rushed out of the back door. The soldiers showed some fighting ability. At least the battle formation was still pretty good. When they arrived at the hotel entrance, they started firing at the gunmen who were besieging the convoy outside. Fang Lang could see from the window that the enemy was about 200 meters away. Seeing this situation, Fang Lang couldn't help but curse in his heart. At such a long distance, are your shooting skills so good? How much effect can you have by firing directly like this, except for attracting part of the enemy's firepower? Before Fang Lang could express any opinions, Zhuang Zinshan had already blocked Fang Lang and pushed him upstairs. The guards around also took out their guns, looking as if they were facing a great enemy. Two Germans who were about to take action accidentally saw this scene. They looked at each other and then lay on the ground directly, no longer looking around, but they always had one hand hidden near their abdomen. Seeing this, Fang Lang didn't understand what was going on. It seems that these two guys are going to attack the French occupation forces in the hotel from behind. But now they are frightened by the defensive actions of their guards and dare not act rashly. However, Fang Lang feels that with the combat effectiveness of the French army in the hotel, there is no need to attack them from behind. It is also difficult for them to have any great impact on the battle outside. However, this passive situation is not what Fang Lang wants. Arrange 4 people to guard the lobby and focus on guarding against possible enemies in the hotel. Fang Lang winked at Zhuang Zinshan, indicating that he should focus on the two Germans lying on the ground. He said again, "Didn't you tell me last time that there are 2 snipers in your team with good marksmanship? Arrange them to go upstairs and remotely support Colonel Chatham. Help them get rid of those more dangerous enemies." Although the combat effectiveness of the French army in the hotel is not good, it is so close to the headquarters of the occupation forces. Soldiers should be able to support Colonel Chatham soon. Fang Lang looked at the situation of the guards around him. In the end, they gave up the idea of rushing out to help. After all, their own people were now wearing civilian clothes. If they rushed out, they might be accidentally injured by the French army. It would be hard to say at that time. However, long-range sniper firepower could still help. "Yes, boss." Zhuang Zinshan took the order and signaled 2 of his men to leave and execute the order. Fang Lang looked at the 2 Germans lying on the ground again, thought for a while and said, "If it's over later, arrange for someone to keep an eye on these 2 guys." Zhuang Zinshan nodded to show that he understood. Fang Lang walked up the stairs under the protection of Kikingshan. The soldiers were worried about whether there were other enemies in the hotel, so they moved forward very carefully. There were soldiers on guard in front and behind, and they even forced back several residents who were about to come out to check the situation. But Fang Lang didn't care. After all, this place is now the focus of protection for the French. The possibility that there are many enemies hiding in the hotel should be small. The 2 Germans in the lobby probably can't come up, so they can only look for opportunities in the lobby. However, if you want to attack the French from behind, it is more convenient to do so in the lobby. Fang Lang returned to the hotel room and hid behind the wall, observing the situation outside through the gap in the curtains. He saw that on the road more than 200 meters away from the hotel, there were 2 trucks in front and behind, blocking the 4 French jeeps on the road. The first jeep had already crashed into the truck and was smoking. The doors of the jeep behind were open, and some soldiers in French uniforms were lying or squatting on both sides. There were more than 10 bodies lying on the ground. Fang Lang did not see the figure of Colonel Chatham. Has anyone seen Colonel Chatham? Boss, I didn't see Colonel Chatham, but I feel that the attackers should be withdrawing. Do we need to go down to confirm the situation? Zhuang Xinshan was observing from behind the curtain on the other side. We are just guests. Don't take over the show and cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Fang Lang said as he took out a telescope and observed outside. But, boss, if something happens to Colonel Chatham, will our actions be affected? Kikingshan obviously understood that Fang Lang's actions in Stuttgart now needed the support of Colonel Chatham. There will definitely be an impact, but we can't help now. Unless the French authorize us, we can't take the initiative to participate. Fang Lang was also helpless. Everything was going well, and step by step. Who would have thought that Colonel Chatham, who came to find him, would be attacked as soon as he walked out of the hotel? Now Fang Lang hoped that the French would not include him as a target of suspicion. Boss, the French reinforcement have arrived. Kikingshan was the first to discover the arrival of the reinforcement. I saw that the occupation army headquarters was so close to the attack site, and the French army's reaction was a bit slow. It's been 7 or 8 minutes since the reinforcement arrived at the scene. If it's later, they don't have to come. Looking at the battle downstairs, Fang Lang couldn't help but start to comment. Suddenly a signal light exploded in the sky. Fang Lang quickly turned the telescope in the direction to find the location of the flare. Zhuang Xinshan's voice came to my ears. Boss, the attackers have begun to evacuate. Their actions are very resolute. No wonder they have been fighting for so long. There are not many of them. Now there are only 4 people who can evacuate. Fang Lang did not continue to watch the battle below, but became a little worried because he found that the signal light was actually launched from the roof of the hotel. Leaning against the wall, Fang Lang's heart could not help but start to murmur. The planner of the attacker actually lives in the hotel. It seems that this hotel is not safe. Xinshan, the signal flare was launched from the roof of the hotel. Arrange 2 soldiers to go up and see if they can block the commander. It seems that the hotel is not safe. We don't have many people and we have to be more cautious now. Yes, boss, I'll go and see it myself. Then you be careful. Control the suspicious ones first and don't let the suspects slip through the net. I don't want to live with these rebels. Understood. Zhuang Xinshan rushed out of the room without looking back. Boss, I saw Colonel Chatham. He is under the second to last jeep. Kikingshan's words suddenly rang in his ears. Hearing this, Fang Lang raised his telescope again and looked at the scene. Sure enough, he saw a figure crawling out from under the second to last jeep. Although he looked a little embarrassed, but it was still possible to tell that this person was indeed Colonel Chatham. After crawling out, Colonel Chatham lay on the ground and did not stand up. He pressed his left arm with his right hand holding the gun. It seems that he was injured. Fortunately, he did not die directly. Fang Lang didn't care whether the other party was cowardly or afraid of death. He just simply didn't want to re-establish contact with a new commander of the occupying forces. The French troops in the hotel also touched up. But this is also cautious enough. The enemy has already evacuated, so they dared to rush out of the hotel. Hearing Kikingshan's ridicule, Fang Lang smiled and said, "It's good that they don't surrender. Do you still expect them to rush up without fear of death? The requirements are a bit high." Everyone in the room laughed. It seems that everyone is very familiar with the joke that the French like to surrender. Finally, the gunfire outside stopped. Fang Lang noticed that the French soldiers had begun to chase the attackers in the direction of retreat. However, Fang Lang estimated that they would not gain much. After all, there were only 4 surviving attackers. It would be difficult to be discovered if they fled in a small alley. He saw that several French soldiers had walked to Colonel Chatham and surrounded him. Colonel Chatham stood up with the help of the soldiers. Seeing this, Fang Lang was relieved. At least he didn't have to worry about changing partners. Boss, should we go down and take a look? Kikingshan looked at Fang Lang and said. Fang Lang shook his head and said, everyone's nerves are very tense now. Our people have guns. Don't go over and cause unnecessary trouble. But we must keep a close eye on the 2 suspicious targets found in the lobby. See if we can find their lair. Let's wait and see if Zinshan can find the person who fired the flare on the top floor. Fang Lang, who was originally thinking about whether to go out and find some outstanding talents, was not in the mood at this time. It seems that the security situation in Stuttgart is not as good as imagined. If I go out and get surrounded by people like this, I will probably be in trouble. After all, I don't have any French reinforcement. And even if the French can send reinforcement to rescue me, Fang Lang doesn't believe in the efficiency of the French. Maybe it's just like Hong Kong and Taiwan movies, where the police appear at the end to clean up the mess. But today's attack made Fang Lang a little strange. This is an attack with a clear target, probably aimed at Colonel Chatham. But Chatham came to the hotel to find me today, which was obviously a temporary arrangement. I didn't receive any notification. How did the enemy know? Could it be that there is a traitor in the French army? But why didn't the other party attack when Colonel Chatham and his men came out, but when they were going back? Fang Lang began to analyze this matter in his heart. He didn't want to help Colonel Chatham find the murderer, although he thought he was a friend of Colonel Chatham. But now Stuttgart is the territory of the French, and no one asked you for help. Why are you trying to act so high and mighty? He just doesn't want to be used as a pawn by others. Chapter 180 Help. Sitting in the hotel room, Fang Lang unconsciously lit a cigar. I don't know when it started. Fang Lang, who used to smoke, has gradually become a cigarette addict. Especially when he needs to use his brain to concentrate on thinking about something. I don't know how long it has been. Zhuang Zinshan, who went to the top floor to look for the suspect who fired the flare, came back. Boss, I didn't see anyone on the roof. However, I met 3 people coming down from upstairs on the stairs, but I'm not sure if there will be someone sending a signal among them. I can only bring them all down. Glancing at Zhuang Zinshan, Fang Lang waved his hand indifferently and said, it's okay, we don't need to know who sent the signal. This is a problem that the French should be concerned about. When the time comes, just call a Frenchman together for these people. Boss, should we investigate who sent the signal first? Seeing Fang Lang looking at him puzzledly, Zhuang Zinshan hurriedly explained, I'm mainly worried that these people have accomplices in the hotel. It would be fine if we didn't get involved at all, but now we have caught the person who sent the signal. If someone wants to retaliate at that time, will it affect your safety? Putting the cigar on the ashtray, Fang Lang thought for a while and said, what you said makes sense, then this matter will be left to you to investigate. However, we have no law enforcement power here, and we must pay attention to the way and method of doing things. Don't give people the handle, understand? After hearing what Fang Lang said, Zhuang Zinshan was a little troubled. He was a soldier, and he had no problem organizing an attack and formulating a battle plan. But, now asking him to solve the case, wouldn't that be difficult for him? Boss, I don't have any experience in this area. Why don't we just hand it over to the French? Fang Lang looked at Zhuang Zinshan with a smile and said, what experience do you need? You have already caught a few people. You can smell the smell of gunpowder on the hands of a few people. Signal flares are not ordinary pistols, and they will definitely leave a lot of smell. If they have washed their hands, they can go upstairs to find traces left by the person who sent the signal. For example, footprints or something. You can also interrogate a few people to see who was the most suspicious at that time. Is there an alibi or something like that? Alas, there are many ideas for this investigation. You can't understand it completely. If it doesn't work, just hand it over to the French to investigate. We just need to be careful. There shouldn't be many rebels in this hotel. Zhuang Zinshan, who was originally a little worried, brightened up after hearing Fang Lang's words. I see, boss. Then I'll go check it out now to see if I can find the suspect. Fang Lang didn't expect that Zhuang Zinshan would be interested in these things, and he didn't know if he wanted to be a detective. But Fang Lang didn't mind that his people were versatile. Zhuang Zinshan came back soon. Boss, you are right. There was a very obvious smell of gunpowder on one of the men's hands. It must be the signal sent by this bastard. Unexpectedly, the matter would be so simple. Fang Lang just said it casually, and he solved the case directly. Even Fang Lang himself couldn't believe it. When did he have the potential to be a detective? He smiled and shook his head, and said to Zhuang Zinshan, "Okay, send these people to Colonel Chatham together. We shouldn't get involved too much in what happens next. We don't know if there is any hidden secret in it. Don't get into trouble in the end." Hand all 3 to them? I have already released the other 2. Are you worried that they are in the same group? Are you sure they are not in the same group? No. That's it. Don't you have the information about those 2 people? Are they hotel residents or someone else? I registered their basic information, and they all said they were hotel residents. Then report all these situations to the French together. Did our snipers help? Yes, boss. They sniped and killed 3 rebels. That's good. Remember to take the initiative to tell Colonel Chatham about this credit. We still have to leave our names for good deeds. Understand? Yes, sir. Watching Zhuang Zinshan turn and leave, Fang Lang shook his head helplessly. It seems that everyone around him needs to learn a lot. The brain has already started to grow muscles. This won't do. It will be too tiring. Colonel Chatham was not in the same good mood as Fang Lang at this time. You idiots. The enemy has already come to the door of our headquarters to attack me, and you don't know anything about the enemy's situation. From now on, the whole city is under martial law. You must find these bastards for me. I want to hang them. Colonel Chatham was furious. While sitting in the car and the military doctor treated the wound on his arm, the subordinates around him were silent and dared not speak. They also felt ashamed. Being blocked by the enemy at the door and trying to kill their superiors, this kind of thing is unacceptable to anyone. Yes, sir. Our people have already tracked those guys. Also, how did they know my whereabouts? My itinerary today was arranged temporarily and no one knew about it. Why did they ambush me here? Find out the reason for me. Colonel Chatham had been through the war years and had his own experience of such ambushes and attacks. He pointed out the abnormal part directly. Sir, could it be that the party you are meeting with leaked your whereabouts? Chatham must have had doubts about this situation, but he ruled it out after thinking about it. Because even Fang Lang didn't know that he would suddenly go to him today. Moreover, he was very important to Fang Lang, and there was no reason for him to launch such an attack. If the personnel had been transferred away, and they didn't want to pay him, and launched such an attack, Chatham could still understand. Now the cooperation has just entered the preparation stage, and it is impossible for everyone to turn against each other at this time. As for Fang Lang's few people, he didn't believe that he had the ability to launch so many people to attack him. The most important thing is that Fang Lang has many people of color under his command, and the people who attacked him were indeed white, so they must be Germans. But who they are specifically, we need to slowly investigate to find out. It can't be this. I haven't notified the other party at all. I'm going to meet him today. The subordinates around him didn't have any clues, and they could only look at each other. One guy said, whether intentionally or unintentionally, "Sir, could it be that someone in our group accidentally leaked your whereabouts?" All the people around looked at the officer with unfriendly eyes. They all cursed in their hearts. There were so many people here, but no one could think of it. You are the smartest one, knowing that it might be one of our own people who leaked the secret. How could everyone not know such a simple truth? But everyone is suspected in this matter. Who would be stupid enough to point it out? Colonel Chatham was also very clear in his heart that this possibility was very high, but he could not say it himself, which would chill the hearts of his subordinates. But now that someone has taken the initiative to bring it up, he can just arrange for someone to investigate. The possibility you mentioned cannot be ruled out, although I believe in our people. However, in order to prove everyone's innocence, I will arrange for someone to investigate. What does it mean to prove everyone's innocence? After all, it's not that I also suspect that there are problems with the internal personnel. But this is the commander's right, and they can't say much. They can only agree and agree. Soon the scene was cleaned up. The bodies of both sides have been gathered and are ready to be loaded into the car and taken back for inspection. At this time, a soldier came to report that it was a friend of Colonel Chatham who caught the guy who fired the flare on the roof in the hotel. Chatham immediately recognized that the person escorting him was Fang Lang's guard platoon leader. "Hello, sir. I'm Zhuang Xinshan, a lieutenant of the Brazilian Navy. I have been ordered to escort the suspect of the attack to report to you." "Thank you, Lieutenant Zhuang. Do you mean that this person is the suspect you just found who attacked my convoy?" Zhuang Xinshan quickly explained to Colonel Chatham in detail the measures Fang Lang took after the attack. "You mean this guy is the one who fired the signal flare to notify the enemy to retreat?" "Yes, sir. We blocked him on the stairs. When we went up to the top floor, there was still the smell of gunpowder on his hands after firing the signal gun. So, we arrested him directly. At this time, an officer next to him said in a dissatisfied tone, "Why didn't you immediately arrange for people to come out to rescue after you knew that our commander was attacked?" Report to the commander. "At that time, there were French soldiers shooting outside the door of the hotel. We were worried that our rash joining in the battle would cause unnecessary misunderstandings. However, we arranged snipers to assist you upstairs to kill 3 attackers." Colonel Chatham glanced at the officer who spoke with dissatisfaction. He understood Zhuang Xinshan's explanation very well. If the other party really rushed out, he would really be a little unsure whether the other party came to save him or to kill him. "I understand. Please go back and express my gratitude to Fang. I will personally thank him after I finish the things at hand. By the way, please remind him that we will impose martial law in Stuttgart in the next 2 days. It is recommended that he should not go out." Zhuang Xinshan heard that there would be martial law, which would be very detrimental to their recruitment work. However, if someone else was attacked and wanted to catch the murderer, martial law was the right of others, and they could not make any objection. "Yes, sir. I will tell our commander what you said." After speaking, he saluted and turned away. Colonel Chatham pointed to the adjutant beside him and said, "Interrogate this bastard immediately. This is the only attacker who has been captured alive so far. You must pry open his mouth. I want to know who attacked me." The French officers around did not expect that the first person to catch the attacker was not one of their own. This made them feel very embarrassed. They secretly made up their minds to seize the time and dig out all the rebels who attacked their commander. "Yes, sir." Chapter 181 Invited. Because of a sudden attack on the French army, Stuttgart was put under a citywide curfew. Fang Lang's recruitment operation came to a halt. Fang Lang originally thought that this would have a negative impact on recruitment, but the facts were completely different from what Fang Lang expected. The French curfew did not bring any adverse effects to Fang Lang's plan. Instead, it made all German business owners more eager to reach a cooperation agreement with Fang Lang as soon as possible. At first, Fang Lang was puzzled when he received a call from Mayor Jonas. It was not until he heard the discussion of several people at the next table while having dinner at the hotel that he understood what was going on. It turned out that the French army took advantage of the curfew to exploit all business owners again. If they could not satisfy the French army, they might become suspects of the resistance. Business owners could only spend money to avoid disaster. This further aggravated the pessimistic view of German business owners on the future of Germany. Those who were still hesitant began to actively join the plan. As soon as the curfew was lifted, Mayor Jonas invited Fang Lang to the city hall to meet with representatives of various entrepreneurs. In 2 days, Fang Lang signed joint venture agreements with more than 40 factories. These factories include Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, Bosch, ZF, Continental Tire and other famous enterprises in later generations. All the spare parts suppliers needed for automobile production were directly caught. Looking at the thick stack of cooperation agreements in his hand, Fang Lang did not have too much joyful expression, but was a little cautious. The reason is very simple. When these agreements were actually signed, Fang Lang found a big problem. The investment scale of this project is too large. If he plans to continue to negotiate with the Germans about machine tool manufacturing companies, more funds will be needed. This made him start to worry about his capital chain for the first time. If he continues to invest so unrestrainedly, there is a high possibility that the capital chain will be broken. Then all his efforts will be in vain. This is absolutely unacceptable to him. Fortunately, after the agreement is signed, he does not have to invest all the funds at once. There is still time to find a solution. Shortly after Fang Lang signed the agreement, a telegram from Brazil disrupted Fang Lang's plan to continue discussing the introduction of the machine tool industry with Mayor Jonas. "Boss, this is an urgent telegram from China." Kikingshan rushed to take a telegram and knocked on Fang Lang's door. Fang Lang took the telegram and looked at it. "It seems that our General Dutra is the real winner." Kikingshan must have read the content of the telegram. After all, it was not something that needed to be kept secret. "Boss, General Dutra came to power through a military coup. Why did he still participate in democratic elections? He has the support of our army. Why bother about the opinions of those political parties? Isn't he afraid of losing the election? After all, former President Mr. Vargas has a huge influence in the political arena." What nonsense. When did General Dutra launch a military coup? The reason why Brazil imposed martial law was to cut off the riots of Japanese mobs in Brazil. Our Brazilian army only suppressed the Brazilian mob's attack on the presidential palace. There is no military coup. Fang Lang stared at Kikingshan fiercely. Kikingshan knew that he had made a mistake and apologized repeatedly. "Yes, the boss is teaching me that I made a slip of the tongue. What I mean is that General Dutra never said that he would run for the presidential election. How could he be sure that he would win in such a short time? Aren't you afraid that it would be a waste of time?" Fang Lang was quite surprised that Kikingshan took the initiative to ask such a question. After all, this involves the political struggle of the upper echelons of the country. I didn't expect Kikingshan to care about this. "Why? Are you interested in becoming a politician?" No, I'm just curious. General Dutra doesn't belong to that political party. Why was he able to defeat his competitors and be elected president? If we know the reason behind this, the boss will have a chance to become president in the future. If someone else said this in front of Fang Lang would have to investigate whether this guy had any bad intentions. The president of Brazil is not a good position. If you don't do it well, you will lose your head. And once you become president, you will be put under a magnifying glass and carefully observed. If you are not careful, you will end up in disgrace. The political atmosphere of corruption in Brazil determines that any head of government, whether willingly or not, will inevitably be stained with corruption and bribery. As far as Fang Lang knows, even in the future Brazilian presidents are often impeached for corruption and bribery. This is a high-risk position. For Fang Lang, it is better to hide aside and make a fortune than to be a glamorous president for a while. "I have no interest in this presidential position. Being a president in Brazil is far less comfortable than being a general in the military. But I know some of the questions you asked, but we can only talk about it in private. You can't talk about it everywhere." Kikingshan is Fang Lang's childhood friend after all. Talking to him about some things can indeed increase his knowledge. Broadening his horizons will help him see the overall situation when doing things in the future, which will be more beneficial to him. "Please rest assured, boss. I just have some doubts and want to find you to solve them. I will never spread them around without knowing the importance of the matter. Do you understand the political situation in Brazil? Or do you know how many political parties there are in Brazil?" Since he wanted to broaden Kikingshan's horizons, Fang Lang decided to tell him about the current situation in Brazil. In fact, this is also because Fang Lang combined the knowledge he learned in the future to have this understanding. With the elite education policy implemented in Europe, the United States and Brazil, this knowledge is actually some knowledge that only the elite class can master and cannot be spread. It is difficult for the lower class people to have the opportunity to come into contact with this knowledge and have the ability to analyze it. I know there are the Social Democratic Party, the National Alliance, and President Vargas has established a Labour Party. Then do you know whose interests they represent? This question really stumped Kikingshan, who was born as a soldier. The Brazilian Social Democratic Party is a political group mainly represented by large landowners and large estate owners. Their main members are the high-income groups in Brazil today. At the same time, they are also the largest vested interest group in Brazil. Agriculture, forestry and animal husbandry are their main bases. The most powerful among them is the coffee industry consortium. Almost all presidents before President Vargas were appointed by them. Generally speaking, they are now a centrist party, more pragmatic, with a certain bourgeois color, but they do not refuse to get close to the Soviet Union. The National Alliance is a party that emerged after the rise of capitalism. They mainly represent the interests of the bourgeoisie. Most of them are a group of elites who have received modern education in Europe and the United States and advocate European and American liberal democratic ideas. They are also the most pro-American party in China. Finally, there is the Labour Party founded by President Vargas. The establishment of the Labour Party has certain special features. It is an attempt by President Vargas to move from dictatorship to democracy. His party ideology was influenced by the Soviet Union and the Nazi dictatorship ideology. It is a hodgepodge of ideas. They value state-owned natural resources. Several state-owned companies in Brazil were established under his hands, such as the current Vale. But they are different from the Soviet Union. They are not a political party representing the interests of the workers and peasants. But they are very smart and have learned a lot of practical skills from the Soviets. For example, they will take the initiative to propose a need to increase workers' wages, reduce working hours, and establish trade unions. Unfortunately, these are just their means, not their goals. However, they have a great influence on the workers and peasants through this means. If the Labour Party had not been established for too short a time, Mr. Vargas could have easily been elected president without manipulating the election. Maybe Mr. Vargas will be re-elected in the next presidential election. After hearing Fang Lang's analysis of the three political parties in Brazil, Kikingshan immediately had a clear understanding of the domestic political environment. It was like seeing the light through the clouds. It was no longer like before, confused and not knowing what was going on. He didn't care about Fang Lang's judgment that Vargas would be re-elected as president. Whoever was president had little to do with him. What he didn't know was that Fang Lang actually revealed the future history to him. Because 5 years later, in 1950, Vargas would indeed be elected as the new president with an absolute advantage in votes. Then why was General Dutra elected in this presidential election? Kikingshan already knew about the party situation in Brazil, but he still didn't understand why a military general was elected as the new president. Fang Lang smiled and looked at Kikingshan and said, because the presidential candidates of the Social Democratic Party and the National Alliance are both General Dutra. Ah, I understand. President Vargas's manipulation of the election caused dissatisfaction with the Social Democratic Party and the National Alliance. So, the two parties simply united. No wonder General Dutra came to form a military government. It turns out that they had already. Finally, Kikingshan, who had solved his doubts, was shocked. I didn't expect that ordinary people would see in the newspapers every day that the Japanese mobs were expelled, the mobs controlled the presidential palace, and the president was injured. These were all false. It turned out that the black hands behind the scenes were the Social Democratic Party and the National Alliance. They united to support the military representative General Dutra's counterattack against President Vargas's manipulation of the election. The result was obviously that the three major parties were both injured, and the biggest beneficiary became the military representative General Dutra. Then General Dutra invites you to attend his inauguration ceremony. Are you going? Fang Lang rolled his eyes at Kikingshan and said, aren't you talking nonsense? I'm a naval colonel. I didn't even attend the president's inauguration ceremony. What do you want to say? Are you dissatisfied with him being the president? But our affairs in Germany are at a critical moment. If you leave at this time, won't we be leaderless? Do I need to be personally involved in everything? I have already done all the main work in the early stage. You can stay and communicate with Mayor Jonas and Colonel Chatham. You must be personally responsible for the actions of Mr. Bowman and Mr. Folger. There must be no mistakes. Do you understand? Yes, boss. Monitor Leo and Paul. If there is any new situation, you must inform me as soon as possible. Don't act on your own. Do you understand? Yes, boss. Chapter 180 to the Resistance. 3 days have passed since Colonel Chatham, the commander of the French occupation forces, was attacked. In a factory on the outskirts of Stuttgart that was obviously abandoned due to bombing, some messy footprints appeared on the white snow, causing the wild dogs that had been looking for food nearby to hide. In a dilapidated factory building in the factory, more than a dozen men with somewhat nervous expressions were vigilantly looking out the window through the leaky windows. The leader was a middle-aged man with a missing little finger on his left hand. Unlike the nervous men around him, this man seemed very calm, as if he was by the stove in his own home, leisurely lighting a pile of debris and stretching his frozen and blue hands over the flames to bake them back and forth. The men around him looked around with vigilance, and their eyes occasionally glanced at the fire in the middle. What was revealed in his eyes was indeed not desire, but worry. Okay, don't be so nervous. It's just a small fire. It won't attract the French. Arrange one person to be on guard around, and let's all come and warm ourselves by the fire. This damn weather is too cold, the middle-aged man said impatiently. Sir, why did Command Leon ask us to come here? A slightly older man asked the middle-aged man, while continuing to observe the situation outside without being moved. After hearing the man's question, the middle-aged man said dissatisfiedly, "You ask me, who should I ask? These Gestapo do things in a evasive way, not at all straightforward." The man waved his hands repeatedly and said, "Sir, do you think we have found something?" The middle-aged man's eyes flashed, and he said to the people around him with a playful expression, "He is responsible for hiding the things. Isn't it easy to find them?" The people around him began to show slightly excited expressions, as if their nervousness was relieved. "Now you should think about whether he will swallow this batch of things. Sir, isn't this used as military expenses for our resistance? If he dares to swallow it, we will kill him." Hearing this, the middle-aged man revealed a disdainful smile. These idiots have not figured out the situation yet, and they still think that Germany still has a chance to make a comeback. But it's good that way. If it weren't for these naive guys, how could he have the opportunity to come into contact with such a large fortune? Although he looked down on these idiots under his subordinates, he was very wary of this Gestapo named Leon, because he knew what a terrible guy he was. What he couldn't understand the most was why this guy was willing to take out this batch of wealth and use it as military expenses for the resistance. Leon is a clear-headed and cruel guy. Is he really so loyal to the Führer? This is really hard for him to believe. Seeing that the middle-aged man didn't speak, the people around him didn't ask any more questions with different expressions. He continued to observe the surrounding environment silently, but the mood that was very nervous just now eased a little. It was unknown how long it had been. Just when these people were getting impatient, one of them saw two dark figures approaching the hiding place from afar. "Sir, two people are coming. They look like Sir Leon." The middle-aged man heard the report and quickly stood up, holding up the telescope and looking at the two figures on the snow. Both of them were wrapped tightly and could not see their appearance clearly. However, from the way one of them walked, he still recognized the other person. "They are coming. You continue to observe the surrounding situation and pay attention to whether there is a tail behind them. I will go to greet them." After saying that, he handed the telescope to the person next to him, put on gloves and a scarf, walked out of the hiding place, and went to meet the two people opposite. Seeing the smoke coming out of the house in the distance, one of the two people frowned and looked around with some dissatisfaction when slowly approaching the dilapidated factory. Seeing that there was nothing unusual around, he continued to move forward. The two people walked forward in the snow, wrapped very tightly, and their identities could not be seen at all. "Sir," a man came out from inside. Both of them saw a man coming out of the house. Hearing the report from his subordinates, the other man just snorted coldly and didn't say much. Instead, he continued to walk forward. Soon, the two sides met at a collapsed brick wall in the factory area. The man who came out of the factory area gave an artsy salute and said, "Sir Leon, former Major Sabio Robin of the 2nd Battalion of the SS Führer Guard reports to you." The two people on the other side also gave an artsy salute. "Major Robin, we meet again. Let's talk inside. It's too cold outside." Later, one of the two said. Soon, several people passed through the broken arms and ruins and entered the dilapidated house, where everyone was hiding. The two people who came in took off the scarves around their necks and the hats on their heads. They raised their right hands and saluted with everyone in the room. A uniform shout of "Hey, Hitler" rang out in the house. The two people who entered the house were Leo, Bormann's neighbor, and Leo's superior. This person's real name was obviously not Paul. "Sir, are we going to start the action?" Major Robin was a little impatient, and greed flashed in his eyes. Lian heard his question, but did not answer directly, but asked, "Major Robin, what is the order I gave you?" Obviously, he did not expect that Lieutenant Colonel Lian of the Gestapo would ask this question. He could not help but complain in his heart, "You really treat me as an onion. I'm from the SS, not your Gestapo. We are all working together temporarily, and you really want to give orders to me as a leader." But he certainly won't show it directly. After all, the other party promised to provide them with military expenses, but this money is not their own, so why are they so arrogant? "Sir, the order we received half a month ago was to hide and wait for your call. No matter how much you disagree with it in your heart, you still have to show enough respect on the surface. Otherwise, why would others provide you with military expenses? Then will you execute it according to the order?" Lian's tone was still unhurried, and no emotional fluctuations could be heard. But Leo, who was standing next to Lian, secretly took a step back. Leo had a clear understanding of his superior. Under the seemingly calm appearance at this moment, there was a volcano that could erupt at any time. Hearing Lian's question, Robin realized that he knew about his actions a few days ago. So he came to ask for punishment. "This commander, listen to me, we just happened to meet the commander of the other side going out. At that time was very rushed, and we didn't have time to inform you. But this opportunity is too rare, we can't give up. So, you don't think you are wrong, right?" Lian's tone became colder, and his fingers tapped his thigh unconsciously. This was a manifestation of his anger. "Sir, we are the resistance army, and there is certainly nothing wrong with attacking the big shots of the French." Robin continued to argue with his neck stiff. Lian tapped his thigh with his hand, and slapped the face of the fool in front of him who didn't know the severity of the situation. "Pa!" The sound was loud, causing the people around to tremble. He stood there in a proper manner, and dared not move. "You still know that you are a rebel. Now the French are under martial law, and searching for your whereabouts. You dare to light a fire here to keep warm. Don't you know that the smoke from your fire will attract other people's attention? Are you brave or stupid? Can't you tell it yourself?" Robin, who was slapped in the face, clenched his fist and wanted to hit the man in front of him in the face. Because he really didn't think he was wrong. The attack on Colonel Chatham was initiated by them. They had been hiding near the headquarters of the French occupation forces, and they had mastered the principle of darkness under the lamp. They didn't attract the attention of the French occupation forces at all. When the observer noticed that Chatham had just entered a nearby hotel, Robin knew that his chance had come. He made an impromptu decision to launch the attack without hesitation. The plan was also very simple and direct. They had made plans when they were hiding nearby and continued to improve them. Unlike what Fang Lang and Colonel Chatham expected, they didn't receive any advance information about the attack. Everything was decided at the last minute. Unfortunately, their firepower was not enough, and they failed to kill Colonel Chatham in the first place. And the people in the hotel, who were going to attack from behind, were also scared by Fang Lang's guards, and did not dare to do it. So the plan failed. But Stuttgart was their home ground. Although the assassination failed, they still calmly got rid of the pursuers. As for whether the fire would attract the French occupation forces, he felt that there was no need to worry at all. In such cold weather, many people lit fires to keep warm, and many homeless Germans also needed to burn fires to keep warm. He didn't think he was wrong. Robin was very angry after being slapped. However, he now knew that now was not the time to resist. After all, the other party had something he wanted. So he decided to endure it, and squeezed out a few words from his teeth. "I'm sorry, sir." Lian could see Robin's dissatisfaction. After all, the other party and he were not of the same mind. The other party was a SS combat unit, and he was the Gestapo, belonging to the intelligence department. I also hope to expand the size of the resistance army, so I took the initiative to find the other party and said that I could provide military funds for the other party. In fact, in Lian's heart, he admired Robin's spirit of persisting in fighting in such a difficult environment. Unfortunately, it seems that the other party does not know how to fight behind enemy lines, and what is the difference from before? There is no vigilance that a guerrilla behind enemy lines should have. Instead, He thinks that this is on his own territory, and he is so arrogant that he despises the enemy. This is very dangerous. If he is not careful, he will be caught by the French and the whole army will be wiped out. Looking at the soldiers around him who were watching him, Leon knew that he could not blame these soldiers who were still fighting too much. After all, these people are his own people, and it is impossible to treat them like enemies. What's more, they did just launch a very deterrent attack, and suffered certain casualties. If he completely denies the other party's achievements, the enthusiasm of the soldiers may be seriously hit. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 New President. Although he thought Robin was a bit stupid, since they were all in the same camp, Leon decided not to make the relationship too stiff, and could only suppress his dissatisfaction. Major Robin, I ordered you to stay in hiding, so that we can further strengthen our strength, and deal a greater blow to the enemy, after we take out the military funds. If the French catch your tail in the attack you launch this time, it will not only cause losses to your team. The more serious consequence may be that the French will find the treasure left by the head of state. We all know that the Allies are now looking for these treasures. If, because of you, these treasures fall into the hands of the French, can you forgive yourself? No matter how angry Major Robin was, he couldn't vent it at this moment. However, he would never let it go for the slap in the face by the Gestapo in front of his subordinates. At this moment, in his heart, he had already begun to plan how to retaliate against Lieutenant Colonel Leon. However, before he got the wealth left by the head of state, he had to learn to be patient. I'm sorry, sir. Seeing Major Robin admit his mistake again, Leon looked around at everyone and said, please help me these few days. I have found the things. However, we need to make a perfect transfer plan. So, please wait patiently for a few more days. Major Robin, the purpose of my meeting with you this time is that I hope you can get at least 5 trucks and organize a team to protect this batch of wealth throughout the journey to a safe place and exchange it for the money and weapons we need. Seeing Leon finally get to the point, Robin was delighted. Isn't it just to control this batch of wealth that he endured? Originally, he thought that the other party would take out the wealth bit by bit as military expenses and give it to them. Unexpectedly, the other party actually wanted to transfer this batch of wealth. This is a godsend opportunity. With a serious face, he said, yes, sir, let me handle the vehicle matter. I don't know where the safe place you are talking about is. Do you need us to scout the route first? Leon heard what Robin said, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. How could he tell you such a confidential matter? Could this kid have any other ideas? As a Gestapo, he was very sensitive to such things. He carefully looked at the guy with a slap mark on his face, who was looking at him with a calm expression. Leon felt that he should have thought too much. If this guy really wanted to take these riches, he should not have launched this attack, because this would obviously increase the risk of exposure. These guys who only know how to fight, their brains are full of muscles, and they may be worried about safety on the road. No need, I have confirmed that the route and destination are safe. You just need to organize a reliable escort team. I will notify you of the specific departure time separately. Understood, sir. At that time, I will personally lead the team to be responsible for the escort to ensure that everything is foolproof. I wonder how many people you think we should arrange for the escort. In fact, Robin's purpose is very simple, just to see if he can test out how many things there are. Since this matter needed to be handed over to Robin, Leon didn't think much and said directly, you decide the number of people yourself, no more than 20 people, but you must ensure that they are absolutely reliable. Okay, sir. Then I will prepare it immediately and wait for your notice at any time. Will the next assembly point be placed here? When Leon heard this, he actually wanted to put the assembly point here again. How big a heart is this? No, this place can't be used anymore. Wait for my notice for the next assembly point. That's it for today. I'll withdraw first. You clean up all the traces here. After saying that, he took Leo and put on his hat and scarf again. He left the abandoned factory from another direction. What he didn't notice was that there was a white figure wearing a white camouflage suit from the direction he came from. He observed from a distance in the direction they came from, looking towards the factory where they met. After seeing the two people come out, he hid in the forest again. Robin and others in the abandoned factory also came out, after extinguishing the fire with snow. Following the way they came, they disappeared into the dilapidated factory. After they all walked away, a figure followed silently behind a collapsed wall. Brazil, Presidential Palace in Rio de Janeiro. Mr. President, I'm honored to receive your invitation to attend your inauguration ceremony. Fang Lang has been back in Brazil for 2 days. He stayed in Natal for 2 days to deal with some backlog of official business. He hurried to Rio de Janeiro and didn't even have time to see the completed bank building and textile factory. The new President Dutra invited Fang Lang to meet at the presidential palace as soon as he heard that Fang Lang came to Rio de Janeiro. Fang Lang naturally didn't dare to neglect it. Haha. Fang, we are friends. I'm also very happy that you can appear at the most important moment of my life. This is the first time Fang Lang has come to the presidential palace in Brazil, although he participated in the last attack on the presidential palace. But he did not participate in the action of the presidential palace. When he came to the presidential palace today, he found that there were no traces of fighting. But Fang Lang also knew that this place should be soaked in the blood of the Japanese. When Fang Lang walked into the presidential palace, he felt not a bit scared, but felt that the plants here were particularly green. The air could smell the fragrance of plants, which made every cell in his body excited. At this time, Dutra had taken off his military uniform and put on a suit, but his military temperament was still strong. The radiant President Dutra looked at the young colonel who was saluting him in front of him with admiration in his eyes. He took the initiative to shake hands with Fang Lang and gave him a big hug. Fang Lang did not expect the new president to be so enthusiastic and hurriedly hugged the president. Fang, you did a great job. I heard from General Leader of the Naval Logistics Department that your artillery factory invited American artillery experts to take charge of management. The factory has been completed 2 days ago and is ready for trial production of artillery. This is really fast. Fang Lang also knew this news, and he also instructed Mr. Bull of the artillery factory to first imitate an American M201 105mm howitzer and give it to the president as a gift for his inauguration. As a former army general, the president's love for artillery is unquestionable. It is not appropriate to use the artillery produced in his own country as a gift for the inauguration ceremony. Mr. President, you are flattered. The artillery factory was built with your support. Every success achieved is inseparable from your selfless help. I believe that, now that you are elected president, our artillery factory will develop more rapidly. Haha. Fang, I really like you more and more. I heard that you have gained a lot in the United States this time. What's the situation with that radio and television station? After all, as a president, he really pays attention to the media industry. But this is no wonder. Traditional media such as newspapers have been like snakes and scorpions in the eyes of Brazilian politicians. They wish they could all be locked up in cages. If President Vargas had not relaxed the control of news publications, Fang Lang would not have been able to enter the media industry. I discovered this TV station when I was inspecting a cannon factory in the United States. Americans have a TV in their hotel rooms where they can watch news and TV programs. I thought this was a good thing. How could we not have one in Brazil? So I hired a professional in the United States to help us build our own radio and TV station in Brazil. Fang Lang downplayed the political role of TV as much as possible. Although President Dutra was a politician who was greatly influenced by American ideas, power could easily change a person. He didn't dare to bet on how President Dutra would view his TV station. Haha. Well done. I watched TV when I was studying in the United States, but at that time I didn't think of introducing TV to Brazil to enrich the spiritual life of the Brazilian people. Your idea is very good, and I will fully support it. If there is anything you need my help with, just tell me directly. Hearing that the president actually offered to help Fang Lang certainly wouldn't be polite. He said directly, Mr. President, this matter does require some of your help. The signal of the TV station needs to be transmitted on a specific signal channel just like the radio. Our TV station is still under construction. I hope Mr. President can open a few signal channels for us at that time. Oh, is that so? This is a small problem. I will arrange it later. However, the programs broadcast by this TV station should be strictly controlled to avoid some inappropriate reports. Do you understand? Dutroux is indeed an excellent politician. He saw at a glance the important role of radio and television in information dissemination. This sentence also pointed out that the TV station should report some government affairs from a positive perspective. Fang Lang nodded repeatedly and said, "Mr. President, please rest assured. Whether in the past, present, or future, I'm your soldier. I absolutely firmly support your leadership." This can be regarded as a show of loyalty to Dutroux. President Dutroux was very happy when he heard this and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Haha. Fang, you are very good. I really didn't misjudge you." Among the many financial groups in Brazil, the one I admire most is your Fang Yuan group. Although you are a Chinese financial group, you have a strong sense of Brazilian nationalism. Whether it is steel, shipbuilding or military industrial groups, you have done very well, and I'm very satisfied. But you should also pay attention to the fact that there are already several old Brazilian families who have a lot of opinions about your family's grain and oil enterprises, which directly process and sell directly to Europe and the United States without going through them. Fang Lang was stunned by these words. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. It seems that he has been cultivating the foreign market and encroaching on the market share of the old domestic families, which makes these big families dissatisfied. Thank you for your reminder, Mr. President. I haven't paid attention to this aspect. Please help me to solve the specific situation, Mr. President. Seeing Fang Lang's sincere attitude, President Dutroux did not beat around the bush, but said directly, "We have many large landowners in the grain and soybean planting industries in Brazil. They jointly established a company called Nice Grain Import and Export Trading. Before the outbreak of the war, Brazil's grain and soybean exports were controlled by them. Their influence is spread across all major states in Brazil, and they are powerful. Politically, they are the largest funder of the Social Democratic Party. During the war, due to the intervention of the Americans, an American grain import and export company called Bunge extended its tentacles into Brazil. Therefore, they are competing with this American company in the past 2 years and have not taken your family's grain import and export company to heart. However, in recent times, the shipments of your family's grain and oil company have increased significantly, which has attracted the attention of this company. They may suppress your family's business, so you have to be careful." Chapter 184 Great Gift. Fang Lang had never heard of the Nice Grain Import and Export Trading Company, but Fang Lang was too familiar with the American Bunge. After all, how many people who were engaged in shipping in their previous lives had not come into contact with the world's 4 largest grain traders that controlled 80% of the world's grain lifeline? Bunge in the later generations was rooted in South America. It was the largest grain exporter in Brazil and the largest oilseed crop processor in the world. It was a modern enterprise with a complete agricultural industry chain and achieved diversification, integration, and globalization. As the oldest international grain trader, although its birthplace was Amsterdam, the Netherlands, it had already moved its headquarters to New York, the United States during this period. The political background of this company in the United States should not be underestimated. Of course, Fang Lang believed that this was also related to the American food strategy. Otherwise, why would 3 of the 4 major grain traders be in the United States? Food is the first necessity of the people. These companies control 80% of the world's food supply. If one day the United States said that a country should be cut off from food, many countries would not even have the opportunity to resist. This is also the reason why COFCO in the later generations will receive key support from the country, because no visionary national leader would be willing to let his country's food bag be in the hands of foreigners. It seems that the Nice company in Brazil should have been defeated by Bunge in the end. However, since Fang Lang came to Brazil, he certainly hoped that he would have a chance to participate. It would be great if he could replace Bunge. Is that so? Mr. President, I wonder if you can help me meet with the people from the Nice company? We Chinese people pay attention to making money through harmony when doing business. We are all Brazilians. There is no need to fight each other to the death when there is an invasion by foreign enemies, right? Compared with fighting, I prefer cooperation. I believe that Mr. President does not want to see domestic companies fighting to the death, giving outsiders an opportunity to take advantage of it. President Dutra looked at Fang Lang with surprise. He did not expect that the young naval colonel in front of him would be so non-aggressive. In President Dutra's impression, young people are generally more impulsive, which is what the Chinese call youthful vigor, but Fang Lang's performance was completely beyond Dutra's expectations. Fang, are you serious? These guys who were born into traditional aristocrats are not so easy to talk to. If you show a little weakness, they will bite you and not let go. Fang Lang felt that President Dutra was also full of hostility towards these old-fashioned aristocratic landowners. This made him understand why the American Bunch Company won and replaced Nice as the largest grain trader in South America. It seems that the relationship between the president and the Social Democratic Party that supported him to take office is not harmonious. But Fang Lang thought about it and understood it. After all, the Social Democratic Party belongs to the Conservative Party, and Dutra is a pro-American Democrat. It seems that President Dutra took the initiative to mention this matter to himself, not just to remind himself. Maybe he also wants me to take the initiative to touch this nice company. As for whether there is any deeper purpose, Fang Lang is not clear. But Fang Lang does not want to make enemies everywhere in Brazil. Dutra has only been president for 5 years. 5 years later, Vargas will be in power again. If he makes too many enemies at that time, he will inevitably be targeted. It's not that Fang Lang is timid and afraid of making enemies. If there really was someone who didn't know how to behave and wanted to be an enemy of Fang Lang, he wouldn't mind crushing the other person. But now the Chinese forces have just begun to infiltrate Brazil. If he makes enemies everywhere at this time, the Chinese will obviously be targeted. Fang Lang is not afraid of them. However, ordinary Chinese people obviously can't resist. Since President Dutra obviously doesn't want these big landlords to have an easy life, Fang Lang certainly can't continue to seek cooperation from President Dutra. If he can't establish a cooperative relationship with these big landlords directly, Fang Lang must also establish contact with other forces in Brazil. As for how to establish contact, Fang Lang already has an idea in his mind. Mr. President, what you said makes sense. We are soldiers, and we should show our toughness. I know what to do. After listening to Fang Lang's words, Dutra finally revealed a happy smile. Haha. Fang, you are right. We are soldiers, and we should show our toughness. However, we must also pay attention to the methods and don't do anything extreme to avoid causing unnecessary chaos. It seems that President Dutra has learned the necessary skills to be a president, and he began to want to be a whore and a saint. Yes, Mr. President. Since Mr. President is about to take office, I have brought a great gift this time to express my congratulations. I believe that Mr. President will definitely gain great prestige. Oh. Fang, tell me what kind of gift it is that can actually gain me great prestige. Reputation is sometimes more important to the president than interests. So when Dutra heard that Fang Lang had the opportunity to improve his reputation, his eyes really began to shine. After all, no matter what, everyone knows that Dutra's rise to power is not glorious. He also urgently needs to make some achievements to gain people's recognition. This time when I was inspecting military manufacturing in Germany, I reached a cooperation agreement on behalf of Fang Lang Group and Mercedes-Benz and Porsche in Germany. We will jointly build a complete automobile industry system in Brazil. This system will include everything from parts manufacturing to vehicle assembly. Once completed, it will be announced that we have a complete automobile manufacturing system in Brazil. And the automobile manufacturing capacity will reach the level of advanced European and American countries. No matter what this system is actually, of course, it is necessary to exaggerate it when reporting to Mr. President. This is the only way to highlight the greatness of this project. After hearing Fang Lang's words, President Dutra jumped up from the sofa with a whoosh. He looked at Fang Lang in disbelief and said, Fang, are you serious? Of course, Mr. President. I have even signed the agreement. Hearing Fang Lang's affirmative answer, President Dutra began to pace back and forth in the office unconsciously. From his red face, Fang Lang could see that he was very excited. Fang Lang smiled slightly and did not continue to speak, but waited for the president to consume this news. After a long while, President Dutra said, "Fang, are you interested in working in the Ministry of Commerce? How about I'll let you serve as the minister?" Obviously, President Dutra wanted Fang Lang to continue to do his job of attracting investment. Unfortunately, this was not what Fang Lang wanted. After shaking his head, Fang Lang made it clear, "Mr. President, I'm a soldier. I like leading troops to fight more than doing business." Hearing Fang Lang's clear refusal, Dutra did not get angry. Instead, he began to think about how to maximize the benefits of this matter. "Fang, where are you going to build the factory?" Fang Lang's mouth curled up slightly, and he said ambiguously, "Mr. President, I haven't thought it through yet. It depends on which cities have the best industrial base. And it depends on the attitude of the local government towards these enterprises. This has been made very clear, that is, to see which government can offer better conditions." What Fang Lang didn't say is that the Aston Martin factory he acquired in the UK has begun to look for a suitable place in Brazil to build a factory. But now, he wants to wait and see how much support the president will give to building a factory in Brazil. If the support is strong enough, his wholly owned factory will also take advantage of this ride. "Fang, don't worry, I will announce this good news to the state governments immediately, and I will definitely give these factories the best settlement conditions. You don't want to get rid of me with this little favor, right? You, the president, have to say this? Without going through you. If I go directly to the state governments to talk, I can easily get the best settlement conditions, okay?" Fang Lang kept complaining in his heart. President Dutra seemed not to notice Fang Lang's ugly face and continued to speak. "Fang, are you short of funds for such a large project?" Hearing President Dutra's intrusive question, Fang Lang's face became even gloomier. "What do you mean? Am I easy to bully? It's not enough to want to take the benefits for free, but you also want to come in and share a piece of the pie." Suddenly, Fang Lang had a flash of inspiration and thought that this would just solve his problem of capital shortage. If operated properly, not only can he own shares of these companies without investing a penny of capital, he can even infiltrate his influence into the original Brazilian consortium. By then, he will have a huge network of people in Brazil. Of course, he certainly can't just take the initiative to send it up. We have raised funds through the family's Brazilian Development Bank. That's why we have the confidence to sign cooperation agreements with so many companies at the same time. How can there be no shortage of funds? This won't work. How can Fang Lang eat such a big piece of fat meat alone? President Dutra felt as uncomfortable as a cat scratching his heart. "Fang, I think it's such a big thing. You should find some partners to work together so that it can develop more smoothly, right? Otherwise, some people may be jealous and set obstacles for you." Fang Lang seemed to not understand the president's hint at all. He still defended the interests of the president and said, "This is a political project for me to improve the reputation of the president. Some people dare to set obstacles on it. Don't worry, President, if someone dares to set obstacles, I will send troops to deal with him without your order." This made President Dutra very anxious. Does this kid really not understand, or is he pretending not to understand? It is obviously a matter of making a fortune with his own behind-the-scenes sponsors. If you eat it all by yourself, the behind-the-scenes sponsors will still cause trouble for you. Ahem, ahem. President Dutra coughed twice before speaking earnestly. "Fang, you have to understand that our Brazil is not something that can be counted on my words alone. Maybe your family has only been rising for a short time, and you don't understand many things very well. Behind every politician there are many big investors supporting him. And of course I'm no exception. Isn't your family one of the big investors supporting me behind me? Since you supported me to become president, of course I have to give you something in return." Fang Lang quickly stood up and said with a wronged look on his face, "Mr. President, our family's support for you is selfless, and I have never thought about getting anything in return from you." Chapter 185 Transaction. President Dutra looked at Fang Lang, who looked wronged, and a mouthful of blood was choked in his throat. He almost choked to death. Is this to remind himself that he didn't give Fang Lang a reward? I expanded your first fleet with a Marine Corps of 2,000 people. But think about giving him an additional 2,000 people. It seems to be a reward for his support for his promotion. Last time, his family was persuaded by him to invest in a military industrial group, and also divided a part of the shares to other families and countries. It seems that he really didn't give them anything in return. Thinking of this, President Dutra said with a little embarrassment, Fang, I understand your selfless help to me. But how can I not give back to my friends who helped me? This time you have given me such a great political achievement again, and I can't help but give your family the due return, right? This is clearly an exchange of interests. Fang Lang hesitated when he heard President Dutra's statement. Because he didn't know what kind of return the other party would give him, or he didn't know what kind of return he should get from them now. If he didn't want any benefits, it would definitely be impossible. In this way, everyone will treat him like a fool in the future, only knowing how to take benefits from him, but not knowing how to give back to him. This is absolutely unacceptable to Fang language. He looked at President Dutra with an embarrassed face and said, I understand, Mr. President, if this is the case, I'm willing to give up some of the interests that belong to our family for your reputation. However, if your friends want to get involved, they must come to me to talk. Only when they show enough sincerity, I will cooperate with them. Hearing Fang Lang's words, President Dutra was overjoyed. Of course, he could not participate too much in such things. However, he was very moved by Fang Lang's initiative to give up some of the benefits he had obtained and support his behavior. He directly stated, Fang, I'm very grateful for your efforts. I have nothing to compensate for your losses. But don't worry. From now on, Nice Grain Import and Export Company will not pose any threat to your grain and oil import and export business. My friends and I will stand firmly on your side. In fact, Fang Lang did not make too many plans for the grain and oil processing enterprises he acquired. He was just going to export the grain and oil processed by his factory directly to Europe and America and take advantage of the Marshall Plan to make a small fortune. However, today, when he heard the president mention the American Bunge Company to him, he had to re-examine the value of his grain and oil company. Brazil is already the world's largest grain exporter. Now that he has the opportunity to expand his grain and oil company and compete with Bunge for the position of the 4 major grain traders, there is no reason for him to just do a small fight. What's more, once he can really become the largest grain processing and import and export company in Brazil, then all the farmers in Brazil will have to rely on him for food. What a huge political influence this will be. It turns out that the grain and oil processing company that he has never taken seriously actually has such a huge development potential, which makes Fang Lang have to face up to this company. However, of course, he can't just let go now and let President Dutra think that he can get rid of himself in this way. Besides, the president only said that he would not let Nice Company pose a threat to his grain and oil import and export business, not to help him defeat the other party. He even only said that he would stand on their side with his friends. What I want is for you to stand with me. What's the point of you standing with me when the other party threatens you? Otherwise, you can just help me take down Nice Company. Mr. President, I don't want to have a conflict with Nice Grain Import and Export Company. If possible, I hope to sit down and have a good talk with the shareholders of Nice Company. Oh my god. Fang, you don't want to get those farmers to join. Believe me, they are definitely not qualified business partners. President Dutra obviously misunderstood Fang Lang's intention. If Nice Company really intends to target Fang Lang's grain and oil company, then Fang Lang is also prepared to talk to the other party with courtesy before force. If they really can't reach an agreement, Fang Lang will be ready to go to war with them. However, President Dutra's misunderstanding can only show that he really cares about the introduction of the automobile industry this time. In this way, Fang Lang actually has the absolute initiative. Just when Fang Lang was thinking about how to continue to express that he didn't care much about the grain, import and export companies, President Dutra spoke again. Fang, do you want to make a decision in a hurry? Maybe my friends will have a better solution. Fang Lang didn't understand what President Dutra meant, but now he himself has not figured out what interests he should exchange. Therefore, this matter needs to be considered carefully before it can be decided. By the way, this news can also be allowed to ferment slowly in the Brazilian capital market for a few days to see if it will produce any wonderful effects. Okay, Mr. President, then I will go back and wait for your good news. After finishing the conversation with the president, Fang Lang did not rush home, but made an appointment with General Lita of the Naval Logistics Department to have dinner. After all, the largest purchaser of his arms group in the future is the person in front of him. He can't offend him easily. Fang, you mean that you found a gun designer in Germany this time and are going to build a light weapons factory in China? That's right, General Lita, but the scale of this factory will not be particularly large. I hope to get General Lita's support. Why don't you put them in the artillery factory to manage together? Wouldn't it be simpler? Fang Lang was not prepared to merge his light weapons factory and artillery factory together. After all, the artillery factory was not his own industry. The artillery factory was opened at the request of the president, and its political significance was greater than its commercial significance. This was a means for Fang Lang to deepen his ties with the military, and it could not bring Fang Lang much economic benefit. After all, the Brazilian army was the largest consumer of the artillery produced. Even if it could be sold abroad, it would need to be sold through large-scale military purchases between governments. Such a narrow sales channel could not make a lot of money. Light weapons are completely different, because in addition to being able to equip the army, they can also be sold to the civilian market in countries that do not ban guns. For example, the civilian market in a country like the United States, which is a large consumer of guns, is a very large market. As long as the guns can pass the review of the US government, have characteristics, and are of good quality and low price, it will be easy to open up the US market. Not to mention how much profit there is. The factory's operating rate alone is far ahead of the artillery factory. Therefore, Fang Lang directly said to General Lita, "General, I have obtained the complete artillery technology license from the United States for our artillery factory, so we can start production directly. But my light weapons factory has not negotiated any technical licenses, which requires us to study from scratch. Whether we can research and use the results is still unknown. If I merge it into the artillery factory, it may cause dissatisfaction among other shareholders, because the initial research investment may be very huge." Unfortunately, although General Lita did not have much contact with Fang Lang, he was a person who knew Fang Lang very well. He did not believe that Fang Lang would make such an investment with no profit. His first reaction was that the prospects of this business should be very good, otherwise Fang Lang would not say so. Since research requires a lot of capital investment and the risks are also high, shouldn't you find partners to share the investment risks? If you are worried about the high risks, I can help you find a few suitable investment partners. How about it? How should Fang Lang respond to this? What you said makes so much sense. I don't know how to refute you. Oh. If His Excellency the General is willing to share the risk with me, I welcome it very much. As a result, General Lita began to be reserved and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "Fang, my identity is definitely not suitable for direct business. If you need it, I can introduce you to a few suitable investors. In fact, Brazil does not completely prohibit officials or soldiers from doing business, as long as you are not caught using your position to seek benefits for your own company. And if you are reported, there will not be too much of a problem. Of course, given the atmosphere of corruption in Brazil, this regulation is basically in name only. The big companies and big capital in the country are closely related to government officials. Even the president is often impeached because of economic problems. Do you still expect the officials below to abide by this rule?" Fang Lang shook his head and said, "General, what does it matter? If you can't do business directly, you can use your family's name. If you are not at ease using your family's name, you can directly get a fake identity to participate. As a major shareholder, I will approve your investment, right? But let me make it clear first, your investment must be real money. We do need to invest a lot of money in the research and development of this project. If General Lita can really invest in this project, Fang Lang will not lose money. After all, Fang Lang will no longer have to worry about the sales of light weapons produced by the company. And there is another important point. If General Lita really adopts Fang Lang's method and participates in the investment of this project, it means that the relationship between Fang Lang and General Lita will enter a new stage. This is also what Fang Lang is happy to see. After hearing Fang Lang's words, General Lita was stunned. Shouldn't you take the initiative to say that you will give him 20% of the shares at this time? You actually have to invest real money yourself. This makes General Lita a little embarrassed. However, thinking about it, he felt relieved. After all, Fang Lang's status was not comparable to those ordinary businessmen who had something to ask of him. Others were active naval colonels in the Brazilian Navy and the real power in the Brazilian military. Although Fang Lang transferred benefits to himself by buying paintings last time, everyone knew that it was Fang Lang's compensation for not purchasing aircraft through the General Logistics Department. The equipment procurement of the Brazilian military was not something that General Lita could decide on his own, so Fang Lang did not need to beg General Lita too much. With Fang Lang's status in the Brazilian military, it would not be difficult for him to sell weapons produced in his factory in Brazil to the Brazilian military. Of course, if General Lita was involved, Fang Lang's active sales could be turned into the military's active purchase. This was a fundamental difference. Chapter 186. Taking action upon hearing the news. General Lita pondered for a long time and finally said hesitantly, "Fang, this matter is very big. I need to think about it carefully. Can I give you an answer within 3 days?" Fang Lang shrugged and said indifferently, "Of course. Just tell me after you have considered it. The purpose of my coming here this time is not to get you to invest in my project. I want to ask, what is the result of the equipment procurement for the armored division?" General Lita heard Fang Lang's question, looked at Fang Lang with admiration and said, "Fang, I didn't expect the strength of the Shatter company you introduced to be so strong. You told me that the backer of this company is the General Logistics Department of the US Army, and I didn't quite believe it. Now it seems that it is not just as simple as the backer." Several of the representatives who came to Brazil for negotiations this time were officers of the former General Logistics Department of the US Army. General Moraes of the former Expeditionary Force personally came out to receive them. The president even hosted a banquet for them. Although their offer is slightly higher, I guess they will be chosen in the end. Fang Lang just smiled and said nothing about General Lita's sigh. "I will not let the other party know that I'm the major shareholder of this company. Now it is enough to let the other party know that I have a close relationship with a company with such a huge background. After all, this is too much or too little. Haha. It's good to be able to help His Excellency the General. I'm also worried that the equipment provided by this company will not satisfy the Army brothers." In Fang Lang's mind, it is not important whether the Army's equipment is advanced or not. Anyway, they have no chance to use it. However, it is better for Shatter Company to sign a larger arms order with the Brazilian military. After all, this is their own company. If someone gives money to their company, of course the more the better. Of course, the Army brothers will not be dissatisfied, but the Navy brothers are beginning to have opinions. Fang Lang was stunned by this. He picked up the bottle and took a sip and said, "Oh, I don't know what the Navy brothers are dissatisfied with. Some Navy brothers also want to buy a few advanced warships. After all, except for your first fleet using new warships, other Navy brothers are still using old warships. This is good. Isn't this another business coming to the door?" Fang Lang would not mind whether other brother units of the Navy were equipped with more advanced equipment than him. After all, no matter how advanced they were no match for airplanes. Oh, does the Navy have any ideas? What the Navy wants most now is an aircraft carrier. They even asked me to ask Shatter for a price. Fang Lang knew that the Navy wanted to own an aircraft carrier, and he himself wanted to own an aircraft carrier very much. But why didn't he tell him about this? Now the only one in the Brazilian Navy who has the ability to use an aircraft carrier is Fang Lang. After all, the first fleet was built according to the framework of an aircraft carrier. Does the Ministry of Defense agree to allocate funds for the purchase now? Not yet, because the Navy is eyeing the SX class aircraft carrier, and Shatter has not yet responded to whether the United States agrees to sell it. However, this kind of thing is not a simple voice. It requires Mr. President to come forward and talk to the President of the United States. It will definitely not be so quick to get results. This is a good thing. Fang Lang is not worried that the aircraft carrier will fall into the hands of others after it is purchased. If someone really dares to take action against his aircraft carrier, he can make shatter block the delivery. Moreover, with his relationship with the president, if the aircraft carrier is not given to his fleet at that time, he can block the president's door. Okay, it seems that I have to work hard. Otherwise, when I can buy the aircraft carrier will have nothing to do with me. Haha. Fang, believe me, no matter whether you work hard or not, the aircraft carrier will not escape from your palm. General Lita laughed after hearing Fang Lang's words. Ah. Why? Because General Moraes and General Crook both mean that only you can be competent for the command of the aircraft carrier fleet. After all, you are the only naval commander who has participated in the battle of the aircraft carrier battle group. Haha. It seems that the vision of the two generals is very good. General Lita also had to admire the relationship of the young major officer in front of him in the army. General Moraes is a general with a high status, and his opinions have a decisive influence in the army. Since he supports Fang Lang to take charge of the first aircraft carrier, it is basically settled. In fact, Fang Lang was a little surprised in his heart, and he didn't quite understand why General Moraes was so optimistic about him. But, who cares? Maybe this is love? The communication with General Lita can indeed get some of the latest trends within the army, which made Fang Lang gain a lot today. The two of them drank and chatted again, and they were very happy. Just when Fang Lang and General Lita were drinking, the big capitalists in Brazil had begun to spread that Fang Yuan Group had introduced a complete set of automobile industry systems from Germany. They were preparing to build a joint venture factory in China. The president personally came forward to persuade Fang Yuan Group and agreed to take out a part of the shares for everyone to participate. For a time, all the powerful capital began to become active. In the luxury residential area in the center of Rio de Janeiro, several gentlemen in suits and leather shoes were sitting around an elderly white man with gray hair. Sir, did Fang Lang really introduce a complete set of automobile industry systems from Germany? A young white man in a suit and leather shoes and gold-rimmed glasses asked the elderly man in the main seat with an unbelievable look on his face. Mr. Smart, this is what the president personally told me. He has seen the cooperation agreement with his own eyes. The project can be launched at any time. Do you think it is true or false? But why would the Fang family be willing to share such a good project with everyone? When did I say that the Fang family is ready to share this cake? Everyone around looked at the young man as if he were a fool. Some people shook their heads silently and kept sighing in their hearts. It seems that the Smart family has really declined, and they actually let a young man attend such an important party. How can you accomplish great things if you are so impatient in speaking and doing things? This young man named Smart's family owns the largest rubber plantation in Brazil. During World War II, because of the importance of rubber raw materials, his family developed rapidly. Unfortunately, his father suddenly died in an accident when the family business was developing at its best. The huge family business was inherited by the young man in front of him. This young man named Fatty Smart is a rookie who just graduated from school and has no experience in the business world. However, his father had laid a good foundation for the family. By taking the opportunity of doing rubber business with Americans, he met many Brazilian businessmen who had close relations with Americans. He also integrated into this group. There were also many politicians in this group, most of whom were members of the National Alliance. This group was naturally the financial backer behind the National Alliance. Because of the importance of the rubber business, his father's status in this group was not low. However, after his father passed away, this impetuous young man represented his family in this group, and his performance was really not flattering. Smart also knew that he was indeed a little impetuous, and he was slowly learning to mature. However, as a Brazilian who studied in the United States for 2 years, he was very clear about the importance of industry and the profits of industrial products. Before this meeting, he had actually learned about the rubber deep processing industry. Different rubber products require different rubber processing technologies, and these technologies are exactly what he wanted. So, when he heard here today that a complete automobile industry system was introduced, he was of course very shocked. You know, there are many rubber products on cars, such as tires, rubber rings, and rubber hoses. He knew where his family's advantage industry was, so he didn't want to enter the automobile factory or something like that, but instead fixed his eyes on rubber products. This was also the reason why he couldn't hold back his excitement and asked impatiently. He didn't understand why Fang Lang was willing to share such a sure-win business. Mr. Francois, young people are ignorant. You don't have to mind too much. Now that we are all here, we must believe in the authenticity of this project. A middle-aged white man with a big beard and a very fierce look came out to help. The people around him also catered to it. They didn't want Smart's impetuosity to affect their chances of participating in big business. The gray-haired old white man was obviously the leader of this group, René Francois. Hearing the persuasion of the crowd, he didn't continue to hold it. Instead, he picked up the coffee, took a sip and said, "Originally, this project was signed by Mr. Fang for the cooperation agreement between Fang Yuan Group and more than 40 German auto parts companies. This was originally Fang Yuan Group's own project. However, after hearing about it, Mr. President took the initiative to talk to Mr. Fang. He hoped that Fang Yuan Group could bring this project to everyone to make a fortune together." Now it was not only Smart who had doubts, but everyone else began to wonder. Why should the Fang family bring you to make a fortune with the project that they had finally negotiated? René Francois obviously saw the doubts of the crowd and smiled and said, "I have just said that the Fang family has not agreed to let other people participate in this project. However, the president's face cannot be ignored. Therefore, Mr. Fang means that if anyone really wants to participate in this project, they need to bring their own sincerity and talk to the Fang family. As for whether the Fang family can be impressed, it depends on everyone's ability." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd below immediately began to discuss. Smart's mind has begun to become active. If he just joins the tire factory, what kind of sincerity should he show to impress the Fang family? Francois saw that everyone was talking about it, and it was obvious that everyone had their own ideas. He was not in a hurry. He slowly picked up a cup of coffee and took a sip. After putting the cup down, he coughed twice to remind everyone that he still had something to say. Finally, the discussion of the crowd gradually subsided. Francois continued slowly. "Mr. President asked me to remind you that Fang Yuan Group's grain and oil export companies may be suppressed by NICE's grain import and export companies. The president has stated that he will stand on the side of Fang Yuan Group in the competition between the two companies. In exchange for the Fang family's agreement for everyone to participate in this project. I know that some of you here are also shareholders of the NICE Group. I hope you can think carefully about whether you want to stand with us." Chapter 187 NICE Company. Francois, the old man, is indeed a wise man. In order to participate in this project, he directly put several shareholders of NICE Company on the table. He knows that everyone knows the power and profit of industry, and there should be no one here who does not want to participate in this project. Now if you want to participate in the project, you must choose between NICE Company and Fang Yuan Group. He himself does not have shares in NICE Company, so there is no need to consider that he will definitely stand on the side of Fang Yuan Group. Then there are several families that own shares of NICE Group, which obviously becomes an obstacle for them to join. Today in this meeting, he directly exposed this matter. If these families do not stand on their side, they will be the enemy of everyone. The old guy's move is really experienced. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the faces of 4 people attending the meeting changed. Everyone's eyes were focused on a few people. This made several people feel like they were on a thorn in their backs, and their faces became very ugly. After a long while, someone said, "Please rest assured, I will definitely stand with you. As for the NICE Group suppressing Fang Yuan Group's grain import and export business, this is the opinion of the company's management. I can help mediate and make the company give up this inappropriate idea as soon as possible." The other 3 also quickly agreed, fearing that he would arouse public anger. Smart spoke again at this time. "If I use the shares of NICE Company to exchange for shares of the new project with Mr. Fang, will Mr. Fang agree?" He regretted it as soon as he said this. How could he say such a thing directly? He should do it quietly and privately. Since Nice Company and Fang Lang Group are in a competitive relationship, then using the shares of the competitor as sincerity to exchange for shares from the other party will definitely make the other party accept it. After all, this is equivalent to handing the other party's life into his hands. When the people around heard Smart's words, their eyes lit up. Yes. Why didn't I think of this method? The 4 people who were just being stared at by the crowd were now mixed with mixed feelings. They understood that what Smart said made sense. They had shares of Nice Company in their hands. So as long as they were willing, they could use this method to participate in Fang Lang Group's project first. But they were part of Nice Company after all. Once this method was adopted, it would mean that the major shareholder of Nice Company would soon change. After all, it was one of their own industries. They were certainly unwilling to give it up. But soon they were relieved. After all, Francois had just said that the president had decided to stand on the side of Fang Lang Group. Even if they resisted, it would be futile. This was good. Crisis was often accompanied by opportunities when there was danger. Isn't this an opportunity? With shares of Nice Company in their hands, couldn't they take the lead in negotiating with Fang Lang Group and win the best project? Soon, someone took the initiative to talk to them. Brother, you see, the future of Nice Company is bleak now. How about you sell your shares to me? How about I buy it at a premium? Yes. Brother, I will buy it at a high price. Do you think I'm stupid? It was a bit insulting to their intelligence to come to them to buy stocks at this time. The 4 people who had Nice Company stocks in their hands were so angry that they wanted to slap them. Although the others did not speak, they had already started to think about where to buy Nice Company stocks. Soon someone stood up and said, Mr. Francois, brothers, my wife was about to give birth when I went out to get them. Let's continue the meeting here. I'm going to see how my wife is doing. I'll take my leave now. One person started, and someone else immediately followed up. Oh, my old man fell this morning. I have to go to the hospital to see him. I'll take my leave now. I'll treat everyone to dinner when I have time. Soon, the people in the room found various reasons to leave. In fact, everyone knew very well what was going on. After watching everyone leave, the old man Francois was no longer reserved. He picked up the phone next to him and dialed. Brother, I heard that you have 2% of Nice Company's shares, right? How about transferring it to me? I'll give you a 10% premium. I'll never let you suffer a loss. What's the matter? Nothing. I'm just thinking about whether there is a chance to get involved in the grain import and export business. Give me 1%? That's fine. I'll come to you right away to sign the agreement wherever you are. For a while, Nice Company's stock price began to soar. Fortunately, Nice Company is not a listed company. The shares are only transferred privately. If they were traded in the secondary market, it would probably soar to a sky-high price. Some Nice Company's shareholders were also confused. Overnight, Nice Company's shares became a hot commodity. They received more than a dozen quotations in one day. But there is no such thing as a wall that is impenetrable. Soon everyone knew the reason for acquiring Nice Company's shares. This made Nice Company's major shareholders very angry. You are rushing to use my Nice Company's shares to please my opponents. This is intolerable. Instead of giving you a bargain, I'd rather let me do it myself. The next day, after Fang Lang got up, the assistant team came to report that there was a rumor outside that the shares of Nice Company could be used to exchange for shares of the automobile industry from Fang Lang Group. Everyone was scrambling to buy shares of Nice Company. Now, almost half of the shareholders of Nice Company have been replaced, and people kept calling to express that they had shares of Nice Company and hoped to obtain the qualification to participate in the automobile industry. This made Fang Lang laugh and cry. He didn't expect that the automobile industry would be so attractive. But this was also an accidental success. Soon, Fang Lang had people organize a bidding conference. All companies that owned shares of Nice Company could use shares of Nice Company to exchange for shares of each supporting company of equal value. Of course, this value was calculated based on the stock price valuation of Nice Company before it became popular. As for the shares of the auto parts company, Fang Lang calculated it based on the scale of funds he was going to invest. Fang Lang retained a minimum of 30% of the shares of each auto parts company. He even retained an absolute controlling stake of 51% of the two auto brands, Mercedes-Benz and Porsche. It was certainly not enough to use the shares of one company, Nice Company, to exchange for the shares of more than 40 auto parts supporting companies. Therefore, each family that uses Nice Company's shares to exchange for shares also has the right to purchase the company's circulating shares in cash. The final result is that Fang Lang only signed a joint venture agreement with the German company, and he did not put out a penny of funds, but he owned 30% of the shares of each supporting enterprise and 51% of the shares of the two main manufacturers. The funds needed to build the factory have been raised by the participating families in Brazil. Fang Lang can be said to have experienced the feeling of pulling out a wolf without a plan. The most important thing is that Nice Company, which originally expressed its intention to suppress Fang Lang Group's grain import and export companies, has completely changed hands. Fang Lang Group now owns 75% of the shares of this company called Nice Grain and Oil Import and Export Company. It has become the absolute majority shareholder. For this reason, Fang Lang directly ordered the grain and oil company under Fang Lang Group to be directly integrated into Nice Grain and Oil Import and Export Company. As for why Nice Grain and Oil Import and Export Company was not integrated into Fang Lang Grain and Oil, it was to dilute the Chinese background of this company. At the same time, in order to deal with the erosion of the Brazilian grain and oil market by the US Bunge Company, Fang Lang directly ordered Nice Company to start large-scale integration of domestic grain and oil processing plants, optimize and unify production processes, and use a unified grain and oil trademark brand throughout the country. At the same time, the fertilizer plant and pesticide plant in Rio Grande do Sul were integrated into Nice. Through a series of means, Fang Lang Group's shares in Nice were expanded from 75% to 85%. Because Nice is a non-listed company, the shareholding situation does not need to be disclosed to the market, so everyone does not know that this old Brazilian grain and oil company has unknowingly become a subsidiary of Fang Lang Group. Most importantly, Fang Lang wanted to learn from the world's 4 major grain traders and ordered the state branches in Brazil to start signing agreements with farmers in each state. Nice provides fertilizers, pesticides and high quality seeds, and each farm is responsible for planting. After all the grain is harvested, it will be directly purchased by Nice at the agreed price. In this way, each farmer greatly reduces the initial capital investment. They only need to plant according to the seeds provided by Nice, and there is no need to worry about no one buying the crops they grow, or the price is not good. Of course, this also directly leads to each farmer becoming a worker of Nice. Fang Lang has even begun to prepare business for the later aircraft company. In the future, Nice will directly set up a special fleet to spray pesticides for each large farm. Farmers don't even have to be responsible for spraying pesticides themselves. Nice's use of aircraft to spray pesticides is cheaper and more efficient. It's simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This is the successful business strategy of the world's 4 largest grain traders. Once this plan was announced, it caused an uproar in Nice. No one thought that agricultural production could be carried out in this way. This made the management of Nice very surprised, and at the same time, they were full of admiration. Everyone was secretly glad that we joined this company. If we compete with such a company, we basically have no chance of winning. Because this company has almost contracted all the links of grain from sowing to harvesting and processing. Farmers almost only need to lie on the land and wait for money. Some farmers even said that if they rented their farms to Nice could organize their own people to take care of all the links of grain production. In just over 2 months, the new Nice company controlled almost 70% of the farms in Brazil through this method. When Bunge reacted, they found that there was no soil for them to survive in the whole of Brazil. In order to meet Brazil's demand for fertilizers and pesticides, Nice company began to rapidly expand fertilizer and pesticide factories in Brazil through construction and mergers. To this end, Nice company once again placed large orders for fertilizer and pesticide production equipment from Coal Company in the United States through Global Trade Company. Mr. Richard Cole of Coal Company said that it was not a loss to help Fang Lang get the penicillin production line. Even his son Charlie Cole said that he made a lot of money. Of course, Fang Lang would not miss this opportunity to expand the scale of the penicillin production line. A year later, Nice Group officially became the largest grain trader in South America and established a special fertilizer, pesticide, and grain research institute in Sao Paulo, hiring more than 300 of the best biologists and chemists from all over the world to conduct research here. The next year, Nice Group began to infiltrate neighboring countries. With the successful experience in Brazil, Nice Group quickly controlled Argentina's grain and oil production. After controlling grain and oil, Nice Group began to enter the sugar, alcohol, and beef and mutton markets. 10 years later, Nice Group officially became one of the world's largest grain traders. Regardless of how much money can be earned, the influence on farmers across the country is unmatched. This also means that, if government officials want to win the votes of farmers, they must get the support of Nice Company. Because Nice Company controls the jobs of farmers across Brazil. Naturally, Fang Lang Group's influence in Brazilian politics has become very important. Chapter 188 Nazi Treasure. When Fang Lang returned to attend the inauguration ceremony of President Dutra, Merjonas in Germany had organized the first batch of technical talents to go to Brazil to establish joint ventures with the help of various companies. On average, each company has more than 10 preliminary personnel, and the total number of personnel of more than 40 companies is more than 600. In order to allow these people to go to Brazil quickly, Fang Lang purchased 15 C-46 transport planes through the American Shatter Company. Of course, these transport planes are not just used to transport these technicians. After transporting the technicians, these planes will become the first batch of modified aircraft of Fang Lang Aircraft Manufacturing Plant. After all, these planes are military transport planes, which are too simple compared to civil airliners, and there is almost no comfort in riding. However, for these German technicians, being able to leave Germany at this time is simply escaping from a cage. Who is qualified to be picky about whether the means of transportation is comfortable? Because Fang Lang does not have enough pilots. Therefore, the pilots of these planes are pilots hired by Shatter Company for Fang Lang from the US Air Force. When these planes landed at Stuttgart Airport, they obviously startled the soldiers of the French occupation army. Your mother, what is the origin of this Brazilian? He can directly mobilize American Air Force planes and pilots to transport personnel for his private factory. In particular, the lieutenant officer who wanted to examine Fang Lang at the airport was a little overwhelmed. This can't be blamed on his cowardice. The world is really changing too fast. At this time, French Prime Minister Charles de Gaulle had resigned. As for why Charles de Gaulle resigned, the reasons are more complicated. First, he advocated the restoration of France's independence and the dignity of the French nation, but after the war, under the influence of the United States and Britain, he was more concerned about the ownership of overseas colonies, thus losing his consistent independent foreign policy, which aroused public dissatisfaction. Second, the idea of the government managing the parliament fell through. According to Charles de Gaulle's idea, France implements a presidential system. The president is directly elected by the people, and the president forms a parliament to fully express the will of the people. However, the Constitutional Committee abolished the power of the French president, stipulated that the president is elected by the parliament, and the government only obeys the parliament. Third, various political forces have relapsed, intrigue with each other, and the power of some political parties opposing him has expanded day by day, and the contradiction between Charles de Gaulle and the parliament has become more intense. The referendum proposal he proposed was opposed by various political parties, and Charles de Gaulle, who had never yielded, announced his resignation. Charles de Gaulle's resignation meant a change in France's foreign policy toward the United States. Charles de Gaulle had always been very aware of the United States' ill intentions towards France, so he had been trying to avoid the United States' control over France. However, other political forces had different ideas from him. They hoped to quickly restore the economy with the help of the United States, and were unwilling to confront the powerful United States. Therefore, it was inevitable that Charles de Gaulle would be abandoned. Of course, 13 years later, France was facing serious inflation, unbalanced budget expenditures, and an extremely severe economic situation, as well as the instability of the cabinet and the problem of Algeria's independence, which led to a serious crisis in the French political system. Politicians and people from all walks of life hoped that Charles de Gaulle would return to save the country from the water and fire. With people's expectations, Charles de Gaulle returned to power. Of course, after returning to power this time, Charles de Gaulle began to carry out drastic reforms in France. First of all, he supported the independence of the former colonies. After the end of World War II, there was a wave of independence among colonial countries, and Algeria was no exception, but it was suppressed by France, causing dissatisfaction around the world. The first step for Charles de Gaulle to take office was to recognize the independence of Algeria and sign a friendly agreement. Secondly, he insisted on independent diplomacy and refused to be a sacrifice of the Cold War. In order to reduce the influence of the United States and Britain, Charles de Gaulle actively joined the European Economic Community, implemented fiscal reforms, issued new francs, abolished tariff barriers, and made French products face the European competitive market, which boosted economic growth. Thirdly, he strongly advocated the continued promotion of nuclear weapons research and development, increased international discourse power, and rejected the control and surveillance of the United States, and gradually withdrew from the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. At the same time, he refused Britain to join the European Community, advocated the establishment of a European Europe, and thereby got rid of the bipolar confrontation formed during the Cold War, and improved France's status. Finally, Charles de Gaulle proposed to directly elect the President of the Republic by universal suffrage. Although the proposal was strongly opposed by the parliament and politicians, he still dissolved the parliament according to the rights granted to him by the constitution. Finally, the French passed the proposal with a majority of 62.2% in favor. It is precisely because of Charles de Gaulle that France has today's international status, and all French people should thank him. Unfortunately, his reforms touched the interests of too many people. In 1968, because the National Assembly did not support his reforms, de Gaulle dissolved the parliament and then established a new parliament through elections. De Gaulle thought that the new parliament would agree to his reform plan, but the new parliament still did not pass de Gaulle's reform plan. This means that de Gaulle can no longer continue to transform France according to his own ideas. Under such circumstances, de Gaulle can only take the initiative to resign again. It is not that de Gaulle's reform plan is not good, on the contrary, de Gaulle's reform plan is too good, and he considers a vast majority of people in France. Unfortunately, such a policy will move the cake of the original vested interest class. And this vested interest class is precisely the French elite class. Those who can enter the parliament through elections are of course the French elite class. It is simply wishful thinking to want to pass a reform plan that harms their interests in the French parliament, composed of the vested interest class. Therefore, no matter how many times the parliament is dissolved, and how many times a new parliament is re-elected, it will be doomed to be futile. If this situation is compared with ancient China, it is probably the same as Yang Zheng, who was willing to strengthen the country and benefit the people through policies such as the land tax, but seriously damaged the interests of the literati, and was destined to be scolded as the king of Jianzhou. Of course, this is far-fetched. With the resignation of French Prime Minister Charles de Gaulle, France's foreign policy has changed greatly, from the original independence to the little follower of the Americans. As a follower, the grassroots soldiers of France will certainly begin to change their attitude towards the Americans. Therefore, when the lieutenant saw a group of American soldiers walking out of the airport under the guidance of the Brazilians like a tourist, it took him a long time to react and report the situation here to his superiors. When the news reached Colonel Chatham, he did not worry at all, but breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if the personnel were picked up by the Americans, even if his superiors found trouble with him, he would not have to worry. You have the guts to go to the Americans. What do you mean by running over to ask me? Therefore, the first batch of professional and technical personnel went to Brazil without any difficulties. Kikingshun finally arranged the first batch of professional and technical personnel to go to Brazil, and received an unexpected intelligence. Sir, we have been following Leo and Paul, and found some interesting things. We need to report them to you. A Marine platoon leader reported to Kikingshun in a low voice. Thinking of Fang Lang's explanation, Kikingshun was not surprised. He waved his hand, to signal the other party to sit down before saying, "Tell me, is it consistent with the boss's guess? Sir, our people found these two people yesterday. They took tools in the middle of the night and dug up an abandoned mine in the suburbs. The soldiers were afraid of being discovered by the other party, so they didn't dare to explore deeply. But when the two left, they filled the whole bag. And when they left, the weight in their backpacks increased significantly. The soldiers suspected that there was something important hidden in this mine." After listening, Kikingshan nodded and said, "I understand. You had two more people to keep an eye on the abandoned mine. These two people will definitely take action recently. Let the brothers be careful and don't be discovered by them. I will report to the boss immediately. Sir, don't worry. Our people are following from a distance, so it's not so easy for them to find out." Another situation is that when we attacked the French occupation forces, we also found two people in the hotel lobby. The identities of the two have been confirmed. They are indeed members of the resistance. Some time ago, our people followed them and found that they were gathering in an abandoned factory building and met with the man named Leo and Paul. We have reason to believe that they must be in the same group. If there is any action, they have a lot of manpower. Do we need to inform the French? No, don't notify the French first. Wait until we investigate it clearly. As for whether to notify the French or when to notify the French, it is up to the boss to decide. We just need to monitor the whereabouts of these people according to the boss's orders and don't let them get out of our control. Although Fang Lang did not tell Kikingshan clearly, Kikingshan had some vague guesses about Fang Lang's purpose. Moreover, Kikingshan himself now has his own judgment on the purpose of Leo and Paul. Since these two people have entered Fang Lang's sight, it is destined that they will not be able to escape from Fang Lang's palm. He does not want his self-willed behavior to affect Fang Lang's grand plan. Therefore, he will strictly follow Fang Lang's requirements to monitor and not intervene. Wait for the next order. Yes, sir. Since the commander has made a decision, the platoon leader will naturally not express any objection. When this telegram reached Fang Lang was organizing a shared distribution meeting for the imported automobile industry system. After seeing this telegram, Fang Lang looked at the time again. Tomorrow is the inauguration ceremony of President Dutra. It seems that, after attending the inauguration ceremony, he will prepare to go to Germany again. He believes that the time for these German rebels to dig out the treasure should be very close. I just don't know how they are going to operate specifically. Unfortunately, there are no undercover agents among these people, and I don't have the ability to plant undercover agents among a group of Germans. I can only determine the actions of these people by observing from a distance. What Fang Lang doesn't understand is why this Gestapo named Paul would cooperate with the rebels who attacked Colonel Chatham. I have clues to the Nazi treasure. Shouldn't I secretly excavate it alone? Bringing the guy named Leo has already surprised Fang Language. Now looking at this situation, it seems that not only Leo should be brought, but also these rebels. This kind of operation is really hard for Fang Lang to understand. They are no longer regular troops like Fang Lang and his friends. They were just a group of defeated warriors who could die at any time, with no discipline or honor to restrain them. Such a team was actually no different from a mob. Chapter 189 Allies. Fang Lang looked at the information and fell into deep thought. Since this was a mob, and Paul was still going to cooperate with them, wasn't he afraid that they would be blinded by money and have an internal conflict? Or, he had already prepared for them to fight among themselves. If there was an internal conflict, how could he guarantee his own safety? Or, how could he guarantee that all this wealth would eventually fall into his pocket? Unfortunately, Fang Lang was not Paul or Ian. He didn't know what this guy was thinking, but no matter how he thought about it, he would definitely take out this batch of treasures. He just didn't know how they would deal with this wealth. After thinking for a long time and not being able to figure out anything, Fang Lang simply stopped thinking about it, put down the information in his hand, and think about dealing with the things in front of him first. The next morning, the golden sunrise pierced the dark clouds in the sky, as if foreshadowing that freedom and democracy had finally defeated dictatorship. The inauguration ceremony of the new Brazilian president was held in the auditorium of the Congress. The streets of Rio de Janeiro had long been cleaned up, and there were military and police on duty at every intersection on the street. The whole atmosphere was very serious and tense. Fang Lang did not go to the Congress Hall alone to attend the inauguration ceremony of the new president, but needed to meet up with senior military generals at the Ministry of Defense building before going together. There were many old acquaintances of Fang Lang here, such as the new Minister of Defense General Moraes, the Chief of Naval Staff General Crook, and General Leiter from the Logistics Department, all of whom met here. Fang Lang took the initiative to greet everyone one by one, which surprised some military generals who had never met Fang language. This young naval colonel was actually very familiar with these military leaders. After Fang Lang and several military leaders had finished communicating, Colonel Tich of the Rio de Janeiro Naval Base came forward and grabbed Fang Lang and said, "Fang, I didn't expect you to be so familiar with several generals. No wonder you were able to grow from a naval lieutenant to a naval colonel so quickly." Hearing the strong sour taste in Colonel Tich's words, Fang Lang knew what Colonel Tich was thinking. However, he and Colonel Tich were indeed very good friends, so he didn't mind these. Instead, he smiled and said, "What do you mean? I got promoted to my position, based on my military merits. What? You don't accept it, brother? How about we practice?" "Hey, what are you practicing for? You are relying on your youth to bully me. Who in the whole army dares not accept your brother's military merits? But you are really amazing. How can you chat and laugh with so many generals? It seems that your rank of colonel will be raised again in a short time. In the future, you can't always hang around in front of me and ask me to salute you." Colonel Tich really admired the little brother in front of him from the bottom of his heart. When they first met, the other party was a second lieutenant, and he was a colonel. Now the other party is a colonel, and he is still a colonel. Although the two belong to the same naval sequence, the other is the commander-in-chief of the most powerful first fleet in the navy, while he is still the commander of a naval base. Although the commander of the capital naval base is a coveted position for many people, however, compared with Fang Lang's position, it is simply incomparable. Fortunately, the two have a good personal relationship, and there may be a chance to speak well of him in front of the superiors in the future. As for whether Fang Lang's rank will be raised again, this is almost without a doubt. After all, the Navy is now seeking aircraft carriers. If it can really be negotiated, aircraft carriers will definitely be equipped with the first fleet first. It is unreasonable not to grant the commander of such a powerful naval fleet the rank of Major General. So it is only a matter of time before Fang Lang is awarded the rank of Major General. To be honest, I was always nervous when communicating with these generals, for fear of saying the wrong thing. If you want to communicate with them, I'll take you with me next time. No, don't do that. If I really had this blessing, I wouldn't have to stay in this naval base. To be honest, brother, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I guess my rank of colonel will end in my lifetime. You are different. You are still young, have a bright future, and are capable. So, brother, I'm very optimistic about you. In the future, if you become rich, it would be good if you can still remember me as a brother." Fang Lang understood what Colonel Tich meant. This was a good sign for his future, and that he would be able to enter the corps of the army. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that he just wanted to be a big warlord with a gun in his hand, and he would not be panicked. As for the several positions in the core of the Ministry of National Defense, Fang Lang really had no interest in them. Looking at Colonel Tich in front of him, Fang Lang suddenly had a very bold idea in his mind for no reason. If he didn't want to enter the corps, he could support his own people to get in. Having someone in the corps would be of great benefit to him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look up and down at Colonel Tich in front of him. Seeing Fang Lang not saying anything, but looking up and down at him with a strange look, Colonel Tich felt uncomfortable, as if he was seen through. He thought that the door was not closed, and quickly tidied his clothes. When he didn't find anything unusual, he looked at Fang Lang nervously and said, "Brother, can we talk about it? The look in your eyes makes me feel scared." Hearing Colonel Tich's words, Fang Lang couldn't help but laugh, and approached Colonel Tich and said, "Brother, how about I push you up?" Fang Lang's words made Colonel Tich stunned, and he didn't react for a while. After a long while, looking at Fang Lang's somewhat unfathomable eyes, Colonel Tich's eyes slowly began to widen, his face began to turn red, and his breathing began to become rapid. Looking at Fang Lang in disbelief, he wondered if he had heard it wrong. He did not doubt whether Fang Lang had the ability. After all, his family had established a military-industrial group in Brazil. They had a close relationship with the new president. Recently, he heard that a large project of the automobile industry system was introduced from Germany, which caused a surge of capital in Brazil and many people participated in it. For a time, Fang Lang Group's status in Brazil was unmatched. In a capitalist society, money and capital mean everything. In the military, he is the commander of the largest and most powerful fleet in Brazil, and the only military group in the country with navy, army, and air force. In diplomacy, he has close relations with military officials in many European and American countries. With such a deep background, it would be too easy for Fang Lang to rise to prominence in Brazil. However, through his interactions with Fang Lang, he knew that Fang Lang was not a person who liked false reputation. He preferred real power. It's not that the bigwigs in the Ministry of Defense don't have real power, but between the powerful people sitting in the office and the powerful people holding heavy troops, Fang Lang would rather choose the latter. Therefore, when he heard that Fang Lang intended to push him up, he took a long time to react. This was to use the influence of the Fang family to raise his position. For Colonel Tich, such news was of course good news, but he also understood that there is no free lunch in the world. If you want others to support you, you must have the value of investment. What can I bring to him? Are you serious? But since Fang Lang mentioned this, Colonel Tich would certainly not refuse. He did not have a deep background. It turned out that his backer in the army had retired a few years ago, and he has been in his current position for nearly 5 years. Originally, he also wanted to take the opportunity of participating in the European Water Guild himself, but unfortunately, in the Brazilian army, no one will give you a chance without a backer. He knew very early that following General Moraes felt that he had a bright future, but he did not even have the opportunity to get close to him. Looking at Colonel Tich, who was looking at him with a serious expression, Fang Lang knew that the other party understood what he meant. Looking around and seeing that no one was paying attention to them, Fang Lang lowered his voice and said, "My first fleet is too far from the center. I need to have a friend of my own in the center, and you happen to be my friend, right?" As a result, Colonel Tich looked at Fang Lang seriously and shook his head and said, "No, we are not friends." Fang Lang was stunned by this. Just when Fang Lang was still wondering whether Tich wanted to sternly reject the idea of forming a clique for personal gain, he heard Colonel Tich continue, "We are brothers." Hearing Colonel Tich's heavy breathing, Fang Lang was so angry that he wanted to kick him in the ass. Colonel Tich's attitude had been expressed very clearly. Fang Lang did not say anything more, but smiled and stretched out his right hand. Seeing this, Colonel Tich stepped forward with a somewhat excited face and tightly grasped Fang Lang's hand. Feeling the strength coming from his hand, Fang Lang laughed. Although, this kind of verbal agreement has no binding force at all. However, political gangs are about exchanging interests. If I give you benefits, you have to give me returns. It was not difficult for Fang Lang to help Colonel Tich. The key point now was that he did not need Colonel Tich to give back immediately, and he could not confirm whether this political alliance was reliable. However, based on the relationship between Fang Lang and Colonel Tich should be the kind of person who could be trusted. Haha. That's right, we are brothers. But we have to find a suitable opportunity, and now we have to wait. Don't worry. Don't I understand these principles? I didn't want to have the opportunity to go further. Brother, don't worry, I have received your kindness. Fang Lang smiled and did not continue to dwell on this topic. But both of them knew that the relationship of political alliance was formally established. As for how the two sides needed to help each other later, it would depend on the specific situation in the later period. Colonel Tich also ended the topic in a timely manner and began to take the initiative to pull Fang Lang to introduce him to the officers of the Brazilian Navy who participated in the presidential inauguration ceremony. The current Brazilian Navy is far from as powerful as it will be in the future. The Navy is very weak, and most of the warships are antiques from the First World War. Of course, we can't underestimate the Brazilian Navy just because it is an antique. After all, the Brazilian Navy has kept up with the dreadnought era. During World War I, the Brazilian Navy had 2 Minas Gerais class battleships. Unfortunately, these two dreadnoughts, which were built by the British after slight modifications, based on the British second type dreadnought Bellerophon class, were pitted by the British. They were weakened in both armor and firepower. In World War II, these two battleships failed to catch the eyes of the Americans, who were unwilling to play with them, so they could only be responsible for Brazil's coastal defense and escort work. Basically, they were doing nothing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Naval Colleagues. In fact, Fang Lang didn't know the strength of the Brazilian Navy, but he gradually got a general understanding of the strength of the Brazilian Navy through communication with Colonel Percy, Colonel Teach and his subordinate De La Torre. In addition to the two battleships, the most advanced warship of the Brazilian Navy is the Bahia-class light cruiser, which was also ordered by the Brazilian government from the United Kingdom. The British built two ships, Bahia and Rio Grande do Sul, according to the specifications of the British reconnaissance cruiser Adventure, which was also a veteran who participated in World War I. Unfortunately, there is only one left now, because after the war, the Bahia was carrying out a mission to rescue a transatlantic transport plane for the United States on July 4, 1945. During routine live-fire air-to-air shooting training, a gunner operating a 20mm anti-aircraft gun hit the target plane. I don't know if he was greedy for merit or addicted to shooting. This guy chased the target plane with a gun. Who would have thought that? Because the target plane fell in the direction of the ship, the shell fired by the gunner unfortunately hit the depth charge arranged on the ship. After a strong explosion, the Bahia sank to the bottom of the sea. In addition to the remaining Rio Grande do Sul cruiser, the Brazilian Navy only has 8 old destroyers from the World War I period. In other words, the current Brazilian Navy, except for Fang Lang's First Fleet, has only 11 old warships. However, Fang Lang's First Fleet has the latest US Cleveland-class cruiser, 3 Fletcher-class destroyers, a Shark-class submarine, the most advanced German U-boat, and 2 tank landing ships donated by the US military. There are a total of 8 warships, and all of them are advanced warships that have just been tested in World War II. Their combat effectiveness is incomparable to the original old warships of the Brazilian Navy. This naturally makes other generals of the Brazilian Navy jealous, and they wish they could divide up the warships of the First Fleet. Unfortunately, the Navy General Staff is unwilling to use the warships of the First Fleet separately. This also caused Fang Lang to have a special status in the Brazilian Navy, although he is very strong. But the relationship with other Navy officers was not harmonious. He met Colonel Teach before the end of the war, when the First Fleet had not yet been established. So, they could become friends. According to the admirals, Fang Lang was the youngest son of the Navy, and the others were adopted before their biological sons came out. Colonel Teach certainly knew about this special situation. Therefore, he wanted to use the inauguration ceremony of the new president to introduce Fang Lang to other naval officers and ease the relationship. Fang, let me introduce you to our colleagues in the Brazilian Navy. This is Colonel Marcelino Orlando, the captain of the battleship Minas Gerais. This is Colonel Emma Little, the captain of the battleship Sao Paulo. This is Colonel Gonzalo Thorne, the captain of the cruiser Rio Grande do Sul. This is Colonel Zimes Rodoyle of the Belém Naval Base. This is Colonel Gordon McCoy of the Salvador Naval Base. This is Colonel Gernard Berry of the Sao Paulo Naval Base. Fang Lang also saluted and shook hands with everyone one by one, appearing very humble and polite. However, standing among a group of middle-aged and elderly colonels with wrinkled faces and some with grey hair, no matter how humble and polite Fang Lang was, he looked a little out of place. Everyone looked at Fang Lang in different ways. Some looked at him carefully, some looked amused, and some simply looked disdainful. There were all kinds of expressions. However, at this special time, everyone was still very restrained. Some people just nodded and ignored him, while others still had fake smiles on their faces. There was also someone who shook hands with Fang Lang enthusiastically. This person was Colonel Nad Berry of the Sao Paulo Naval Base. Colonel Fang, I'm stationed in your hometown. Recently, the port of Santos has become very lively because of the big move of Fang Lang group. Remember to come to me for a drink next time you return to Sao Paulo. Fang Lang also hurried forward to have a cordial conversation with him. Hello, Colonel Berry. Hello. Our family's safety in Sao Paulo is thanks to your protection. Next time I go to Sao Paulo, I must invite you to my home for a drink. Haha. Why do we have to wait until next time? After the inauguration ceremony of the president is over, we will have a good gathering with Teach. Hearing Berry's words, Fang Lang had some of his own guesses in his heart and looked at Colonel Teach beside him. Sure enough, he saw Colonel Teach smiling and nodding at him. Fang Lang understood that this Colonel Berry might be a good friend of Colonel Teach, so he was so enthusiastic about him. No problem, let's get together after the inauguration ceremony of the president and meet new friends. In fact, the current heads of several naval bases of the Brazilian Navy still have some power because they are not just the heads of naval bases. During World War I, Brazil divided the Navy into 4 war zones, namely the Belém War Zone in the north, the Salvador War Zone in the east, the Capital War Zone in the capital Rio de Janeiro, and the Sao Paulo War Zone in the south. Of course, there is also a natal war zone in the northeast of Fang language. Obviously, the head of this war zone is the head of each naval base now. In fact, each naval base can only show 2 old destroyers from World War I, and the 4 war zones together have only 8 old destroyers. As for the 2 battleships and the remaining cruiser, they are directly under the jurisdiction of the Navy General Staff. When the battles in each war zone are needed, they will be assigned to the corresponding war zone to participate in the war. Fang Lang didn't know what 2 destroyers in a war zone could do, and who could they drive away. Therefore, it was inevitable that the Brazilian Navy would ask the US Navy to purchase new warships to arm itself after the end of World War II. The real start of the Brazilian Navy in history was also after the end of World War II, when Brazil purchased dozens of warships from the United States. Adhering to the path of domesticating ships, Brazil developed many ships on its own, which rapidly improved the strength of the Navy, surpassing Chile and Argentina successively, and became the first maritime power in South America in one fell swoop. Of course, although Fang Lang's first fleet is now available, the Brazilian Navy is actually still a rookie. Just as Fang Lang was thinking about the strength of the Brazilian Navy at this time, and guessing why Colonel Berry was so enthusiastic, Colonel Teach had already explained the reason for Fang language. Haha. Berry, if you want a new destroyer, you should go to the Navy Department. It's useless to go to Fang language. When Fang Lang heard this, he didn't understand why Berry was so enthusiastic. This must be because he had revealed to Colonel Teach last time that he could get the American Fletcher-class destroyer for him. Colonel Teach told Colonel Berry the news. The other 2 naval base officers were stunned when they heard what Colonel Teach said. Soon, their faces became very enthusiastic, and they came over and said, "How can we be left out when we have dinner?" Right, McCoy. The one who spoke was Colonel Zimes Rodoyle of the Belém Naval Base, and Colonel Gordon McCoy of the Salvador Naval Base, who was being questioned by him, nodded and said, "Yes. We can't be left out when we drink." This was completely different from the expressions of the 2 when Colonel Teach introduced them just now. Colonel Teach saw it, smiled, and didn't say much. The captains of the other 2 battleships still had arrogant and disdainful expressions on their faces, as if they looked down on the performance of several people fawning on Fang Lang for a small destroyer. However, Colonel Gonzalo Thorne, the captain of the cruiser Rio Grande do Sul, showed a little interest after hearing the conversation between the few people, but hesitated for a moment, and did not take the initiative to come over. Fang Lang saw the change in the attitudes of the few people, and was very enthusiastic. He did not treat them differently, just because they had a bad attitude, when he greeted them earlier. After all, the customer is God. He only has business when everyone has a demand for new warships. Whether it is to want retired warships of the US Navy or to build new warships in Brazil, there is no way to escape his business scope. Okay, I will treat you tonight's meal, and we must not leave until we are drunk. Seeing Fang Lang taking the initiative, the few people laughed and said that they would not leave until they were drunk. General Moraes, who was in the distance, saw the movements of several people from afar, smiled slightly, and asked General Lita beside him, "Lita, I heard that the military industry group of Fang Lang Group has urgently trial-produced several artillery pieces to be used as gifts for the president. Is it true?" When General Lita heard the Minister of Defense asking about his work, he hurriedly said with a serious expression, "Yes, General. The American M201 105mm howitzer was trial produced this time. It completely uses imported American artillery technology and was completed under the full guidance of American experts. After testing by our Logistics Department, there is no difference between it and the artillery produced in the United States. However, American experts said that this is just a trial production and the artillery still has certain defects. It needs to continue to improve the process before it can be officially put into production." Oh. Did the American experts explain what specific defects there are and what processes need to be improved? General Moraes was a little curious. Why did the Brazilian Logistics Department already pass the acceptance, but the American experts still said that the process needed to be improved? "General, as far as I know, this artillery expert named Gerard Bull said that the current artillery is a complete imitation of American artillery. However, when Colonel Fang recruited him from the United States, he specifically stated that he would be given the right to research artillery. Now he has made new improvements to this type of artillery. He wants to produce this artillery through the new electroslag melting and barrel self-tightening technology. It is expected that the barrel strength of the artillery will be higher than the original American version, the service life will be longer, and the weight will be lighter. At the same time, he said that he is ready to apply chrome plating technology to the inner boring of the artillery to further extend the service life of the artillery. Therefore, it is not ready to put this artillery into mass production now." General Lita actually did not know much about these manufacturing processes, and this was also a small hit with General Moraes. "You mean, he wants to produce better artillery than the American original, right?" General Moraes did not understand these processes, but he still easily grasped the key points of the meaning expressed. "Yes, General." This was obviously beyond General Moraes' expectations. In everyone's perception, American products are now the most advanced and the best. Unexpectedly, the artillery expert found by Fang Lang could actually make improvements based on American products. Chapter 191 Eye-catching. General Moraes looked at Fang Lang, who was chatting and laughing with a group of naval officers not far away, and felt very satisfied. At the beginning, he took the initiative to let his family build a modern shipyard in Brazil to pave the way for the future independent shipbuilding of the Brazilian Navy. Now the shipyard has begun to manufacture ships. Perhaps as long as the Navy Department can place an order with them, they can start building new warships for the Brazilian Navy. Now I heard that a cannon factory invested and built by their family is about to be put into production. The key is that it did not rely on the Americans to make money. It is actually very enterprising and wants to optimize on the original basis. This is really precious. General Lita saw General Moraes' satisfied smile, and he didn't understand that Fang Lang had completely caught General Moraes' eye. After hesitating for a while, he looked around and whispered, "Colonel Fang found several gun designers in Germany when he went out to investigate the military industry on behalf of the military. He wants to build a light weapons factory and research light weapons. However, since he has not obtained the production authorization of other light weapons, he may have to invest a lot of money in independent research in the early stage." "Oh, did he seek support from you?" General Moraes was immediately interested and asked hurriedly. That's not the case. His idea is to study quietly first, and then expand the scale after the results come out." General Lita didn't dare to tell General Moraes that Fang Lang asked him to invest in the company in his personal name. If he knew about this, he might have to think about where his money came from. After all, his image has always been honest and incorruptible. It seems that he shouldn't say this. If he says this, General Moraes will definitely pay attention to this project, and then he will lose the opportunity to invest. Alas, I didn't think about it. While General Lita was secretly regretting that he shouldn't have said too much, General Morris suddenly said, "Go and tell him that after the inauguration ceremony of the president, ask him to come to me and tell him that I want to talk to him alone." Upon hearing this, General Lita was shocked. General Morris is different now. The original General Morris was the commander of the Brazilian Expeditionary Force. With the election of General Dutra as president, General Morris was directly appointed as the Minister of Defense. With General Morris' original influence in the military, it can be said that General Morris is now the #1 in the military. Being able to get the attention of General Morris means that Fang Lang's path in the military will become smooth sailing. This is different from President Dutra. After all, the Brazilian government and the military are complementary and interfering. President Dutra's choice to serve as the president of Brazil means giving up his military identity. Once you give up your military identity, although you still have a certain influence in the military, it is far less than the original influence. Thinking of this, I can't help but think that it seems that I can't let Fang Lang buy his wife's paintings in the future. In just a few words, he lost 2 sources of income in succession, which made General Lita very distressed. However, since General Morris asked him to pass on the message, he could only quickly whisper, "Yes, General." Seeing that General Morris had no other instructions, General Lita walked slowly towards Fang Lang and his group of naval officers. When everyone saw General Lita coming, they all stood at attention and saluted. Lita greeted everyone very cordially, which made everyone flattered. Because in most people's minds, General Lita is an outlier in the Brazilian army. He is rigid and serious. Even giving him benefits will be severely punished and kicked out of the office. If Fang Lang heard the voices of the people, he would definitely give them 2 chuckles. If you don't even give gifts, others will definitely kick you out of the office. But General Lita actually greeted them with a smile on his face today, which made everyone a little uncomfortable. When General Lita came to Fang Lang and whispered, "Colonel Fang, after the ceremony, don't leave yet. General Morris wants to talk to you alone." As soon as these words came out, not only Fang Lang was stunned, but all the officers around him also changed their expressions. The way they looked at Fang Lang began to change. Because everyone knew what this meant. Colonel Teacher's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. It seemed that his brother's status in the upper circles of the Brazilian army was indeed extraordinary. He knew that Fang Lang had a good relationship with General Lita, and that Fang Lang had a relationship with General Morris. However, today General Lita informed Fang Lang in public that General Morris wanted to ask Fang Lang to talk alone. This signal forced everyone to once again face up to Fang Lang's status in the Brazilian army. Even the faces of the 2 battleship captains and cruiser captains not far away were full of envy. Although he didn't know what General Morris' purpose was in meeting him alone, it was obviously not convenient to ask at this time. He could only stand at attention and say, "Yes, as ordered, General." Noticing General Lita's meaningful look, Fang Lang was completely numb. "What does that mean? You didn't tell me why they asked me to do something, but you looked at me like that. How can I understand what you mean?" But he could understand that the other party couldn't say much to him in such a public place. Soon, after everyone gathered, they took a unified vehicle to the Capitol building under the leadership of General Morris to attend the inauguration ceremony of President Dutra. The entire ceremony was solemn and solemn. Those who came to attend the inauguration ceremony were from the military and political circles of Brazil. Fang Lang found many familiar faces among them, many of whom were people who had come forward to discuss cooperation with Fang Lang on the automotive industry system. When these people saw Fang Lang, they also stopped and nodded to Fang Lang, and Fang Lang had to nod in return. The surrounding generals of the Navy, Army, and Air Force looked at him sideways, not understanding why these politicians were familiar with a naval colonel. For a moment, Fang Lang's identity began to become confusing. After finally finding his seat and sitting down, Fang Lang noticed that Colonel Teach beside him secretly gave him a thumbs up. Fortunately, the atmosphere in the venue was quite solemn and not suitable for conversation, so Fang Lang had a quiet time. Otherwise, someone who was familiar with him might come over and ask directly. The inauguration ceremony was not only attended by military and political leaders from Brazil, but also representatives from other countries, but most of them were ambassadors from various countries, and Fang Lang didn't know anyone. Maybe for President Dutra and the new government officials, today was a busy and fulfilling day. But for Fang Lang, it was just the opposite. The whole ceremony was cumbersome and boring. The main reason was that Fang Lang was very bored sitting in the chair. The ceremony ended after a whole morning. This also indicated that Brazil had officially entered a new era, and the light of democracy briefly descended on Brazil, the largest country in South America. In history, President Dutra did not have any outstanding political achievements during his tenure, but he promulgated a new constitution in September 1946. Although the presidency is still the main system, this position is subject to many restrictions, so that future leaders cannot abuse power. The new constitution established a system of 3 powers in the government, guaranteeing the independence and freedom of Congress in electing members. This is a political contribution. Economically, because the war had just ended, and the world economy was recovering rapidly, President Dutra supported the development of private economy and foreign-funded enterprises, allowing the domestic economy of Brazil to develop rapidly. Of course, because the Brazilian government was close to the US government, it inevitably became a raw material supply base and commodity dumping ground for the United States. Of course, some excellent companies also emerged in Brazil. During this period, Brazil's economic development entered a small period of prosperity. In the military, because President Dutra was a soldier, he invested a lot in the army, and the economic development also provided funds for the development of armaments in the treasury. Therefore, the equipment of the Brazilian army was updated very quickly during this period. In addition, President Dutra saw the shortcomings of the Brazilian army's insufficient military strength. During this period, the number of troops also began to increase slowly. At the same time, this period was also a period of rapid population growth in Brazil. This period in history was the peak period of large-scale Japanese immigration to Brazil. Unfortunately, because of Fang Lang's operation, Brazil now has a very bad impression of the Japanese, both at the government level and at the grassroots level. Everyone is still carrying out a vigorous liquidation of Japanese people. It is a rare opportunity to have the support of the government to seize Japanese property. Former President Vargas actually knows very well that these Japanese may really come to protect his safety as president. However, even if he knows, it does not mean that he can approve of this behavior. No matter from which aspect, a single ethnic group armed to surround the presidential palace is not acceptable to a politician. Even if it were not for the Japanese's operation, Vargas would not have ended up like this. Therefore, in Vargas' mind, the hatred for the Japanese is no less than Fang Lang's. Judging from the above situations, Fang Lang does not have to worry about the Japanese returning to Brazil. However, Fang Lang did not dare to take it lightly. After all, there are many people in Japan who cannot survive now. Maybe someone will travel thousands of miles to land in Brazil again, based on the memory before the war. Therefore, Fang Lang ordered the warships of the naval base to patrol the northern coast of Brazil from time to time and repatriate all Japanese ships once they were found. If there is a situation of constant persuasion, let the submarine practice hunting tactics, or let the cargo ship hit a mine and sink in the Atlantic. Anyway, there are many torpedoes scattered in the Atlantic during the war. Let the Japanese enjoy it. It is not a waste. Therefore, during this period, no Japanese ships could approach Brazil at all. On the contrary, through the Fang Lang Group Labor Service Company, there was indeed an endless stream of ships from my hometown to Brazil for immigration. Especially when Chiang Kai-shek started to take action, many people in my hometown who wanted to escape the war took the initiative to go to the Labor Service Company to sign up for work in Brazil. Let the hangman gangs in my hometown get money just by sitting, and they were very happy. As long as the government officials could get a magic drug like penicillin, they didn't care about the lives of the people, and they provided various conveniences for the immigration activities of the Labor Service Company. Some officials even packed the prisoners in the cell and sent them to the Labor Company's immigration ship in exchange for penicillin. Of course, there were many political prisoners who were strictly guarded by the Kuomintang, and they did not dare to do so. But for a while, it was difficult to find petty thieves on the street. Chapter 192, summoned by the Minister of Defense. Office of the new Minister of Defense of Brazil in Rio de Janeiro. After attending the inauguration ceremony of the new president, Fang Lang drove directly to the minister's office, waiting for General Moraes' summons. It was not until after 4 o'clock in the afternoon that General Moraes finally arrived. After seeing General Moraes return to the office, Fang Lang, who had been waiting outside the office, stood up and saluted, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. General Moraes took the initiative to greet Fang Lang very enthusiastically. Haha. Colonel Fang, we are meeting. No need to be polite. Let's go in and talk. After speaking, he patted Fang Lang's arm and strode into the office. After entering the office, he pointed to the sofa in the reception room and motioned Fang Lang to sit down. He picked up the coffee pot and made coffee for Fang language. This made Fang Lang feel a little flattered, and he quickly stood up to help. But General Moraes stopped him and said, "Just sit down. I must brew this cup of coffee myself today." Fang Lang had dealt with General Moraes twice before and knew that this kind of treatment was obviously not something that everyone could enjoy. Seeing that the other party was determined, he did not continue to refuse, but just showed an appropriately flattered expression. General Moraes did not let Fang Lang wait any longer. After brewing the coffee, he came to Fang Lang and said, "For the inauguration ceremony of the president, I heard that your company can already produce American 105mm howitzers. This is very remarkable. When we were discussing naval construction, you took the initiative to propose to build our own modern shipyard in Brazil. I'm very pleased that you have fulfilled your promise. Today I want to ask you if your shipyard can complete the task of building warships." Fang Lang was relieved when he heard that it was such a good thing. However, he knew that there was still a big difference between building container ships and building warships, at least in the steel used. Therefore, he dared not brag. He could only honestly say, "General, our shipyard has just started, and we are accumulating construction experience by manufacturing ships. If we build warships now, I'm worried that there will be mistakes due to lack of experience, and our family will be doomed. And, most importantly, our family has not yet found the material formula for armored steel for warships. This time I went to Germany to see if I could have the opportunity to find the formula for ship armored steel. However, due to time constraints, there is no harvest for the time being." After hearing Fang Lang's words, General Moraes was obviously a little disappointed, but it soon disappeared and continued, "It's okay, I believe we will succeed. If there is anything that requires me to come forward, please be sure to tell me directly, and I will do my best to help you achieve it." Fang Lang was still very moved by General Moraes' sincere concern. Although Fang Lang also understood that the other party wanted him to quickly enable Brazil to have its own warship construction capabilities. After thinking for a while, Fang Lang said, "Don't worry. If I can't get the required formula from Germany, I think I can think of another way from Italy." In the conversation just now, Fang Lang suddenly remembered that when Global Shipbuilding acquired the shipyard in Genoa, Italy, there was a military shipyard next to it. And it seemed that it was mentioned at that time that many engineers from the Italian military shipyard were recruited by the Italian Global Shipyard. Since the Minister of Defense now mentioned that he wanted to build ships independently, the design strength of Brazilian domestic shipyards must begin to improve. Perhaps engineers and designers with experience in warship construction can be drawn from global shipbuilding's shipyards around the world, and the design team for the construction of Brazilian naval ships can be set up soon. Then the design work of warships can be started according to the needs of the Brazilian Navy. In fact, Fang Lang did not want to start the construction of warships so early because he knew that the current warships would soon be outdated. The future is the era of missile ships. If warships are built now, it would be a bit of a waste. Fortunately, after hearing that the technical difficulties of expert steel had not been solved, General Moraes did not continue to talk about independent shipbuilding. Instead, he changed the subject and said, "Today, I heard General Lita tell me that you are going to set up a light weapons company yourself." Fang Lang did not expect General Lita to report this matter directly to the Minister of Defense. For a moment, he was caught off guard and could not figure out the purpose of General Moraes' inquiry. It can't be that the Minister of Defense wants to participate in it. If General Moraes wants to participate in it, Fang Lang will not refuse. After all, being able to get in touch with General Moraes will definitely be of great benefit to his future in the army. Yes, General. This time in Germany, I happened to meet a very good gun designer and talked to him about some gun design concepts and development trends. I was persuaded by him by accident, and I thought about whether I could support his research, so I decided to set up a light weapons company in Brazil. General Moraes was obviously interested in Fang Lang's statement. Oh. I wonder if you can also talk to me about how you view the development trend of firearms, and what kind of design concept does this designer have? This made Fang Lang a little confused. How do I view the development trend of firearms? I don't know anything. My ideas are all judged by the weapons that eventually became mainstream in the future. Now you ask me how this trend came about. How do I know? But now it is the Minister of Defense who is asking, not brothers and friends bragging together. I can't just say, I guessed it. After thinking for a while, Fang Lang said, I also heard from the designer. I don't have any mature ideas, but his words really convinced me. If I'm wrong, I hope you won't blame me. General Moraes heard Fang Lang's words, took a sip of coffee, and smiled as he signaled Fang Lang to continue. This trend is mainly based on the German Army's use of the G43 semi-automatic rifle in the war, which exposed the shortcomings of insufficient firepower when facing machine gun suppression. The range and accuracy of submachine guns can't provide much help. The weight and huge supply pressure of using light machine guns are unacceptable. In the late stage of the war, the elite infantry squads of the German army began to be equipped with a STG-44 assault rifle. In actual combat, the Allied soldiers using semi-automatic weapons encountered German soldiers equipped with automatic rifles, and they had almost no chance of winning. Automatic rifles rely on their fierce firepower, high accuracy, long range, good ergonomics, and mature and reliable technical performance to completely crush semi-automatic weapons. Therefore, we believe that the development trend of rifles in the future must be automatic rifles with more fierce firepower, that is, assault rifles. Fang Lang's words made General Moraes fall into deep thought. After a while, he asked, have you ever considered the ammunition consumption of fully automatic rifles? After all, Brazil is not a rich American. The economic conditions are not good, so the first question that General Moraes thought of was the terrible ammunition consumption of fully automatic rifles. Fang Lang couldn't say that the more ammunition is consumed, the more money I make. He could only nod and say, it is for this reason that I didn't publicize this matter. I only plan to use part of my own funds to support the research of new equipment. Hearing Fang Lang's words, General Moraes' eyes were full of admiration. After thinking for a while, he asked again, have you ever considered that, if the fully automatic rifle adopts the burst mode, the strong recoil will instantly make the bullets behind hit the sky? In this way, the accuracy of the automatic rifle you mentioned will not be lost. After all, he is an old soldier. General Moraes easily discovered the shortcomings of the current automatic rifles. In fact, Fang Lang has already discovered this problem, but he plans to wait until Ludwig Folger comes to Brazil before proposing changes. After all, the rifle bullets used by various countries now are basically full-power large-caliber bullets, especially Germany, which uses 7.92 mm*, 57mm full-power bullets. This kind of bullet is used as a bolt-action rifle or a semi-automatic rifle, and there is no problem with the range of more than 800 meters. However, it is obviously too powerful as an automatic rifle bullet. All the calibers used by the Soviet Union and NATO later were 7.62mm caliber. The Soviet Union used intermediate power bullets earlier than the United States, so the AK-47 used intermediate power bullets with a bullet length of 39mm. NATO used 51mm NATO rifle bullets, which led to the effective range of the G3 assault rifle using NATO standard bullets later, which was 400 meters, exceeding the effective range of AK-47 by 300 meters. Of course, here we are talking about the effective range. The scale range of AK-47 is 800 meters, and the maximum killing range is 1500 meters. Fang Lang also knew that most rifles in later generations used 5.56mm caliber. Later, they disliked the poor armor-piercing ability of 5.56mm and began to study 6.8mm caliber bullets. These were half a century later, and Fang Lang could not do such advanced things. After all, the good ones in later generations may not be the most suitable for the present era. In Fang Lang's mind, there was actually a bullet of a certain specification that had already appeared in Fang Lang's mind. That is, Czechoslovakia has a 7.62 mm 45mm intermediate power bullet, which Fang Lang thinks is very good. Although the recoil may be slightly greater than that of AK, it is definitely less than the recoil of NATO standard bullets. If it doesn't work, just remind Ludwig Folger to add a muzzle brake in front of the muzzle. Wouldn't the recoil and power be more appropriate? General, this requires us to convert full power bullets into intermediate power bullets. As soon as this sentence came out, General Moraes immediately understood what Fang Lang meant, but changing bullets is much more stressful than changing firearms. The manufacture of firearms is generally based on bullets. Fortunately, Brazil does not have its own bullet standard. However, all the bullets of the Brazilian army are now American 7.62 mm 63mm rifle bullets, which are the standard bullets of the American M1 Garand rifle. If the bullets are to be replaced, it means that all the current domestic stock bullets will be scrapped, and this loss is very huge. For a while, General Moraes became torn. Of course, he wanted to support Fang Lang in the localization of light weapons, but if the caliber of the bullets was to be changed, this matter would affect the whole body. It is impossible for him to decide it alone. Although General Moraes has not yet confirmed whether the development trend of light weapons mentioned by Fang Lang is correct, it does not affect Moraes' idea of supporting Fang language. Chapter 193. General Moraes had no way of determining whether what Fang Lang said was the right direction and trend. Now that he was the Minister of Defense, he didn't dare to take risks. Originally, he wanted to fully support Fang Lang in building a light weapons factory in China, but now after hearing what Fang Lang said, he began to feel uncertain. Fang, I don't object to your research on new technologies and new directions. However, I think we can try to start manufacturing from the current mainstream firearms. For example, I can come forward to talk to the United States about the production authorization of the M1 Garand rifle, and then your light weapons factory can produce this rifle first. Fang Lang understood that this was General Moraes' worry, that Fang Lang was too ambitious, and was not optimistic about Fang Lang's idea of directly developing a fully automatic rifle. Regarding General Moraes' offer to help obtain the authorization for the M1 Garand rifle, Fang Lang believed that it would not be difficult given the current relationship between the United States and Brazil. However, as far as Fang Lang knew, the total production of the M1 Garand rifle reached 5.5 million, which was a rather terrifying number. At the same time, the number of M1 Garand rifles that Shatter Company can directly purchase from the US Logistics Department is millions. With such a huge number, if Fang Lang joins in and continues to produce, it will definitely be a waste of money in the future. Fang Lang will not do such a loss-making deal. And at this time, the cost of negotiating with the United States for the authorization of the M1 Garand is not as good as going directly to Germany to obtain the authorization of the G43. But after these guns are produced, Fang Lang doesn't know who to sell them to. So, after thinking again and again, Fang Lang still said, General, if I directly set up a light weapons manufacturing company, will the Brazilian Defense Force replace all the weapons and equipment with those produced by us? This question will definitely not get a positive answer. After all, the Brazilian army is not Fang Lang's army. How can it replace all the equipment for localization? Seeing General Moraes shook his head with a little embarrassment, Fang Lang smiled. He didn't want to embarrass the Minister of Defense. Seeing the other party shaking his head, he continued, so, we don't need to let the light weapons factory have a large output now, or produce a lot of active equipment, right? My opinion is that I still want to build a small weapons factory to conduct experiments. At the same time, we will also conduct research on light weapons, whether it is military or civilian weapons. Maybe our main product in the early stage will be hunting rifles. In fact, it's not that Fang Lang doesn't want to directly own an excellent light weapons factory. It's really awkward at this time. The World War has just ended. Military enterprises all over the world have just relaxed from large-scale weapons production and slightly slowed down the manufacture of weapons and equipment. Although the equipment has a service life, everyone is now focusing on clearing inventory. If you start to enter this market on a large scale at this time, not only will you not make any money, but you will also have to pay a lot of money. If someone wants arms, wouldn't it be better to earn some dividends from Shatter Company? The artillery factory in Brazil is much better. After all, the number of Brazilian troops participating in the European war was small, and the number of advanced artillery owned by the National Defense Force was not large. In addition, the artillery factory aimed at large caliber artillery with a caliber of 105mm and 155mm, which was urgently needed by the Brazilian army. For the officers of the Brazilian Expeditionary Force who had experienced the baptism of the European War, the main artillery of the Brazilian army was now 75mm mountain artillery, which was unacceptable to them who had seen the world. Therefore, Fang Lang was not worried that the artillery factory would have no business. Now we have to see when the artillery factory will include various mortars in the production plan. Okay, you convinced me. But I must tell you that I firmly support your plan for a light weapons factory. Even if we don't produce light weapons on a large scale now, we must have the ability to produce light weapons on a large scale. General Moraes' meaning was actually very clear. That is, he wanted Brazil to have its own light weapons industry and the ability to manufacture on a large scale. Fang Lang thought for a moment and said, "General, in order to thank you for the help of our family, I will first build the bullet production line in the factory to ensure that our own army uses domestic bullets. You know, until modern times, there are only more than 30 countries in the world that can produce bullets, and there are only 13 countries that can produce artillery shells. It's not that bullets really can't be made. Many people can make bullets with manual crafts. How can you say that bullets are difficult to make? However, whether it is possible to produce qualified bullets on a large scale, and whether it is possible to manufacture bullets are two completely different concepts. Take India for example. It shouts every day that today's aircraft carrier is launched, and tomorrow's most advanced tanks are so awesome, but this country actually doesn't even have the ability to manufacture qualified bullets on a large scale. Fang Lang said that there are reasons for building a bullet production line. First, he wants to take advantage of this special period to master the ability to produce bullets. Second, bullets are consumables. Military training will consume bullets. The rifling of the gun is not so easy to grind flat. Even in many places, the rifling is not easily replaced. But bullets are different. After you shoot one, there is no more. You must buy a new one. This is a long-term business. Moreover, the export of bullets is far less sensitive than the export of weapons. It will not attract the attention of others at all. Okay, as long as your bullet production line can mass produce qualified bullets, I can promise you that the National Defense Army's bullets will only be purchased from your factory in the future. General Moraes was very happy after hearing Fang Lang's words. It was difficult to replace weapons and equipment, but it was not difficult for him to purchase bullets. This can not only ensure the domestic production of bullets, but also help Fang Lang further stabilize the profitability of the light weapons factory, so as not to let the rare light weapons factory die in the womb. It can also be regarded as the biggest direct support. Fang Lang was of course very happy about General Moraes' promise, which meant that, as long as he had the production capacity, his customers would be stable. Thinking of General Moraes' desire to have a strong national defense industry, Fang Lang thought for a while and said, "General, I actually have another project in my hand, and I may need your support at that time." Hearing this, General Moraes was surprised. He didn't expect that in addition to the artillery factory and light weapons, Fang Lang actually had another project in his hand. He was greatly surprised, and said in surprise regardless of his status, "Oh, tell me, what other projects are there?" Because Portman had not yet clearly replied whether the aircraft designer had been recruited, Fang Lang could not say too much, so he could only say, "I plan to set up an aircraft modification factory. First purchase American military transport aircraft and modify them into passenger aircraft, and then slowly see if there is an opportunity to develop into the aviation industry." What? You want to enter the aviation industry? However, it is difficult for our Brazilian basic industry to support an aviation company. General Moraes obviously has a certain understanding of the aviation industry. He is also very clear that Brazil's weak industrial foundation is actually difficult to support the development of an aircraft manufacturing factory. Therefore, in his opinion, the reason why Fang Lang wants to enter the aviation industry is obviously that he has the same dream of independent national defense as him. For a while, Fang Lang's image in his eyes began to become extremely dazzling, as if he saw another self, and this young man was more courageous than himself. He directly used his family's financial resources to enter the defense industry regardless of everything, which he himself could not do. After hearing what General Moraes said, Fang Lang smiled and said, "General, haven't you heard about the recent plan to introduce the automobile industry? In fact, this plan is the way I pave the way for the aviation industry." General Moraes had certainly heard about the introduction of the automobile industry system. This was what General Dutra was promoting as his greatest political achievement since he took office. How many people in the government don't know about it now? He also knew that this project was introduced by Fang Lang, and Fang Yuan Group was the largest shareholder of this project. At that time, he didn't expect that this project would actually pave the way for the aviation industry. It seems that the young man in front of him is not simple. He is a master who takes one step and looks 3 steps ahead. How can such a person be placed below as an ordinary naval officer? At least he should enter the General Staff Headquarters and be responsible for promoting the localization of weapons and equipment so that he can be put to the best use. Thinking of this, General Moraes did not hesitate any longer and spoke directly. "Fang, it is a waste for you to be a mere admiral in the Navy. Are you interested in working in the General Staff? I can promise you that you will be promoted to the rank of Major General within 2 years. You will become a powerful general in charge of a separate department. I believe that with your ability, you may soon become the next Chief of Staff of the National Defense Forces, or even the Minister of Defense." This scared Fang language. The original General Moraes was not like this. He still remembered that when they first met, he fell into his trap and gave up his good job as a transport captain to become a destroyer captain. Now he wants him to give up his good job as a powerful general and go to work in the General Staff. This is not his goal. He quickly shook his head and said, "General, please don't. I'm still thinking about becoming the commander of Brazil's first aircraft carrier fleet. I can't stand it if you ask me to work in the office." Hearing Fang Lang's words, General Moraes didn't know what he remembered and laughed and said, "Haha. I remember that you wanted to go to the Pacific battlefield to participate in the war, just to learn the experience of aircraft carrier command. So what did you learn?" This is a bit embarrassing. Fang Lang didn't really learn aircraft carrier tactics on the aircraft carrier, but he learned the tactics of the US Air Force at the airport. However, since he wanted to be the commander of the aircraft carrier fleet, he certainly couldn't say that he hadn't learned aircraft carrier tactics. The person in front of him was the Minister of Defense. If he said directly that he hadn't learned aircraft carrier tactics, he would have no chance to become the commander of the aircraft carrier formation. After thinking for a while, he said, "General, because of the short time I have only learned aviation tactics. I originally thought that I would continue to learn aircraft carrier tactics when fighting with the Japanese. As a result, the Japanese surrendered. However, please rest assured that if I'm allowed to be the commander of the aircraft carrier fleet, I'm confident that I can do it." Fang Lang's answer did not say that he had learned aircraft carrier tactics, nor did he say that he had not learned aircraft carrier tactics. In General Moraes' ears, he had learned half of it. The second half was originally planned to be learned on the battlefield, but the war was over, so he was unable to learn it in full. Even if he had not learned it in full, he was the only senior officer in the entire Brazilian army who understood aircraft carrier tactics. Moreover, Fang Lang was born in the infantry, and as a naval officer, he was the only naval officer who had participated in actual combat and had an excellent record. At the same time, he learned aviation tactics in the US Navy. There was no other officer in Brazil who was more suitable than him to be the commander of the aircraft carrier formation. General Moraes looked at the young officer in front of him, and for a moment, he was filled with emotion. This is really a young man with great potential. He is good at both literature and martial arts. I didn't have such ability when I was his age. I even thought that I was not as good as him. Maybe the Brazilian National Defense Force can become a truly modern and powerful army under his leadership. The idea of training him as a successor became stronger in my heart. Chapter 194, Aircraft Carriers. Fang Lang was also very happy about General Maurice's appreciation. After all, the highest commander of the army appreciated him, so he should not be too relaxed about his future. Recently, the Navy Department has indeed been striving to have its own aircraft carrier fleet, but it has not been passed at the meeting yet. Buying an aircraft carrier is not a small amount of money. It needs to be carefully considered. After all, now that the war is over, there is not much military pressure around. If we overexpand our armaments at this time, the impact will not be very good. Fang Lang was very satisfied with General Maurice's statement that there was not much military pressure around Brazil. After all, this was indeed a fact. The entire Americas is now under the hegemony of the United States. Apart from the pressure brought to them by the United States, there is really no other military pressure. However, in Fang Lang's impression, Brazil still attaches great importance to the Navy. After all, Brazil was originally a colony of Portugal, and Portugal was once a naval power. Now most of the large farmers and capitalists in Brazil are of Portuguese descent, so according to tradition, it is necessary to attach importance to naval construction. Besides, the current Brazilian government is actually very rich, because during World War II, Brazil's iron ore and a series of basic natural resources were continuously transported to the United States. In exchange for a lot of US dollar reserves, Fang Lang's understanding of history will sooner or later exchange these reserves for Brazilian military equipment. After all, the new president is a military man, and this background determines that he will always pay more attention to the development and construction of the army. Once he pays attention, he will notice the difference between himself and excellent countries, and inevitably, he will invest heavily in military construction. This is inevitable. Of course, Fang Lang is also happy to see it happen, otherwise who will his arms company sell arms to? Now Fang Lang is most concerned about which country Brazil will buy aircraft carriers from, and it will not buy from the UK according to historical inertia. In that case, his shatter company in the United States will lose a big order. General, has the Navy found a suitable target now? I mean, which country and which type of aircraft carrier do you want to buy? Of course not. Even the plan has not been approved. However, I think it is only a matter of time before it is approved. Don't you have connections in the United States and Britain? You can explore the way in advance to see if there are suitable opportunities or suitable models. If you can convince the United States and Britain to agree to sell new aircraft carriers to us, I think there is no reason for the Ministry of National Defense to give up the opportunity. For some reason, Fang Lang smelled a familiar smell, as if he had tasted the same recipe somewhere. Fang Lang reacted quickly. Damn. The old guy in front of him is not a martial artist. He still uses this trick. However, this time, Fang Lang thought about it, but did not refuse. After all, this time it was a business, and it could be his own business, so there was no reason for him to refuse. As long as he could be sure that the aircraft carrier could be used by him, the country would pay to purchase the aircraft carrier from his own company for his own use. It was a good deal, no matter how you looked at it. Are you serious, General? If you can promise that the aircraft carrier will be equipped with my first fleet after it returns to the country, then I'm willing to use my connections to lobby the US government to agree to sell us the aircraft carrier. General Maurice was obviously stunned after hearing Fang Lang's statement. He knew that Fang Lang had connections in the US Navy, otherwise the transport ship would not have been directly assigned to him by the Americans, including the captain of the destroyer behind. He also knew that Fang Lang had a cooperative relationship with the US arms trading company Shatter. However, he did not expect Fang Lang to dare to lobby the US government to sell aircraft carriers to Brazil. It seems that Fang Lang's connections in the United States are deeper than he remembered. In fact, this is also General Maurice thinking too much. What Fang Lang said about lobbying the US government is actually a rhetoric, and he does not need to really lobby the US government. This kind of thing is exactly the job of Shatter Company. If American commercial companies want to sell some sensitive equipment abroad, of course they need to take the initiative to lobby the government. If Fang Lang can't do this well, why should he give up 75% of Shatter Company's shares? Fang Lang doesn't care who holds these shares. However, if you take this share, you must reflect your value. As for the cost of lobbying the government, it must be added to the sales expenses and settled together. In the end, the wool comes from the sheep, and the Brazilian government pays for it. Another reason is that Fang Lang knows that a military mutual assistance treaty on the Americas in history is about to be signed. Once this treaty is signed, Brazil and the United States will be equivalent to allies with an agreement. The content of this treaty is also very simple. Any armed attack by any country on an American country should be regarded as an armed attack on all American countries. Countries should defend themselves individually or collectively and assist each other. The signing of this agreement is equivalent to the entire America becoming a military alliance. If any country attacks any country in the Americas, other American countries must help this American country. Of course, this agreement actually has no practical significance, but it is a gesture that shows that American countries are willing to accept the leadership of the United States. In fact, in the Falklands War between Britain and Argentina, according to the agreement, the United States should declare war on Britain. But in fact, the United States did not even support Argentina, but instead joined the arms embargo on Argentina. From here we can see the role of this agreement. However, the existence of this agreement, no matter how the US government views it, gives Fang Lang an opportunity to obtain military equipment or technology from the United States. Even in Fang Lang's view, this agreement has more advantages than disadvantages, although the relationship between the United States and the Soviet Union was very tense later, which once made American countries very worried. However, Fang Lang knew that in fact there was no real war between the United States and the Soviet Union. In this case, Brazil can actually use this agreement to gain some greater benefits from the United States. Of course, many other countries in the Americas also consider this aspect. After all, the United States has promised to provide assistance to American countries. General Maurice certainly didn't know Fang Lang's thoughts, but he thought that Fang Lang must have a considerable backing in the United States to dare to say such a thing. If General Maurice was an anti-American general, then Fang Lang would be in big trouble. But now and later in Brazil, whether it is the president or the defense minister, or even the military generals, they are almost all pro-American. Therefore, Fang Lang dared to reveal to the military that he had a close relationship with the Americans. After hearing Fang Lang's words, General Maurice laughed heartily and said, "Colonel Fang, please rest assured. If you can really persuade the US government to sell us aircraft carriers, then I will unswervingly support you to be the commander of Brazil's first aircraft carrier fleet. In the current Brazilian Navy, there is indeed no one more suitable for this position than Fang Lang. Although he is very young, he has made outstanding military achievements and is the only naval commander who has been involved in aircraft carrier battles. Originally, his first fleet was also built to match the aircraft carrier formation. If he is not arranged to be the commander of this fleet and another person is appointed, he may be restricted everywhere. However, this does not mean that Fang Lang can become the commander of this fleet 100%. As far as General Maurice knows, there is now an officer in the Navy Department who is eyeing the position of aircraft carrier captain and is paving the way for himself. As for whether he has the idea of becoming the fleet commander, that is uncertain. However, this kind of thing must not be told to Fang Lang by himself. But from his personal point of view, he supports Fang Lang to take this position. After all, they are all colleagues in the Expeditionary Force, and they are naturally close to each other. Unlike the other person, who has a typical old school mindset, he probably doesn't even know how an aircraft carrier fights. Today's statement is also his true feelings. Okay. With the support of General Maurice, I believe I will succeed. Seeing Fang Lang's excited expression, he obviously didn't get the wind, and smiled and said, "But such a big thing can't rely on my support alone. You also have to communicate more with colleagues in the Navy staff. Otherwise, when the time comes, even your name won't be reported, and my support will be useless. Do you understand?" Fang Lang heard this sentence, and Fang Lang just thought that General Moraes was reminding him that according to the process, he had to let the Navy staff nominate him before he could approve it. He didn't think of other aspects. However, this time the communication with General Moraes was obviously much more relaxed and pleasant than before. I don't know if it's because he's away from the battlefield, General Moraes has become much more easygoing. Or is it because his current rank and position have been significantly improved? General Moraes did not care whether Fang Lang understood what he said, but continued to bring the topic back to the aviation industry. It is remarkable that you can think of paving the way for the aviation industry by introducing the automobile industry system. However, it is far from enough to just set up a modification factory to modify military transport aircraft into civilian passenger aircraft. In the future, we in Brazil must have the ability to design and manufacture jet fighters on our own. However, I agree with your idea. It is no problem to start from scratch and from modification. If your company is established, you must notify me. I want to go and see it. General Moraes expressed his intention to visit his company, and Fang Lang was of course very welcome. This was equivalent to the Minister of Defense endorsing his aircraft manufacturing plant. General, please rest assured. I have made detailed plans for the development of the airline company. I plan to start by modifying American transport planes and learn the construction experience of advanced aircraft. Then, I will start by manufacturing simple agricultural propeller planes. After I have thoroughly mastered the ability to manufacture aircraft, I will try to make two-seat trainer planes for the Air Force. If possible, I want to enter the field of civil aviation, ensure the company's profits by manufacturing and selling civil aviation aircraft, and then develop our own jet fighters in Brazil. After listening to Fang Lang's clear ideas, General Moraes was even happier. He took the coffee on the table and took a big sip and said, "But, very good, it's really great." It seemed that the cup was not coffee, but fine wine, which made him feel a little dizzy, as if he was drunk. "Tell me what kind of help you need from me. Don't worry, I will fully support you, as long as I can." Perhaps he realized that he had expressed his full support too many times today, and it seemed a bit too dry to continue to express it verbally. Chapter 195 Colleagues Gathering. General Moraes stood up and took out a document from the bookshelf behind his desk. After taking a closer look, he said, "Colonel Fang, a week ago I received a document that a very good bauxite deposit was discovered in Orahimana, Para. Because it is located deep in the Amazon River, it is difficult to develop. Therefore, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources is now hesitating whether to find suitable capital to cooperate in mining the bauxite here. I know that aircraft manufacturing requires a lot of aluminum. Tomorrow I will discuss with the President and let your family and the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources jointly mine the bauxite here, so that you can ensure the lowest cost of aluminum. It can also be regarded as my support for Brazil's aviation industry." Fang Lang did not expect that General Moraes would bring him such a big surprise. Fang Lang was originally salivating over Brazil's domestic mineral resources. However, during Vargas's administration, the state's control over mineral resources was very strict, and Fang Lang obtained Vale's shares in exchange for shares in the artillery factory. The future development prospects of aluminum mines are very broad. If General Moraes could really allow the Fang family to participate in the mining of aluminum ore, the Fang family would truly become the family with the mine. Is this really possible? It won't be too difficult for you, right? Fang Lang's mouth was almost grinning to his back teeth when asked this question. Of course, Fang Lang is not the kind of person who only makes money without losing out. He has already made up his mind that if this aluminum mine can really allow his family to invest, no matter how many shares he can invest, he will leave 1/10 of the shares for General Moraes. Don't worry, I will personally go to talk to Mr. President about this matter, but you have to be prepared. This mine is located deep in the Amazon River, and you may need to invest a lot of money in the early stage. This can be regarded as providing you with aluminum ore and developing our mineral resources. General Moraes obviously thought too simply about this matter. It is not an easy thing to turn bauxite into aluminum ingots. It requires a lot of electricity, and Brazil is not a country with particularly developed electricity at this time. If Fang Lang really wants to set up a factory to smelt aluminum ore, his investment will be very huge, and he may even need to invest in a power station. Otherwise, with the current domestic power generation in Brazil, no matter where an electrolytic aluminum plant is built, the city will be cut off from electricity. It would be strange if the people didn't block the door and complain. However, now that General Moraes has provided such an opportunity, it must not be given up. In Fang Lang's impression, Brazil's bauxite reserves account for 8.67% of the world's bauxite reserves, ranking 5th in the world. The reserves are nearly 3 times that of his hometown, and 90% of Brazil's bauxite is in the Amazon region. Although Fang Lang doesn't know the specific reserves of this bauxite mine now, he believes it must not be a small mine. Thank you so much, General. I will tell my father the good news and ask him to prepare the funds and wait for the notification from the Ministry of Energy and Mines at any time. Please rest assured about the aircraft manufacturing plant. I will go to Germany again in 2 days to see if I can bring back a few designers with experience in aircraft design from Germany to design our own aircraft for us in Brazil. Okay, that's what you said. I'll wait and see if I can have the opportunity to see our Brazilian-made aircraft fly into the blue sky in my lifetime. After hearing General Moraes' wish, Fang Lang suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Aircraft manufacturing is a systematic project, and it can't be realized immediately by saying a few words. However, propeller aircraft should not be difficult to realize. At most, some parts that Brazil cannot manufacture can be purchased globally. Fang Lang can't be blamed for not telling General Moraes about the excellent aircraft designers he found in Germany. Now we can only know the information of these designers at most. If others don't come to Brazil for a day, it can't be considered a success. If you say it early and others are unwilling to come to Brazil, you will be embarrassed. It will also leave an impression of instability on the leader. Fang Lang will not make such a low-level mistake. The meeting between the two can be said to be fruitful. General Moraes was even more delighted because he saw the hope of domesticating military equipment. When Fang Lang left General Moraes' office, it was almost time to get off work. Fang Lang wanted to invite General Moraes to dinner. However, today is the inauguration ceremony of the new president. Tonight, the heads of government, members of various parties, and the financial backers behind the scenes will attend the president's thank you dinner, so there is definitely no time to have dinner with Fang Language. I can only find an opportunity next time. When Fang Lang left the Ministry of Defense and returned to the hotel, Colonel Tich was already waiting at the hotel. Fang, hurry up and get dressed in casual clothes. I'm going to take you to a great place today. Colonel Tich urged Fang Lang anxiously as soon as he saw him. Is that so? Every time we go to Rio, you always say you'll take me to experience the passion of Brazilian girls, but you never do. Do you feel guilty today? Fang Lang glanced at Colonel Tich and said with a smile. Haha. Fang, don't look at me as a local tyrant in Rio. I don't play as much as that guy Barry. I didn't know there was such a place in Rio. After listening to Barry's description today, I can't wait. Oh. Tell me, what makes you so excited? Hurry up, you'll know when you get there. I also heard him say that I haven't seen it specifically. Hurry up. Under Colonel Tich's constant urging, Fang Lang changed into an exquisite custom-made suit and was dragged into the car that had been waiting at the door. The guards were also in a panic. After finally changing into casual clothes, they protected their safety from a distance. The car took a winding road and finally arrived at a very large seaside manor. The security here was very strict. Standing outside the manor, it was impossible to see the specific situation inside because the walls and bushes blocked the view. After the inspection, the vehicle drove into the manor and the view suddenly opened up. The European-style building faces a private bay, dotted with tall coconut trees. In the dim night, a bonfire was lit on the beach by the sea. A group of girls in sexy swimsuits were drinking and chatting with a few people by the bonfire. Fang Lang recognized them at a glance. They were the naval officers he met at the Ministry of National Defense today. Looking in the direction of the European-style villa, although the lights were bright, there were obviously no other guests. Fang Lang looked at Colonel Teach beside him strangely and said, "Whose villa is this?" To be honest, Fang Lang didn't expect that there would be such a luxurious villa in Rio de Janeiro. This made him want to buy the same villa as his home in Rio de Janeiro. After all, it is really inconvenient to stay in a hotel every time in Rio. Haha. Fang, this is not our villa, and we can't afford such a high-end villa. I heard from Barry that this is the most high-end private club in Rio. It only receives a group of guests every day and only accepts member reservations. As for how Barry got here, I'm not very clear. It turns out that I have heard of this place, but I have never been here. Colonel Tich looked at the people on the beach, his eyes glowing green. You haven't been here. How do you know it's here? I haven't seen you take a detour. Fang Lang obviously didn't believe that he had never been here. You can't slander me. I'm from Rio. As long as you tell me an address, there is no place I can't find. Hearing that Fang Lang actually doubted him, Colonel Tich vowed. But Fang Lang was too lazy to tangle with such boring things. The three people on the beach had already noticed the arrival of the two people and came out to greet them. They were the three commanders of the Brazilian naval bases who met at the Ministry of National Defense in the morning, including Fang Lang and Colonel Tich. The commanders of the 5 major war zones or 5 naval bases of the entire Brazilian Navy have now arrived. This also means that, except for the captains of 2 battleships and a cruiser, all the powerful officers of the Brazilian Navy are present. Of course, the inland fleet is not included. However, it can be seen from here that the current Brazilian Navy is really very weak. The entire Brazilian coastline is 7,400 kilometers long. Before Fang Lang appeared, there were only 4 war zones, and only 2 destroyers in each war zone could sail in the open sea. It is no wonder that during World War II, the Americans looked down on the Brazilian Navy and only assigned some tasks to lay mines. Haha. Fang, we have been here for a long time and have been waiting for you. Come here quickly. I will introduce you to the beauties. Colonel Berry took the initiative to greet the two of them in a very familiar manner. While speaking, he also signaled several sexy girls who were with the three of them to come forward and greet Fang Lang and the others. Fang Lang noticed Colonel Tich. His left and right arms were held by the 2 hot girls. His face began to turn red, and he didn't know where to put his hands. His eyes unconsciously glanced at the girl's towering figure. Now Fang Lang believed that this old guy was here for the first time. When Fang Lang was observing Colonel Tich, everyone was also observing Fang Lang's reaction. As a result, Fang Lang took the initiative to hold the thin waists of the 2 girls who came up to him without any shyness and said, "Brother, I didn't have dinner. Your show is very good, but you can't let me go hungry." Although the one-piece swimsuits these girls wore were very sexy, they were too childish for Fang Lang, who had experienced the baptism of the internet in the future. There was not a single bad review for the bikini. The key point is that Fang Lang, as a seaman, often plays at the seaside of various countries and has experienced nude bathing beaches. How could such a small scene catch the eye of Mr. Fang? However, when his hand slid across the girl's smooth skin, Fang Lang was still a little surprised. He took a closer look at the 2 girls around him before he felt relieved. Fortunately, they were adults. After all, in Fang Lang's impression, Western girls generally have more body hair, and the skin of slightly more mature girls will not appear smooth enough. Seeing Fang Lang so relaxed, several people also laughed. Berry said with a smile, "We didn't wait for you to come and order dishes. We have arranged for them to prepare the most famous Brazilian barbecue, which will be served soon. There are unique seafood here. If you like it, ask them to come up and try it later." In fact, Brazilian barbecue is really a good thing, which suits the appetite of Fang Lang, a carnivore. However, the skills of Brazilians in making seafood are really not good enough for Fang language. But since it is recommended, Fang Lang certainly doesn't mind trying it. Then let them hurry up. I'm really hungry. After saying that, he looked at the 2 girls with healthy wheat-colored skin beside him and said, "It will be very tiring tonight, and you can't not eat enough." After hearing Fang Lang's frank words, everyone laughed, and even the girl beside him laughed and shook Fang Lang's arm unwillingly. Feeling the softness on his arm, Fang Lang also laughed. Chapter 196 Rivals. In fact, several people are staying together now. Although Fang Lang is the youngest, everyone knows that Fang Lang has the highest status. If Fang Lang seems very cramped and not adapted to the current atmosphere, several people may be a little restrained and unable to let go. But Fang Lang's frank attitude of not caring about it immediately made several people relax physically and mentally. Even Colonel Tich, who seemed a little restrained, relaxed. After noticing that Colonel Tich relaxed, Fang Lang asked the girl beside him, "Tell me quietly, has my brother come here to play before? If I know that he knew about this place and didn't bring me to play, I will definitely report him to my sister-in-law." Everyone knew that Fang Lang was joking. They all laughed, and the girl beside him said without hesitation, "This is the first time I have seen this boss, but it is also the first time we come here today, so if you ask us, we can't give you an accurate answer." After hearing the girl's words, Fang Lang couldn't help but take another look. She should be about 18 or 19 years old, with wheat-colored skin and sexy figure, a typical Brazilian beauty. This answer not only pointed out that it was her first time to come to such an occasion, but also answered Fang Lang's question. It seems that the little girl is a bit scheming. Colonel Tich said innocently, "I told you that this is my first time here, but you still don't believe me. If I had known there was such a good place, I would have asked you to treat me. Okay, I believe you. It seems that I have to find Berry to go out and play in the future. It's not fun to find you." Fang Lang certainly couldn't always make fun of Colonel Tich, so he changed the subject to Barry. Barry was of course very happy and patted his chest to say that if he wanted to find fun projects, he must find him. After a while of joking, the relationship between the few people quickly became closer, and there was no longer any sense of strangeness that they had just met today. I couldn't help but sigh that the 4 irons of life really summed up very well. Today's occasion is obviously a process of getting familiar with each other. It is obviously impossible for the people who changed out of military uniforms to discuss military affairs in the presence of outsiders. Therefore, everyone was purely relaxing and getting closer to each other. After a night of romance, Fang Lang was awakened by the sunlight shining through the curtains the next morning. He finally pulled himself out of the arms of the girl next to him and started his morning exercises every morning. This was his habit. Morning exercises could keep him energetic for the whole day. After he finished his exercises and took a hot shower, several old guys got up one after another. It seemed that everyone was a little tired last night. Looking at the embarrassed look of Colonel Tich holding his waist, Fang Lang laughed. This caused everyone to laugh again. In a pleasant atmosphere, several people finished their hearty breakfast. They tacitly did not bring the girls with them, and several people came to the lounge chairs on the beach and sat down. In the open environment, there was no need to worry about anyone eavesdropping. Colonel Berry took the lead in raising his own questions and said, "Fang, I heard from Tich that you can get the new destroyer of the US military, right?" Colonel Tich smiled a little embarrassedly on the side. The other two also looked at Fang Lang with burning eyes. After looking at several people, Fang Lang smiled and nodded. "It's not difficult. Are you going to buy it out of your own pocket?" Hearing Fang Lang's affirmative answer, several people smiled, obviously very satisfied. "Of course not, but now that all the people from our 5 naval bases are here, what do you think about us submitting an application to the Navy together? If I still get involved, I will be scolded. After all, my first fleet is now the best equipped. If I still want new destroyers at this time, people will think I'm greedy. However, I absolutely support your idea. We have such a long coastline in Brazil, and our strength alone cannot guarantee safety. No, Fang, you misunderstood. What I mean is that each of our bases applies for 2 new destroyers, and your first fleet is short of an aircraft carrier, right? We can submit the entire additional ship purchase plan together. Such a large warship procurement plan may help the logistics department to lower the price to the supplier, right?" Colonel Gordon McCoy of the Salvador Naval Base waved his hands repeatedly. Fang Lang looked at the others with a smile. It seemed that everyone had heard that the Navy Department was promoting Brazil's own aircraft carrier plan. The others obviously wanted to take advantage of the aircraft carrier and submit it to the Navy Department together. If 8 new destroyers could be added to an aircraft carrier, Fang Lang would certainly not refuse. After all, this was not a small business. Fang Lang certainly hoped that it could be done, so that he would have a greater chance of convincing the US government. Business. Of course, the bigger the better. This was Colonel Berry reminding Fang Lang in a low voice. Fang, you have to pay attention. I heard that Colonel Marcelino Orlando, the captain of the battleship Minas Gerais, has been very active in the Navy Department recently. He wants to persuade the Navy Department to buy a new aircraft carrier and let him serve as the captain of the aircraft carrier. This was really unexpected news, and Fang Lang was really shocked by the news. What is this guy thinking? Does he think that aircraft carriers can act independently like battleships? Or does he want to be the commander of the First Fleet? Colonel Teach was the first to raise the question. The other two also looked surprised, and it was obviously the first time they heard such news. Fang Lang couldn't help but look at Colonel Berry in a different light. It seems that this guy is not only more playful than everyone else, but also obviously receives news faster than everyone else. Hearing Colonel Teach's question, Berry said noncommittally, "It's hard to say." As soon as he said this, everyone understood what he meant. Obviously, Colonel Orlando's goal is indeed Fang Lang's current position. After all, this is the most powerful naval position in Brazil, and Colonel Orlando's qualifications and connections in the Brazilian Navy are obviously higher than Fang Lang. So, it is obviously not surprising to see Fang Lang's position. Fang Lang was very surprised to receive such an important news today. It seems that such gatherings must be organized frequently in the future. There are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers among the colleagues in the Navy Department. If Colonel Berry hadn't revealed this news today, Fang Lang might have been kept in the dark. By then, when he has worked hard to persuade the US government to agree to sell Brazil's new aircraft carrier, he will be making wedding clothes for others. However, Fang Lang did not show any anger. He smiled and said casually, "I'm looking forward to him being able to convince the Navy Department. However, if he is really determined to be the first captain of the aircraft carrier, I don't know if the Americans are willing to sell the aircraft carrier to us." After listening to Fang Lang's words, the four looked at each other and understood what Fang Lang meant. If another person was the captain of the aircraft carrier, Fang Lang would have a way to make the Americans refuse to sell the aircraft carrier to Brazil. In fact, it is not difficult. After all, it is very difficult to accomplish something, but it is very simple to destroy something. At this time, Fang Lang could not help but feel a sense of urgency. It seems that his rapid rise should have affected the interests of many people. Since Colonel Orlando can have this idea, how can he guarantee that others don't have the same idea? Maybe there are people like him among the people sitting there. Who knows? It seems that he has to keep a close eye on his base in the Navy. Otherwise, maybe one day, someone will steal the tower when he is outside. Fang, I think you should be careful. As far as I know, although Orlando is like a proud rooster, as a battleship captain directly under the Navy General Staff, his relationship with the Navy Department is stronger than ours. Maybe he can really make it work. Even if the United States is unwilling to provide us with advanced aircraft carriers, he might go to the British. You know, his battleship Minas Gerais was made in Britain, and he often has to drive the ship to Britain for maintenance. Could it be that this guy has already found a suitable aircraft carrier in Britain? After all, Colonel Teach and Fang Lang have a relatively close relationship, and he directly expressed his thoughts. Hearing that Orlando has a close relationship with the British Navy, Fang Lang's heart moved. If he remembered correctly, Brazil's first aircraft carrier was indeed the British Giant class. It was the Avenger that had just been commissioned in Britain in January 1945. However, this aircraft carrier was not purchased until 1956, and then it took another 4 years to be modified. It was not until the end of 1960 that the modification was completed and joined the Brazilian Navy. The most important thing is that this aircraft carrier is called Minas Gerais. Thinking of this, Fang Lang had to start taking this matter seriously. Obviously, if he hadn't intervened, although it was not known whether the captain of Brazil's first aircraft carrier was Colonel Orlando, it was obviously related to him. Fang Lang was not an arrogant person, so he nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. I really should take this guy seriously. Brother Barry, thank you for your reminder. Count me in on the matter of filing a report together." We will jointly apply for an aircraft carrier and 8 new destroyers in the name of 5 naval bases. I believe the Navy should take our opinions seriously. This can be regarded as an agreement reached by everyone to let the destroyer take the aircraft carrier and apply together. Since the Navy plans to equip the aircraft carrier, it can't be that none of the destroyers applied for together with the aircraft carrier are approved. Even if each naval base approves one, everyone will make a profit. When everyone heard Fang Lang's words, they looked at each other and laughed. Fang Lang extended his hand, and everyone put their hands on it, tightly together. This time, the purpose of the gathering was achieved. After this gathering, Fang Lang understood the importance of communicating with his naval colleagues. As soon as he returned to the hotel, Fang Lang found Mr. Redondo, the general manager of Global Trade Brazil. The main reason was that Fang Lang Group did not have any projects in Rio de Janeiro, and there was no person in charge in Rio, so Fang Lang usually gave things to Redondo in Rio. After spreading the news that President Vargas wanted to surrender to Japan to the Japanese last time, Redondo completely gained Fang Lang's trust. Now his work in Brazil is also booming. A large number of Brazilian local businessmen of all sizes purchased various machines and equipment and built various factories through Global Trade's channels in Europe and the United States. Under Fang Lang's instruction, Global Trade used its network in Europe and the United States to recommend some profitable projects to Brazilian businessmen. Not only did it purchase equipment and sell products for Brazilian entrepreneurs, it also began to spread business information, provide business consulting, and conduct business training for entrepreneurs. It helped many Brazilians who had money but no suitable investment projects find investment directions. It even provides a full set of services for Brazilian entrepreneurs, so that as long as these entrepreneurs are willing to invest money, they can get comprehensive guidance from Global Trade, from what kind of factory to open, to what kind of equipment to purchase, how to produce, how to manage, and the products produced will be purchased by Global Trade. The package of assistance projects has given Global Trade an unparalleled influence on small and medium-sized enterprises in Brazil. Now all the wealthy people in Brazil know that if they have money, but no good projects, they can go to Global Trade, which will teach them how to open a factory and how to make money. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Investment Consulting Company. Of course, Global Trade's assistance to Brazilian SMEs is not free. The cooperation mode is very flexible, and joint ventures can be established. Investors provide money, and Global Trade provides projects, plans, and management. Generally, Global Trade will hold more than 30% of the shares in such projects. This ratio is an acceptable ratio for most Brazilian entrepreneurs who are interested in entering the field of industrial manufacturing. Another form is to charge a fee completely, breaking down the entire process and charging one by one. For example, if you don't know what industry you want to work in, you can ask a professional consultant to give you advice, which requires payment. When purchasing equipment through Global Trade, Global Trade's quotation will be higher than that of other companies. However, Global Trade's complete after-sales service is also unmatched by other companies. It will teach your workers to produce qualified products hand in hand. If the company needs skills training, Global Trade can also provide it. In short, if you want to run a business, look for Global Trade. It has become a consensus among small and medium-sized businessmen in Brazil. At first, Fang Lang arranged Mr. Redondo to carry out this business in order to quickly build a group of small and medium-sized enterprises in Brazil and improve Brazil's industrial foundation. I didn't expect it to be so successful. Boss, nice to meet you. Redondo hadn't changed at all. His figure was still the same, tall and thin, but he looked very confident. Perhaps this was the effect of giving lectures to others frequently. Fang Lang pointed to the stool beside him, motioning Redondo to sit down, handed him a cigar and said, "Mr. Redondo, I have 2 things for you to do." I don't know if it was because of the last time he spread the news, but in Redondo's mind, the young boss in front of him made him a little afraid. Hearing that the boss had something for him to do, Fang Lang immediately sat up straight and said, "Please tell me what to do." Seeing Redondo's look, Fang Lang smiled kindly and said, "Don't be nervous. This time, it's very simple. I should have asked my assistant to do it, but considering that you are more familiar with the situation here in Rio, I asked you to do it." Redondo's expression did not change, and he said seriously, "It is my honor to serve the boss. Please tell me what to do, and I will do it for you immediately. It's very simple. First, I may come to Rio de Janeiro frequently in the future. I want you to help me find a house with a beautiful environment here. The environment should be good, preferably by the sea. The building area should be large enough, because I may need to entertain guests frequently. It is best to be in a safe and private location. If there is no suitable place, buy a place and build it ourselves. In fact, it doesn't matter if Fang Lang doesn't buy a house. After all, the military can reimburse the hotel he stays in every time he comes to Rio. However, after experiencing a night in the luxurious manor yesterday, Fang Lang felt that it would be more interesting to have his own big manor. He is not short of money, and it would be more comfortable to have his own home. After listening to Fang Lang's words, Redondo pondered for a long time, and then his eyes lit up and said, "Boss, I know a place that is very suitable for your requirements, but it may be a little far from the city, but there is absolutely no need to worry about safety. At the foot of a mountain not far from the Rio Naval Base, there is a luxurious manor from the Brazilian Empire period. The architectural style is Baroque and the area is very large. As far as I know, the mountains behind the manor belong to this manor, and the gate of the manor is about 5 kilometers away from the naval base. There is a small yacht dock on the beach, and there is a white sand beach of about 3 kilometers on the beach. The specific owner of this manor needs to be investigated, but as far as I know, no one has lived in this manor for a long time. Only a few workers who are responsible for taking care of the manor live there, and some farmers on the back mountain often go up to work." "Oh. How far is it from the hotel, where we are now?" "No more than 20 kilometers. Let's go and take a look." After hearing Redondo's description, Fang Lang couldn't wait. This was also the first property he bought. Under the protection of the guards, the two drove to the place Redondo mentioned. "Redondo, I heard that your consulting business is very popular. It has a great influence among Brazilian businessmen." On the way, Fang Lang asked about the business situation of some of Redondo's companies. Although the assistants would compile these situations into a book and report to him, he still didn't communicate clearly with the main person in charge. "Yes, boss, now we have supported nearly 20 medium-sized enterprises with an investment scale of nearly $1 million in Rio, and more than 60 small enterprises with an investment scale of less than $100,000. This number is still growing every day." Speaking of his work, Redondo was also very proud. "Oh, how many of them have our shares?" "Among the medium-sized enterprises, we have shares in 8, and among the small enterprises, we have shares in 42. This number made Fang Lang stunned. It's not that the number is small, but Fang Lang feels that the number is too large. If global trade continues to manage it, there may be problems. After thinking for a while, Fang Lang said, "Mr. Redondo, what do you think of our consulting project?" "Boss, this is definitely a genius idea. I want to separate this project into an investment consulting company. Are you interested in being the CEO?" Redondo obviously didn't expect Fang Lang to suddenly come up with such an idea, but he soon felt relieved. After all, it is easy for trading companies to get confused when doing this business. Recently, he has been focusing on this business, and many of his original businesses have been a little overwhelmed. After thinking seriously for a while, Redondo asked, "Boss, what are the specific articles of association of this investment consulting company? How big is its scale?" "This is an idea I just came up with. Initially, I plan to jointly establish a new company with the Brazilian Development Bank and the Brazilian branch of Global Trade. The company's main business is investment consulting, which is what we are doing now, but I hope to do it more detailed and professional. Under this company, we will also set up a special asset management company to be responsible for managing the situation of our joint stock company. If the companies do well in the later stage, we can even operate them to go public, so our investment consulting company will have a very promising future." In fact, there are many such companies in later generations, and they are an important part of the financial industry. The business scope of investment consulting companies generally includes investment consulting, investment management, asset management, venture capital, industrial investment, marketing planning, corporate image planning, business consulting, corporate management consulting, intellectual property agency, etc. For example, the famous McKinsey, Accenture, Deloitte, Bain, etc. Of course, these companies have begun to appear in this era, so Fang Lang's idea is not actually creative. Fang Lang's words obviously moved Redondo. He was an American and understood how much profit a company would make if it went public. The prospect of such a company was even greater than that of global trade. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and said, "Boss, I'm very happy to work for this new company." Fang Lang originally thought that Redondo would go back and think about it, but he didn't expect that he would agree directly. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's a very wise choice. I believe you won't regret it." Of course, the rest of the things would be directly handled by Redondo, and Fang Lang didn't need to participate too much. He only needed to notify the Brazilian Development Bank to arrange personnel to participate. Soon, the two arrived at the manor that Redondo mentioned. Because the gate of the manor was locked, they could only get off the car and go around the beach to the manor. From a distance, Fang Lang saw the situation of the manor. This is a building with at least 200 years of history. The entire exterior wall of the building is carved from marble. From a distance, there is a sense of incomparable luxury. The building is 3 stories high and the front width is more than 100 meters. The specific depth cannot be seen clearly. There are 2 long rows of marble sculptures on both sides of the main entrance, with a strong artistic atmosphere. The white marble was left with traces of erosion from the years, and it looked a little mottled. The whole building was as luxurious as a palace under the sunlight. Fang Lang's first feeling was that it was too high profile and not suitable for him to live in. However, the second thing Fang Lang wanted Redondo to do was to find a place to build a naval club as a place for important figures in the military and political circles to exchange feelings. This place is obviously very suitable. After walking along the beach for a distance, the side of the building could be seen from a distance. At this moment, Fang Lang was only deeply shocked. He looked at Redondo beside him and said, "This is not the palace of Pedro This shouldn't be, and I didn't ask who it belongs to." Redondo obviously didn't know who the owner of this building was, but Colonel Tich should know. However, Fang Lang was not going to let Colonel Tich handle this matter. After setting up a club here in the future, he didn't want people to know that he was the owner of the club. "You said that the land around here belongs to this manor, right?" "Yes, boss. I'll give it to you. Find its owner and buy it. But this place is too luxurious. It's good to run it as a hotel, but it's too luxurious to live in. There are at least nearly 200 rooms here." Seeing that the boss was satisfied with this place, Redondo was relieved. As for whether he could buy it, he was not worried. After all, as long as the money was in place, what could not be bought? "Okay, boss. What about your manor? The environment here is very good. Find another piece of land nearby. When the time comes, I will build a Seuss garden here." In Fang Lang's mind, he still prefers Chinese-style buildings, especially the pavilions and terraces of the Seuss garden. Fang Lang really has a special liking for them, especially thinking about putting a set of kung fu tea sets in the pavilion, and boiling water, and making tea with a small red clay stove. He felt relaxed and comfortable. More importantly, it can bring some Chinese element to Brazil, so that Brazilians will subtly begin to like this style. Seuss garden? Redondo had a question mark on his face, obviously touching his blind spot in knowledge. Fang Lang smiled and said, "You just need to buy a piece of land of 5 or 6 hectares nearby. I will arrange for a special master to come and build it. Think of the huge redwoods and the Amazon jungle in Brazil. It is a perfect match for building Seuss garden." Seeing that Fang Lang had made up his mind, Redondo said no more. Chapter 198, Banquet for the Chief. After leaving this luxurious manor, Fang Lang separated from Mr. Adair Redondo because he had already made an appointment to have lunch with Major General Frederick Crook, Chief of Staff of the Navy General Staff. Fang Lang didn't know any good restaurants in Rio, but he had a good meal with General Lita at the Lime restaurant last time. This time, he made an appointment directly here. As a subordinate, Fang Lang didn't wait long in the restaurant. General Crook soon came to the door of the restaurant under the escort of the guards. "General Crook, it's a great honor to invite you to lunch. Please come in." General Crook was wearing plain clothes today, and the gold-rimmed glasses on his eyes were the same pair Fang Lang saw last time. Maybe because of the plain clothes, Fang Lang felt that General Crook looked much more casual today. He held an unlit cigar in his mouth, as if he was chewing, which was in great contrast to his relatively gentle appearance, and for a moment, Fang Lang was a little dazed. However, Fang Lang always remembered that Colonel Percy had told him that General Crook was a person who paid great attention to military appearance and discipline. So even though Fang Lang was wearing casual clothes at this time, he still stood very straight and dressed very neatly. This obviously made General Crook very satisfied. He smiled and patted Fang Lang on the shoulder and said, "Okay, no need to be so formal. Now we are in a private occasion. Everyone is wearing casual clothes. Don't let others know your identity at a glance." Seeing General Crook's look, Fang Lang didn't dare to really relax completely. Although Fang Lang didn't like this state, but his superiors liked it, he could only be polite. After all, he and General Crook were not actually familiar with each other, and this was only the second time they met. After listening to General Moray's words yesterday, Fang Lang thought that, since he came to Rio, he also wanted to connect with his superiors, so he invited General Crook to dinner. Unexpectedly, the other party agreed without hesitation, which was beyond Fang Lang's expectations. Since the leader accepted your invitation, it means that the relationship between the two may be closer. Fang Lang is of course very happy. Soon the two came to the box and sat down, and the guards were eating in the hall outside the box. Before Fang Lang could start looking for a topic, General Crook had already taken the initiative to speak. "This time, your family's automobile industry system has made a lot of noise. I heard many people discussing it yesterday." Hearing General Crook take the initiative to mention the automobile industry, Fang Lang thought, could it be that the general wants to get involved? However, this is normal. No one grew up drinking dew, and it is a good thing to have demand. "Oh, has someone from the general's family also participated in the investment? Please be sure to tell me who it is, and I will arrange shares for him immediately." General Crook was also stunned when he heard Fang Lang's words. "Is it so blatant? I thought I was asking for a bribe." Fearing that Fang Lang would misunderstand, he shook his head and said, "Fang, you misunderstood. My family has always made a living by driving shrimp boats, but they don't have the strength to participate in this kind of industry on the shore. So, I heard the news at the dinner yesterday and asked you about the situation." General Crook's words reminded Fang Lang of something very interesting. Shrimp boats catching lobsters. Brazil almost had a war with France because of lobster fishing. Although they didn't fight in the end, this incident directly led to the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. The story began in 1961. A group of French fishermen came to the waters of northeastern Brazil to catch lobsters, which made the Brazilian fishermen very unhappy. Seeing the lobsters being taken away by the French one by one, the Brazilian fishermen hurriedly reported the matter to the authorities. When the leaders of the Brazilian Navy heard this, they thought it was too much. They immediately sent 2 warships to warn these French fishermen. The French were not happy about this. "How come you have warships in Brazil, but we don't have any in France?" So, in February 1962, France sent the destroyer Tata to the northeast coast of Brazil. As a result, the French destroyer was discovered and tracked by the Brazilian Air Force as soon as it entered the disputed waters 100 nautical miles. After receiving the intelligence, the Brazilian Navy immediately dispatched the Minas Gerais aircraft carrier, a light cruiser, a destroyer squadron, a submarine and a patrol boat to the waters where the French warships were located. The two navies stared at each other for several hours, and finally the French destroyer turned around and left the disputed waters. In order to save face, France sent a task force to Brazil at the end of February, including an aircraft carrier, an air defense cruiser, 2 destroyers, 5 frigates and a supply ship. Faced with the tense situation, the Brazilian military took further action, and several flight squadrons equipped with B-17 bombers were urgently dispatched to Recife Airport in northeastern Brazil to stand by. The Brazilian Navy also carried out large-scale exercises near the northeastern coast for several consecutive days, and even the Brazilian army was urgently mobilized to the border of French Guiana to stand by, prepared to drive directly into French Guiana once the fight started. Fortunately, the leaders of the two countries later calmed down and did not really fire, but just transferred the lawsuit to the International Court. The final result is that Brazil will expand its exclusive economic zone to 200 nautical miles, while France's 26 fishing boats can continue to fish in the original area for 5 years. Because of the war caused by lobsters, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea and the concept of a 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone were finally established. Hearing that General Crook's family actually makes a living by catching shrimps, I couldn't help but start to wonder, wouldn't the Brazilian Navy be so reckless and go to war with France just because of you? I like it, because of its personality. The key is to prove once again that the French are really cowards. Hey, General Crook, I didn't expect that your family also makes a living by fishing, so we have more opportunities to cooperate. Didn't Colonel Perissi, the former commander of the Brazilian Expeditionary Force Navy, retire? Mr. Perissi and I have jointly opened a fishing company. Now the company has more than 40 fishing boats, and they are all the latest trawlers. How about our 3 companies cooperate and make it bigger and stronger? Originally, Fang Lang came to see General Crook today without any clear goal, just to get closer to each other, but he didn't expect that there would be an opportunity for cooperation. How can this be let go? Now that I have become a business partner with General Crook, won't many things be easier to deal with? And General Crook obviously didn't expect Fang Lang to be so powerful, and he hit the snake with the stick directly. This step-by-step pressing posture is a bit breathless. He coughed twice to change the subject. Cough, cough. Fang, I don't care about the family business, and it's useless for you to tell me. I came out to dinner with you today. It's mainly because at the dinner yesterday, General Moraes told me that you have a way to convince the US Navy to sell us an aircraft carrier. Are you sure? Haha, it doesn't matter if you don't care about the family business. This is better. It seems that Colonel Perissi has to visit General Crook's family. I don't believe that I can't take your family. As long as I have a business partnership with the General's family, then the rest of the things will be simple, right? As for the aircraft carrier, General, if you want the United States to agree to sell us aircraft carriers, we may need to spend some money to convince the US Congress, which may not be successful immediately. But I heard today that someone in our Navy department can get an aircraft carrier from the UK. Maybe this will cost us less? This was a bit unpleasant to General Crook's ears. He also knew that Fang Lang had obviously heard that someone was seeking the position of aircraft carrier captain, which was a bit of a threat. In fact, in General Crook's mind, Fang Lang was still very capable and had actual combat experience. His combat effectiveness had been verified in the World War. His biggest weakness was that he was too young. He was a little worried about whether it was appropriate to hand over Brazil's most powerful naval force to him. Orlando was the exact opposite of Fang language. He was of the right age and had enough qualifications. He had been serving as a battleship captain in the Brazilian Navy. The only thing he lacked was combat experience. It cannot be said that he had no combat experience at all. After all, escorting is also a combat mission. It's a pity that he had no experience in killing the enemy and his combat effectiveness had not been verified. This made General Crook undecided about who to support. Since one of them had taken the initiative to bring up the topic, he didn't like to hide it, so he just laid it out and let the guy talk about it himself. You don't need to beat around the bush to test me. There are indeed people who propose to seek an aircraft carrier from the UK and want to be the commander of the aircraft carrier. What? Are you dissatisfied? Hearing General Crook's direct words, and his words were obviously provocative, Fang Lang smiled, knowing that General Crook had at least chosen one side. At this time, he was not in a hurry, and he slowly called the waiter to order food, and handed the menu in his hand to General Crook and said, Come on, General, let's order food first and talk while we eat. This directly disrupted General Crook's rhythm and immediately made General Crook's expression change again and again. Then he laughed and his eyes looked at Fang Lang with admiration. Good boy, neither humble nor arrogant. He has a way of speaking and doing things, and he is a powerful person. I didn't take it to heart and ordered the dishes with peace of mind. After both of them ordered their dishes, Fang Lang took a sip of red wine and then said slowly, General, my first fleet can be regarded as a task force with the Navy, the Marine Corps, and now there are reconnaissance aircraft assigned to cruisers. If you add aircraft carriers, it will be a real air force. Do you think this is something that a battleship captain with only naval service experience can do? Apart from other things, I deeply experienced how desperate the Navy was when facing an enemy with their superiority in the Pacific naval battle. For this reason, I desperately learned aviation tactics from the Americans, how to fly a plane, how to maintain a plane, learn aircraft tactics, and learn aircraft scheduling. I can now say that no one in the entire Brazil is more suitable than me to command this task force. I was born in the army, so I know army tactics, and even my Marine Corps training outline was written by me. In the Navy, I'm the only naval commander in the entire Brazilian Navy with a record of actual combat sinking. I have just said that I understand the tactics and command of the Air Force. I don't believe that my competitors have the same strength as me. Sometimes, if you don't fight for something, you're giving up. Fang Lang is not a person who doesn't fight. He is confident that he is better than Orlando, and there is no reason to let the other party steal the tower. Chapter 199 Misunderstanding. After listening to Fang Lang's words, General Crook fell into deep silence for a while. Brazilians are not as reserved as Chinese people, and they don't like to hide their words. This is the second time Crook has met Fang language. To be honest, he doesn't know much about Fang language. But today he was really moved by Fang language. Because Fang Lang was right, Fang Lang's record was confirmed by him, and his rank promotion order was also announced by him personally, including the appointment of the commander of the First Fleet, which was also issued by himself. Looking at the young man in front of him who was sharp-tongued, confident, and calm, he suddenly felt that he was old. General Crook thought for a while and asked strangely, why are you unwilling to let Mr. Orlando serve as the captain of the aircraft carrier? His serving as the captain does not affect your continued service as the commander of the First Fleet. We are very clear about the advantages you mentioned, so we have never thought of removing you from the position of commander of the First Fleet. You are still the supreme commander of this aircraft carrier battle group. Fang Lang was stunned by these words. What's going on? Wait, let me think about it. General Maurice expressed his support for me to be the fleet commander. I'm the fleet commander. Colonel Berry also said that Orlando wanted to compete for the captain of the aircraft carrier. It seems that he did not say that he wanted to be the fleet commander. Could it be that I made a mistake? However, the other party is the captain of a battleship. He wants to transfer to my aircraft carrier battle group to serve as the captain of the aircraft carrier. When he met me, he did not take the initiative to show his goodwill to me, but he was arrogant. It would be a miracle if he could listen to my command in the future. No, even the captain of the aircraft carrier cannot accept this guy. But this guy treats me with this attitude. He should not really just want to be an aircraft carrier captain, right? Wait. This guy doesn't think that the captain of the aircraft carrier is the commander of the aircraft carrier battle group, right? Is there something wrong with my understanding or Orlando's understanding? Think about the other party's battleship captain position. It is possible to understand the job responsibilities of the aircraft carrier captain as the commander of the battle group. It seems that there are indeed some misunderstandings in this matter. Of course, Fang Lang will not explain this misunderstanding to General Crook. He touched his nose and did not say that he might have misunderstood. He smiled and said, General, I believe you should be very clear that the main job of an excellent aircraft carrier commander is the operation and training of the aircraft carrier. As for the content of this operation and training, are there any similarities with battleships? This reminded General Crook that the operation and training of aircraft carriers are all centered around aircraft. Orlando has been striving for the position of aircraft carrier captain, and I have never heard that he has taken the initiative to learn relevant knowledge such as aircraft scheduling. Before General Crook answered, Fang Lang continued, the most important thing is that the battleship's fighting method is completely different from that of an aircraft carrier. If a battleship commander is allowed to command an aircraft carrier, there will be big problems. If I have to choose, I would rather choose an Air Force aviation commander to serve as the captain, which is more reliable than a battleship commander. In fact, this is also the reason why American aircraft carrier commanders must have experience in the Air Force. One point that needs to be explained here is that when an aircraft carrier battle group is in combat, the command ship is often not an aircraft carrier. Of course, the management methods of each country are different. At least my country has a special command destroyer. After all, during wartime, aircraft carriers are the primary targets of enemy aircraft. They are very dangerous. If the command center is hit directly, it's over. The command destroyer will not be so obviously targeted by enemy aircraft and can command the actions of the entire battle formation very calmly. The United States is doing the same thing. The French command center seems to be on an aircraft carrier. Even more extreme is that the command center is placed in a submarine. Fang Lang's words are equivalent to explicitly refusing to let Orlando serve as the captain of his First Fleet's aircraft carrier. As a direct leader, he disagrees with him taking this position. If the Navy Department forcibly arranges it, it may cause a situation of discord between the generals and the commanders. General Crook immediately rejected the idea of Orlando serving as the captain of the aircraft carrier. So you mean you want to be the captain of the aircraft carrier and the commander of the fleet at the same time, right? Originally, in General Crook's mind, there were only two candidates, Fang Lang and Orlando. Now that Fang Lang has rejected Orlando, of course, Fang Lang is the only one left to serve concurrently. In fact, after Fang Lang found out that he might have made a mistake, he didn't care much about whether he would be the captain of the aircraft carrier. However, after so many things have been said before, and Orlando has been rejected, it is better to train him slowly by himself, rather than letting the Navy Department arrange a captain of an aircraft carrier that he is not familiar with. In addition, Fang Lang himself knows that, although he has studied flight scheduling and management in Okinawa, he has no real practical experience. If he wants to be able to truly take on the responsibilities of the commander of the aircraft carrier battle group, the captain of the aircraft carrier is a position that must be experienced. Yes, General, to be honest, I learned flight dispatch in Okinawa, but I have never commanded aircraft on an aircraft carrier. If I command a carrier battle group directly, I'm worried that I will have shortcomings. Therefore, I must serve as the commander of an aircraft carrier in person to fully digest and absorb what I have learned. Become a military commander who is truly capable of commanding a carrier battle group. After saying this, it can be regarded as once again explaining the necessity of Fang Lang's position as the captain of an aircraft carrier. After all, a commander of an aircraft carrier battle group who is not familiar with the operating rules of an aircraft carrier may indeed have problems. General Crook also understood why Fang Lang must serve as the captain of an aircraft carrier himself. You are right. It seems that only you can serve as the captain of this aircraft carrier. After all, this is our first aircraft carrier in Brazil. Many things require a process of learning and exploration. We may have taken this position for granted before. Well, today's meal is a great harvest. Don't worry. I support you to be the captain of this aircraft carrier. But you must also find a way that suits us as soon as possible, and then train a captain of our own aircraft carrier. You can't always have two positions and not give the people below room for improvement, right? Fang Lang was completely relieved by General Crook's direct statement. With the recognition of the two giants, General Crook and General Moraes, I believe that the position of the captain of this aircraft carrier should be stable. This can also be regarded as not letting sand in. After the bauxite and fishery companies have brought the two generals into the relationship, Fang Lang believes that many things will be easier to handle. By then, the First Fleet should be able to truly become his own fleet. There will never be a chance for people to mix sand in it again. Just as General Crook said, today's meal was really fruitful. Then General Crook took the initiative to ask Fang Lang about his experience in Okinawa and why he felt that a navy without air superiority would feel desperate. After a conversation, General Crook appreciated Fang Lang more and became more eager to have an aircraft carrier of his own country. When parting with Fang Lang, he did not forget to remind him, now that things here are done, we must hurry to the United States to implement the aircraft carrier. I hope to hear good news from you soon. Fang Lang really didn't have anything big to do in Rio. Now, whether it is the automobile industry or the equipment of the tank division, Fang Lang doesn't need to participate in it. And now there is a more urgent thing waiting for Fang Lang's participation. That is, news came from Germany that the guy named Paul might start to dig treasure soon. How can I not participate in this kind of treasure excavation? Now that the automobile industry has not consumed the Fang family's funds, it is just right to return to Germany to reopen negotiations on the introduction of the machine tool industry. Therefore, Fang Lang submitted a business trip application to the Navy Department again and returned to Natal. Natal has changed a lot since Fang Lang left. The cement road of the main road is under construction. The streets are patrolled by policemen. It feels much more prosperous than when Fang Lang first came to Natal. Now there are people strolling on the streets of Natal at night. At least it shows that the public security situation in Natal has been recognized by the local people. Because the new president has been sworn in, it means the end of martial law. Fang Lang must hand over to the city government before he can leave Natal to do his own things. Of course, there is actually nothing specific to hand over. After all, in the beginning, Fang Lang did not participate too much in the management of the city government except for the rectification of the police system. The rectified police system is still managed by the city government, but an additional training system has been added. The next morning, after handling military affairs, Fang Lang drove to the city government building under the protection of several guard vehicles. Mayor Dursley and Speaker Jada Brooke were already waiting outside the government building. Seeing Fang Lang's motorcade coming, the two hurried forward to greet him. After a few pleasantries outside the city hall, they went directly to the meeting room of the city hall building. Mr. Mayor Dursley, Mr. Speaker Brooke, congratulations on your re-election as the mayor and speaker of Natal. This is all thanks to Colonel Fang's governance of Natal. The elimination of gangster forces has freed people from oppression. We in Natal now have our own sugar, leather, textile, salt and other industries. Because the industry requires a lot of manpower, the people who used to do nothing have now entered the factory to work. After everyone has a job, all the credit is attributed to us. Therefore, we were easily elected as the new mayor and speaker. In fact, we know that these are all your credit. Mayor Dursley was very modest and gave all the credit to Fang language. Speaker Brooke also nodded repeatedly. Seeing the performance of the two, Fang Lang smiled and said, "This is what you deserve. I only provided a development idea. Aren't the specific implementations up to you? It shows that your efforts have been recognized by people." As for the specific reasons why the two were elected, Fang Lang didn't care. After all, both of them were from local political families. He didn't care even if they took turns to be mayor and speaker. Chapter 200 Handover. As the highest commander of the Natal garrison, Fang Lang still had a huge influence in the local area even after the martial law was ended. Therefore, the two could not and dared not offend Fang language. Besides, they now opened a sugar factory and a tannery with the help of Fang Yuan Group. They were too busy trying to curry favor with partners who could make them money, so how could they possibly offend Fang Lang? Speaker Brooke also quickly expressed his position. "Colonel Fang, please rest assured that, even if the martial law in Natal is over, we will still be unwavering and continue to advance according to the development plan you have formulated for us. Your efforts will definitely not be in vain." This statement surprised Fang Lang a little, but at the same time he was also very pleased, indicating that at least he recognized Fang Lang's plan for Natal. Haha. Then I'm relieved. I hope that our Natal will get better and better under the leadership of the two of you, and become the third largest city in Brazil after Rio de Janeiro and Sao Paulo. Fang Lang said the nice words without blushing. When the other two heard this, their expressions were also quite interesting. Mayor Dursley's face was flushed slightly, whether it was excitement or shyness. After the flattery, Fang Lang also began to talk about the main topic of today. Now that the president has been sworn in, you have also become the new mayor and speaker through re-election. From today on, all government affairs in Natal will be officially handed over to you two. However, I still have two things to ask you two. First, Fang Lang Group's investment in Natal will continue. I hope to get your full support. Believe me, this will also bring you good political achievements. After listening to Fang Lang's words, the two nodded repeatedly. Of course, they would not refuse someone to invest in their territory. Secondly, regarding the resettlement of Chinese immigrants, I hope that you two will also take on the corresponding responsibilities. Natal is still a small city now. If you want to develop industry, you can't lack population. My hometown is very chaotic now, so we will definitely continue to immigrate to Brazil, and Rio Grande do Norte will be an important destination. I hope that you two can treat my compatriots well. Be able to provide convenience for their lives in Brazil. After looking at each other, the two also expressed their opinions one after another, saying that there was no problem. In return, I will set up a civil aviation airport in Natal and allocate a runway from the Natal Naval Base as the runway for the civil airport in Natal. If you are interested, you can also participate. This news is obviously very sudden. Once the Natal Naval Base allocates a runway as a civil aviation runway, it means that the Natal Naval Base will become a dual-use airport for military and civilian use. Natal's traffic conditions will be improved unprecedentedly. Now the two have understood the importance of traffic through the rectification of Natal's urban roads. Naturally, they understand what it means once this air route is opened. After looking at each other, the two hurriedly expressed their gratitude and expressed their willingness to participate. As for turning the airport that the Navy remembers into a dual-use military and civil airport, Fang Lang thinks that there will be no problem after applying to the president. After all, this airport was originally left by the Americans, and the naval base does not need such a large airport. At the same time, the aircraft of the aircraft carrier formation will only use this airport occasionally at most. At the same time, this is also Fang Lang's attempt to enter the civil aviation market. Natal has a very advantageous geographical location. Once it becomes a civil airport, many flights from the United States to Africa may choose to stop here because of the range of the aircraft. There are no particularly developed countries in Africa, and there will not be many flights, but the whole of Africa together is also a very large market. At that time, just providing services to these aircraft can support this airport. Don't underestimate the airport service company. The supply of fuel, maintenance, food, etc. is not a small business. After a simple consultation, several people quickly reached an agreement that the airport will be operated by Fang Lang Group, which owns 51% of the company's shares. The two companies together own 10% of the shares, and the remaining 39% of the shares belong to the naval base. As the person in charge of the naval base, Fang Lang controlled 90% of the shares of the airport service company. Even if he retired in the future, Fang Lang Group would still have absolute control over the Natal airport. The handover of work went smoothly, and everyone's interests were in agreement. After leaving the city government, Fang Lang visited the Brazilian Development Bank opposite the city government and the office building of the Rio Grande do Norte State Police headquarters next to the bank. Because the gold shipped back from Japan was not used in the development of the automobile industry this time, Fang Lang saw there are melted gold bricks in the bank's vault. The dazzling golden light almost dazzled Fang Lang's eyes for a while, and he began to think about how much he would gain from this trip to Germany. In the bank's office, Fang Lang talked to his father again, and arranged for his assistant to register the airport service company, the light weapons manufacturing company and the aircraft manufacturing company, as well as to set up a bauxite development company to negotiate with the Ministry of Energy and Mines. At the same time, after checking the map, Fang Lang discussed with his father Fang Xinshan about building a large electrolytic aluminum plant in Natal. The reason was very simple. Because the other side of Natal is Guinea, the world's largest bauxite producer. Fang Lang plans to establish a joint venture with the government to go abroad in the future, mine bauxite in Guinea, and sell it after processing in the country. Perhaps with Fang Lang's involvement, this electrolytic aluminum plant will become one of the world's leading aluminum suppliers. The electrolytic aluminum plant consumes a lot of electricity, and Fang Lang has to consider whether it is necessary to urge the government to build a power station in Natal. Although Natal has a dry climate and not very abundant water resources, it is located on the right bank of the Patek River. For a hydropower station to be built in a place with a river, it is indeed the first choice for power shortage. Therefore, Fang Lang had to find Mayor Dursley and Speaker Brooke again. When they heard that the government was going to fund the construction of a hydropower station on the Patek River, they didn't know how to answer for a while. However, considering that Natal will become an industrial city in the future, electricity resources are indeed very important. After consultation, it was finally decided that the Natal city government would submit an application to the Brazilian Ministry of Energy and Mines to build a hydropower station. As for whether they could get approval, both of them said they were unsure. This made Fang Lang embarrassed. If Natal did not have enough electricity at that time, the electrolytic aluminum plant would not be able to open. It was not that Fang Lang had not considered building a hydroelectric power station with his own funds. It was just that the investment cost of the hydroelectric power station was too high. In addition to the cost of building dams and generators, it was also necessary to consider compensation for the flooded land upstream, which was an astronomical figure. Fortunately, the electrolytic aluminum plant was not in a hurry. After arranging the affairs of the Bauxite Development Company, finally, accompanied by his assistants, Fang Lang met with engineers from the automotive industry system who flew from Germany to Natal and expressed a warm welcome to the engineers. He encouraged everyone to start anew in a new environment and a new country, and promised to bring everyone's family to Brazil, to reunite with everyone in the future, and to ensure the safety of their families in Germany, while everyone was in Brazil. He also made meticulous arrangements for the working and living environment of these corporate engineers in Brazil to ensure that everyone had a comfortable working environment. Of course, the destination of these engineers is not in Natal. After all, Natal is now poor and has nothing. Apart from being able to provide some leather materials and rubber ore materials needed for automobiles, it does not have the environment to set up a factory. According to Fang Lang's plan, Mercedes-Benz and Porsche will be mainly distributed in Rio de Janeiro and Sao Paulo, while Fang Lang plans to put the Aston Martin factory in Porto Alegre, the capital of Rio Grande do Sul. This is mainly because Rio Grande do Sul is the area with the highest concentration of Chinese in Fang Lang's future plan. He also hopes that excellent automotive engineers can be trained among the Chinese in the future. Another important reason is that Porto Alegre can just cover the real low altitude essence of Brazil together with Sao Paulo, and it is also the largest automobile consumer market in Brazil. After arranging the work in Brazil, Fang Lang took a special plane again and set off for Germany. This time when Fang Lang came to Germany, his treatment was completely different from the first time. The adjutant Kikingshan drove the car directly to the airport apron. After picking up Fang Lang, the car drove out of the airport directly, and he was taken to the hotel where he originally lived without even a security check. After returning to Germany, Fang Lang's biggest concern was obviously the latest situation of the Nazi treasure, so as soon as he returned to the hotel room, Fang Lang listened to Kikingshan's latest report on the surveillance of Paul and Leo. Boss, our people who are now monitoring Paul and Leo have found their treasure location, and recently the guy named Paul left Stuttgart alone. Our people found that he went all the way south to Schaffhausen, Switzerland. Hearing this situation, Fang Lang fell into deep thought. What was the purpose of this guy going to Switzerland? The first reaction was to transfer this batch of wealth to Switzerland, because only in this way could this wealth be exchanged for real money. But if such a large amount of wealth is to be transported, it is very unsafe to travel more than 200 kilometers. How can he guarantee that they can arrive safely in Switzerland? If it is not for the purpose of transferring the wealth to Switzerland, what is the purpose of his trip? It is impossible to bring in more people to share the wealth, right? Did he go alone? Was there anyone else with him, or did he carry any other items? Before going to Switzerland, he went to a treasure trove, and when he came out he was carrying a backpack. Based on the weight of their backpack, we analyzed that he must have taken out some valuables or gold. Boss, now that we have discovered their treasure trove, should we just go ahead and rob their stuff? Otherwise, if he carries the stuff away like an ant moving house, then we won't be able to get it, right? Kikingshan's idea was simple. Since they already knew the location of the treasure, there was nothing else to say. Just rescue it right away. If they wait any longer, there would probably be more trouble. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.